And here it is. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. We're doing it again. That funky thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So the session commences and your company is required. That 9:35 thing that happens regularly is happening just about like clockwork. So if you're available, avail yourself of the session. That funky cool behavior, one man.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is MobiM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 AMAECHI is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is MobiM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, holy, holy, the rousing song from the East. So we're not calling them names anymore, no more Igbotics, but the rousing song from the East. So Holy, Holy, the rousing song from the East. As guys, I bring you this. 2023, may Allah make the best choice. So who is speaking? It's the Emir of Kano, and who is he speaking to? Rotimi Amechi. So if there was ever a get out of my sight said in the most polite of form, that is a get out of my sight right there. So may Allah make the best choice. Is different from may Allah grant you your wish, which is still even ambiguous, and it's even then still different from may I pray that Allah grants you your wish. So may Allah make the best choice, is what the Emir of Kano said to Rotimi Amechi as he lumbers through what is purporting to be a campaign for the presidency, the sluggish nincompoop. May Allah make the best choice. Emir of Kano to AMAECHI. So if you've ever wanted to know what saying get lost politely is, that is get lost politely right there. So this now is a declaration season now, and of course, this comes as no surprise. It's been trailed for long enough, so it's finally landed. It's birthed now. I'll continue where Buhari stops in radically transforming our security architecture of 2023. I'll continue where Buhari stops in radically transforming our security. Who is saying this? Osinbajo, of course. So this comes as no surprise as he announced, as we anticipated, his intention to contend for the Nigerian presidency. So that is what he has announced. Let's actually start it from the declaration. 2023, Osinbajo declares intention to run for presidency. So you all already know that. So that doesn't come as news to anybody. It's been all over every space since pretty much the news broke. And then it continues. I'll continue where Buhari stops in radically transforming our security. So that is what he promises. No departure from what we've experienced over the last 7 years. So quick response to that. Nigerians fume as Osinbajo threatens to continue Buhari's legacy if elected. So threaten is a specific choice of words, because a word, rather, it's a specific choice of word, because threaten is different from promise, which is what he is intending to do or what he has done. But then, of course, your intention is in your control, but how it is received is outside of your control. So he intended it as a promise, and of course, Nigerians see it as a threat. Nigerians fume as Osinbajo threatens to continue Buhari's legacy if elected. So, Fulanization in Kenneth style is essentially what is promising. So a lot of it is dominated by Osinbajo. So it's not even declared yet invitation for him to step down. Osinbajo told to withdraw from 2023 presidential race. So quite who is making that request, we'll find out soon enough. Buhari's aide react as VP declares for 2023 presidency. So who is the Buhari aide and what reaction has he made? So we find all of that out soon enough. We are not troubled by Osinbajo's ambition, Tinubu's camp. So a very swift response from that space, as you would expect, and very swift actions as well. Presidency, Tinubu holds meeting with 17 APC governors after Osinbajo's declaration. So it's now free for all, now open warfare. So leaving politics and going to thuggery, pandemonium as MC Oluomo's loyalists, NURTW engaged in bloody clash. So nothing changes within that space. It's just the usual diet, what you get usually from there. So all of it and everything in place. So the usual protocol, lean back, sit back, take it easy. But before you do any of those three, make sure you do the right thing and click on the right buttons, which will be the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and the like button, because of course you already know that helps with the YouTube algorithm. So do the clickings, and by way of inducement, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop to attention for the anthem.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
And there you heard it. Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. So, Nigeria, we hail thee. As guys, I bring you this. May Allah make the best choice. Emir of Kano to AMAECHI. Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, has prayed that Allah makes the best choice for the presidency of Nigeria in 2023. The revered traditional ruler made the supplication during the visit of Transportation Minister Rotimi Amechi to his palace. Speaking in Hausa, Emir Bayero recalled the journey of Amechi from his days as a lawmaker, a governor, and now a federal cabinet member. I congratulate the honorable minister for deciding to run for the highest office in the land following his development from his time as a speaker to governor to a minister. These antecedents make him qualified to seek the office of the president. The monarch noted that he knows that all the aspirants in the race mean well and have something to offer Nigerians. That is why I pray for all running for president that may Allah make the best choice, he said. I am grateful to the Emir for his warm reception, kind words, and his prayers and blessings. So let's just pause there for a moment because there's nothing in the reading of what the Emir said that concurs with how Amechi is trying to spin it. So this is what the Emir said. It says, okay, so it speaks about that he is qualified, but this really is sentence. That is why I am praying for all running for president that may Allah make the best choice. So that is what he said. He said, look, you are here, but my prayer is not for you, it's for everybody. And you are not my choice, but everybody is my choice. So it's just get out of my palace is really what that says. But this is how Amechi has chosen to present it. I am grateful to the Emir for his warm reception, kind words, and for his prayers, and more notedly, blessings. So I don't see any blessing that was granted in those wordings. Amechi posted on Facebook on Monday. Amechi, rumored to be the favorite of President Muhammad Buhari, now moves about in tighter security. The minister declared his intention to occupy the topmost seat in the country last Saturday in Port Harcourt, the capital of Rivers State. In January, the president kept mum when asked about his preference of a successor on the grounds that the individual might be killed. Amechi was turbaned as Dan Amana Daura, trusted son of Daura, in February. The nation's leader hails from the town in Katsina. So there it is right there. We'll see how that plays out. a nincompoop president. It's just a sluggish looking fella for a president is essentially what we are having to conjure with in Nigeria. 2023, Osinbajo declares intention to run for presidency. So this are not news. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has declared his intention to contest the 2023 presidential election. Mr. Osinbajo made this declaration in a video posted on his Twitter handle on Monday. The vice president's declaration speech reads, "In the past 7 years, I have served as vice president under a true Nigerian patriot, a servant of the nation in war and peace, and a man of integrity, President Muhammad Buhari. We have together walked through some of the most difficult times in the history of our nation, but we have remained focused on securing the country, providing infrastructure, and growing our economy." For 7 years, Mr. Osinbajo said he served the government in several capacities and have, at the direction of the president, represented Nigeria in sensitive and high-level international engagements. He said, "I have been to practically all local governments in Nigeria. I have been in markets, factories, schools, and farms. I have been in agriculture, mining, and oil-producing communities in the Delta, in Kebbi, in Enugu, Borno, Rivers, Plateau, and Ondo, and in all other states of the Federation, listening to the diverse experiences and yearnings of our people. I have visited our gallant troops in the Northeast and our brothers and sisters in IDP camps. I have felt the pain and anguish of victims in violent conflicts, terrorist attacks, floodings, fire, and other disasters." But this doesn't actually read like an application letter. This reads like a resignation letter because these are all things that happened under his supervision, of course. So, quite how he's exempting himself from that, I don't know. "I have been in the homes of many ordinary Nigerians in various parts of the country. I have sat with our technopreneurs in Lagos, Edo, and Kaduna, with our Nolly and Kannywood actors, with our musicians from Lagos, Onisha, and Kano, and I have spoken to small and large businesses. I stood where they stood and sat where they sat. I know their hopes, aspirations, and fears, and I believe that those hopes and aspirations are the seeds for the greater Nigeria we desire." So on and on it goes. I'm sure you've all seen him, so I'm not going to give you the full diet because it just goes on and on. But essentially, he declares. But off the back of that declaration, "I will continue where Buhari stops in radically transforming our security." This is Osinbajo now threatening Nigerians. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has declared his intention to contest in the 2023 presidential election, vowing to continue where President Muhammad Buhari stops in radically transforming our security and intelligence architecture. Mr. Osinbajo made this declaration in a video posted on his Twitter handle on Monday. The vice president's declaration speech reads, "In the past 7 years, I have served as vice president under a true Nigerian patriot, a servant of the nation in war and peace, and a man of integrity." So I think this is a rehash. So I don't want to labor through everything that he has already said. So he threatens essentially to carry on with Buhari's legacy. Nigerians fume as Osinbajo threatens to continue Buhari's legacies if elected. The declaration of Yemi Osinbajo to contest the 2023 presidential election has enraged Nigerians after the vice president promised to continue with the policies of the Muhammad Buhari regime. "If by the grace of God and the will of the people, I am given the opportunity, then I believe that first we must complete what we have started," read the declaration statement of the presidential hopeful. Nigerians have taken to social media to criticize Mr. Osinbajo, whose declaration to contest the presidency they consider a threat to further worsen an already volatile country. Osinbajo wanting to continue from where Buhari stopped is a direct threat to Nigerian lives, according to one commentator. Another commentator, Osinbajo wants to finish what Buhari started. Yes, folks, it is a threat. whilst another commentator describes the declaration thus. This is a threat, a big one. With less than 1 year to vacate the presidency for close to 8 years, Nigeria has been a crime scene under Mr. Buhari, and with the assistance of Mr. Osinbajo as his second in command. Emboldened by Mr. Buhari's laxity, whose regime pays lip service to the atrocities committed by bandits, the proscribed terrorist groups have attacked airports, bombed trains, abducted thousands, whilst demanding huge ransoms for their victims. The controversial Operation Safe Corridor, birthed during Mr. Buhari regime, has been highly criticized for reintegrating repentant terrorists known for murdering thousands of Nigerians and ransacking villages back into society. Over 1,000 repentant Boko Haram terrorists have graduated from the program to the chagrin of many. Masters Buhari and Osinbajo, premising their campaign slogan to fight against corruption in 2015, have shielded officials who defected to the ruling All Progressive Congress, whilst using the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to witch hunt politicians from the opposition party. Aside from the perceived bias in fighting corruption, Mr. Buhari's regime is also accused of recklessly borrowing and re-looting recovered loots first stolen by past administrations, such as the late military dictator Sani Abacha. The country's debt has also increased the most under Buhari, who has borrowed 3 times more than all the past presidents combined since the nation returned to civilian rule in 1999. Under Mr. Buhari, critics of the regime are also being silenced, as was the case with the hashtag #EndSARS protest, where military officers gunned down unarmed protesters at the Lekki toll gate in October 2020. In an attempt to stifle the voices of his critics on social media, Mr. Buhari banned Twitter for several months in the country, a gross violation of rights of citizens to freedom of speech. Mr. Osinbajo's statement to continue Mr. Buhari's policies sounds like a warning bell to Nigerians who want to rid themselves of the present regime's ineptitude in tackling the nation's crisis. So there it is right there. The one thing that would defeat ultimately Osinbajo's presidential ambition is his tenure under Buhari. Osinbajo told to withdraw from 2023 presidential race. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Joe Igbokwe, has asked Vice President Yemi Osinbajo to show respect and withdraw from the 2023 presidential race. Report that after many speculations, Osinbajo finally declared to run for president, ending months of tepid denials. The vice president will be squaring up against APC heavyweights, including his political benefactor and former governor of Lagos State, Bola Tinubu, Transportation Minister Rotimi Amechi, former governor of Imo Rochas Okorocha, and governor of Kebbi and Ebonyi States, Yahaya Bello and David Umahi. Let me drop it here for history and prosperity. If you are one of the people Asiwaju raised up and you are eyeing the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, show respect and withdraw from the race, Igbokwe wrote on his known Facebook page. Osinbajo served 8 years as Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice in Lagos State when Tinubu was the governor between 1999 and 2007. He was nominated as the running mate to Muhammad Buhari in December 2014, the then candidate of the APC for the 2015 presidential election. Osinbajo has since served about 7 years as Vice President of Nigeria with President Buhari, whom he described as a true Nigerian patriot. So there it is right there. We see how that plays out. Buhari's aide reacts as Osinbajo declares for 2023 presidency. President Muhammad Buhari's personal assistant on new media, Bashir Ahmed, on Monday made a list of the 2023 presidential aspirants under the All Progressive Congress APC. Reports that Osinbajo on Monday officially announced his interest in running for the office of the president in the forthcoming 2023 general elections. He made his intention known after a consultative meeting with some governors elected under the APC last night at the presidential Villa Abuja. Osinbajo's declaration came after several months of speculation whether he would run for the position or not. The vice president has, though, in several interviews earlier debunked the report of his presidential ambition, reiterating his commitment to serving the country in all capacities solidly behind his principal, President Buhari. Reacting to Osinbajo's declaration today, Ahmed, in a post on his Twitter page today, said the list of aspirants vying for the post of presidency is getting longer with Osinbajo's decision to join the race. Ahmed tweeted, Bola Tinubu, David Umahi, Rocha Sokorocha, Yahaya Bello, Rotimi, AMAECHI, and YEMI Osinbajo. The list is getting longer. In another post, the presidential aide admonished aspirants to campaign respectfully. Okay, I'm not quite sure if anybody pays any heed. Okay, so I'm not quite sure what that was all about. But let me bring you this. But before I bring you this, let me play you a short little video clip of Tinubu's response to Osinbajo's declaration. So this is Tinubu, just the first-hand response to the Osinbajo declaration. It's just a few seconds, but watch this.
Thank you, thank you.
Your son has just declared.
Thank you.
I have no son grown enough to declare.
So there it is, right there. If there was ever a declaration of war, that is a declaration. Make no mistake, that is a declaration of war right there. But will the two of them cannibalize each other and lose the spot for Yoruba land is the question. So we see how that plays out. So where were we? Let's just find it. Okay, so this is where we are. It says we are not troubled by Osinbajo's ambition, Tinubu's camp. The stage is set for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, national leader. This is a throwback piece, by the way, so this might well be pre-Osinbajo's declaration. The stage is set for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, and Vice President YEMI Osinbajo to battle for the presidential ticket of the ruling party. Whilst Tinubu made his presidential ambition known in January, Osinbajo declared a few hours ago, so this is a current thing. In March, correspondents had exclusively reported that Osinbajo informed President Muhammad Buhari of his presidential ambition. Osinbajo was the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Lagos State during the 8 years reign of Tinubu as governor of the state. The interest of both men in the race has created a division in the ranks in APC. Pardon me, there's a lot of flicker. Okay, pardon me. In March, when correspondents exclusively reported that Osinbajo had informed President Muhammad Buhari of his presidential ambition, political allies and support groups of Tinubu said the former Lagos State governor is not bothered by Osinbajo's ambition. The highest decision body of the APC in Lagos, the Governor's Advisory Council, said Tinubu remains his choice. Leader of the GAC, Prince Tajuddin Olusi, said the council had endorsed Tinubu as well as recommended him to Nigerians as a genius in statecraft. He said that there is no evidence that Osinbajo is running, adding that his ambition will remain a rumor. The national coordinator of the Southwest Agenda for Tinubu Swaga, Senator Dayo Adeyeye, said the group is committed to its purpose of promoting the presidential ambition of Tinubu and cannot be distracted by any other declaration. He, however, said the group will not comment on rumors or speculation. Okay, so I think events may well have superseded this. So they say they are not bothered, and hopefully they are still not bothered. That's the thing. But are they really bothered is the question. So this now up to date. 2023 presidency, Tinubu holds meeting with 17 APC governors hours after Osinbajo's declaration. The former governor of Lagos State and national leader of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is currently meeting with governors on the platform of the party under the aegis of the Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, as part of his consultation towards his 2023 presidential ambition. The meeting, which is holding at the Kebbi State Governors Lodge, Asokoro, Abuja, is coming a few hours after his political associate and vice president, Professor YEMI Osinbajo, declared his intention to vie for the office of president in the 2023 general election. The disclosure is contained in a tweet posted by the chief press secretary to the Lagos State Governor Gboyega Akosile. And by the way, why should that be? Because Tinubu is a private citizen, so why quite is Lagos State uh, promoting and advertising his political maneuverings? The disclosure is contained. This disclosure is contained in a tweet posted by the chief press secretary to the Lagos State Governor Gboyega Akosile on his official Twitter account on Monday, saying that 17 APC governors were in attendance at the meeting. The meeting, which was reported to have been called this morning by the frontline presidential aspirant, is coming less than 24 hours after Osinbajo hosted the governors at his Aguda House residence on Sunday evening, where he disclosed his intention to run for the APC presidential ticket. The governors in attendance include Governors Abubakar Bagudu of Kebbi State, Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano, Boyega Oyetola of Osun State, Mia Malaboni of Yobe, Simon Lalong of Plateau, and Abubakar Badaru of Jigawa. Others include Dapo Abiodun of Ogun, Hope Uzodinma of Imo, Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa, amongst others. Recall that earlier in January, Tinubu formally informed President Muhammad Buhari of his intention to contest in the presidential election in 2023, although he is yet to officially declare. He maintained that he has the confidence, vision, and capacity to build on the foundation laid by President Buhari to turn around the fortunes of the country. When asked by journalists on his feelings about being in the presidential race with his political ally, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who is also rumored to succeed Buhari, Tinubu declined to give a definite response, but rather said he would not speak about individuals. So there it is right there. So let's round it off now with this last readout, the Agbero going on in Lagos State. A pandemonium as MC Oluomo's loyalist, NURTW engage in bloody clash. So the backdrop to this, of course, the NURTW, which is the National Union of Road Transport Workers, the umbrella body of road transport workers and motor parks in Nigeria, they suspended, subsequently expelled MC Oluomo from their group. But then very quickly, a few days later, Lagos State then created a body to superintend motor parks in Lagos State, and then they made MC Oluomo chairman. So essentially, they've pulled Lagos State out of that national umbrella, and then they've gifted it to MC Oluomo. So that's the backdrop to this headline. Pandemonium as MC Oluomo's loyalist, NURTW engage in bloody clash. Some loyalists to the newly appointed chairman, Lagos Parks and Garages Committee, Alhaji Musiliu Akesanya, popularly known as MC Oluomo on Monday, clashed with members of the National Union of Road Transport Workers NURTW at Fagba area of Lagos State. Many people were reportedly injured in Fagba area of Lagos during the clash. Correspondents gathered that the clash reportedly occurred in a bid by the loyalists of the newly appointed chairman to officially take over the parks from NURTW. But this was met with a resistance by those who were previously in charge of the areas. According to eyewitnesses' account, the incident, which started in the morning, was said to have continued uninterrupted, degenerated and extended to Ogba in Ifako/Ijaye and Penn Cinema, where a yet to be ascertained number of people were injured. An eyewitness, Modere Okwe, said the clash was noticed a few days ago when Oluomo was announced to the committee. Was announced. An eyewitness, Modere Okwe, said the clash was noticed a few days ago when Oluomo was announced as the committee chairman of Parks and Garages. One of his loyalists from Yaya Abatan area was seen moving from garage to garage, forcefully asking people to denounce their membership with NURTW and pitch their tent with MC Oluomo. But this came to its peak on Monday when some hoodlums arrived at major parks simultaneously, insisting that people denounce their membership with NURTW. This led to an altercation where those who refused to deny to this led to an altercation where those who refused to denounce their membership with NURTW were injured, whilst others scampered for safety. Affected areas were Ogba, Ifako, Fagba, and Penn Cinema, where people, including passers-by, were injured. Also, another eyewitness, Ologba, caught up in the incident at Penn Cinema area of Agege, said, "I saw some hoodlums, about 100 in number, wielding dangerous weapons, whilst people ran helter-skelter. They were shouting, 'Say MC Oluomo, say MC Oluomo, say MC, say Oluomo,' though I don't know their mission, but took to my heels to avoid any eventuality. It was learned that a victim of the incident, simply identified as Samuel, is currently under medical treatment at an undisclosed hospital. It could not be ascertained if there were any fatalities, but some parks and garages in the affected area were deserted. At press time, police operatives have arrived in the affected areas to bring the situation under control. Correspondents reported that Oluomo was suspended as the Lagos State chairman of NURTW, but the state government later announced his appointment as chairman of State Parks and Garages. Similarly, the Lagos State chairman, Tricycle Owners and Operators Association of Nigeria, Alhaji Aziz Abiola, popularly known as Isejaba, had on Monday morning alerted security operatives, including the State Commissioner of Police CP Abiodun Alabi, of imminent danger in the state. Both Ita Jaba and Akisanya had been involved in a leadership tussle which had lasted for some months. Raising alarm earlier on Monday, Ita Jaba said the body language of people suggests plans to launch an attack in some parts of Lagos. He had said, "I don't want anarchy in the state and have alerted the CP, various area commands and DPOs so that they can be at alert. Destruction of lives and property should not be allowed. We are doing our best possible to avert this, and I believe the police will do the needful. We will keep alerting them in case of any unforeseen. Alhaji Akisanya could not be reached as at press time. Spokesperson Lagos State Police Command Benjamin Hendiye did not respond to messages sent to his cell phone. So there it is right there. Everything changes but remains the same within Lagos State. So there it is right there, and here it is right here. Engineer, I see you. The mighty Ajanle Koko, I see you. Chief Apelua, I see you. And DOG, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So straight to it, and let's go straight first to DOG and speak to him about the goings on in Lagos State. MC Oluomo, this doesn't come as a surprise to you, of course. DOG.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, the Agbero behavior has started.
That's what we should be expecting, that, and I think some political people too will probably be giving the NRTW session hints and sponsoring them to not accept the gadget they can cause trouble. And I don't even know what transpired between Sanwo-Olu that he can't really make sense of it, even if Tinubu has asked you to do that, and say, this is not the time to do this. Let's face the election first. The position will be there for him. Let's just carry him along on that ground. At least he still has his Agbero people with him. But we don't have to give him a position now. It's just like the way he was just saying thank you to all the questions they were asking Tinubu today. People are calling him parent boy.
Who was saying thank you?
Sanwo-Olu in the interview where he said,
no, that one is a dead dog now. That one is a fool.
So I don't know. And that's part of
Tinubu should have made him to carry his bags, because we all know, you should have made him carry bags now. It's just
So I think that's part of what I was saying about him. He's not somebody that can, like Fashola, that can. At least you need to, even if you are doing somebody's boy, you need to be able to make sense to them. And that's how them two will place you in high regards. Because if Tinubu say, just give this guy because we need him, it's now up to you to not even make sense to him that, if we do this now, they will cause trouble in Lagos, which will even put more dent in the situation on ground. Let's promise him we will give him that position. But when you take power and you win election and everything comes in play, yes, he still has his people. We can even be giving him a particular amount of money every month. But I think it's just a very wrong move they've made. It's very wrong.
Surely the days of those MC Oluomo type politics, those days are dead and buried, surely.
Of course, there are days
we're going into 2023, and the MC Oluomo from 1999 is
exactly.
Still...
Their days are even numbered the way he is, because somehow, somewhere, anything can happen. All of them should learn from Alhaji Tokyo. Where is Alhaji Tokyo today?
I never even knew such a name. Who was he?
He was like MC Oluomo in Oyo State. He's the NRT. It was Ajumobi that took all of them. Ajumobi, that's what I'm trying to say about Sanwo-Olu. Ajumobi scrap NRT, scrap everything, took all of them off that position, organized his own thing, and nobody can question because it's the governor of the state, isn't it? So I don't know what Sanwo-Olu is doing, honestly. The man now is just... Do
you think he's punking him? Do you think he's making a fool of himself? Because it doesn't present like an alpha sort of a person, and you do want an alpha sort of a person in charge of Lagos State.
He's not. Apparently, there was a tweet last night after the program that I saw, that after Osinbajo called the governor, Sanwo-Olu quickly called Tinubu to tell Tinubu that Osinbajo is wanting to declare, and he has called so governors.
Sorry, who quickly called Tinubu?
After they was there, he was part of the governors that went to, and he was there with Tinubu too again, too, So there was a tweet that said he was the one that called Tinubu to hint Tinubu at first hand to say, this is what is going on, So the guy, he has even that will affect him if he goes. So I'm thinking what Tinubu is probably promising him now is, maybe he won't run for governor for your Lagos State. He probably promise him ministerial appointment or something if he wins the election. So I think that is why he's doing all these errand boy moves that he's making, because he even looks silly to me. If you look at him, the body language, everything, even in their meeting and when they were interviewing Bola Tinubu, the way he was just saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, what's this guy's
Do
problem?
you see him being anything other than a one-time governor, Sanwo-Olu? Do you see him being anything other than a one-time governor?
I don't see him doing anything other than a one-time governor. The only thing that can give him a chance is if Tinubu gets the ticket and wins the election. Maybe we'll just put him somewhere again and say, "This is my son." Now that he has disregard
Yeah.
our man as his son.
All right. Okay, since you have gone there, then go there. But start from the beginning. Osinbajo declares. So we're waiting for. Yes, I'm glad Thomas didn't run away today.
Number
Oh,
one, like we
so
were telling our brother yesterday,
yes.
Malam Thomas, Mazi Thomas, one
Thomas is a
Nigerian
yam.
Thomas.
Thomas is a yam head.
Like we are telling him yesterday that Osinbajo can declare without Tinubu stepping down. Even Tinubu's statement saying, "My son is not grown enough to want to go for president," tells you he's not happy with what has gone on.
It's open
And
war now. Forget
yeah, it's
it's
not
open
open.
war.
And the way he has called the governors to come to his house too and dialogue tells us it's now a war. So yeah, honestly, the way I saw that video, it was like 2 hours after we left. Oh, no, like 3 hours after we left the show. I saw the video of Osinbajo. Man, I was so impressed. The delivery, how articulate.
Were you impressed? I was not impressed. I thought you could have done better.
No, I'm impressed.
It did not sound nervous to you.
No, it didn't sound nervous. He's just trying to balance because the way he has come, the way he's going, he is trying to capitalize. Like now, I think he doesn't really want to offend people in the party. He just want to make it as if, okay, I've thought about it and people want me to do this.
All right. Let me bring it up as we're speaking. I'll let it play in the background. Maybe not leave the audio out, just so we can see him. But or let me remove that. We might have to listen to him at some point. But
Point,
I
yeah.
thought he was nervous. But what I especially wanted to highlight was that he was standing behind the insignia of his office, which I thought was an abuse of office. Is him standing behind the insignia of his office? Is that an abuse of
Saying,
yes? Is that an abuse of office?
mm, yeah, when I saw that, I was wondering why do you need this? Is why you could even just sit down in your lounge and give your speech, because not like you called people to come and sit down or a conference or something and you declared. You could have just do this recording, even sitting down or somewhere, not showing that
Do you
vice.
think it was too elaborate? Do you think it was too? It was too grand. It was too grand.
That's what tells us this guy is not really a politician. He's not a politician, but he means well, and it's just the right answer for us, honestly. And I just feel if we miss this opportunity, because where my own fear is now is the numbers of governors. If the governors has power now to determine who is going to be the carry the flag for APC, carry the flag for APC, I think Tinubu might have the upper hand because he is a politician, and I think they will just kill that.
Does your daughter need your attention? I can hear her insisting there. Does she
Yes,
want?
is
She
my
wants.
baby,
She
my
wants to
other
cuddle,
daughter.
Abby. She wants to
Mm,
cuddle up.
yeah,
All
my
right.
other daughter is here. She
Yeah.
always wants to say hello. Yeah, say
Yeah,
hello.
no. You can say hello. Is she speaking
What?
now?
No, the older one, the 4 year old
How old
one.
is she for? Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
hello,
say hello.
hello. Hi. How old are you?
4.
And well done. Yeah. Are you doing well at school?
Yeah.
Don't worry. If daddy tells us you are doing well at school, then we'll arrange a little present for you. When is your birthday?
In October.
In October. Brilliant. So Daddy will remind us and we'll make arrangements. So good to meet you. So back to you, Daddy.
Man, that's a British accent right there.
In October, in October,
Jamaican.
there you go.
Strong British
In
accent.
October, this is it. Oh, we have to we listen to these people in delay now because we listen in Nigerian and this week in British, so we listen in delay. In October.
Oh, God.
There you go.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I feel playing the politics now is where I fear, and I just see Osinbajo. If we miss this opportunity, I think,
GOG.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Thomas. Be free to speak. Don't shake.
Look at that.
Don't shake.
You know me now. I'm not the coward.
So before you say anything else, we want you to repeat your words from yesterday. Them know, I'll start you off. Them know, oh yeah, now.
But it's a very big twist. A very big twist. But what I want to say is that no.
Carry on.
It looks somehow DOG. But don't you see the how he came out? It looks like he has the backing of the boo-boo. Because why will you declare for a president and on that podium, vice president, and all this it looks somehow to me.
No, I thought that was wrong for him to use the
wrong.
Hold on, for him to use the paraphernalia of office to declare a personal ambition. I thought that was somewhat abuse in his position.
Very wrong, one man.
I don't think. According to Nigerian law,
system,
is not wrong. Is not violating the law, and he can run while still in the office.
Yeah, but should he be standing? No, it's not him running. This is what offends. So let me play it. You see, as he's making the declaration, he's standing behind the insignias of his office. So that is the authority of the Nigerian vice president. But he's making a personal, he's declaring a personal ambition. So it's not acting office, it's acting of his own personal ambition. So why should he be using the insignias of office to announce a personal, and I thought that was wrong personally,
But one man, he still, while he's still in that office, by every legal standing, he can still use it. He can still stand behind it and address
for personal gains.
Because he's still holding that office.
Yeah, but can he use that office for personal gains? Because he's using that office for personal gains, is it not?
Yeah, but the law of Nigeria does not stop him from... If the law...
No, we're not saying he... Hold on, Adale Koko. I'm not saying that he should not contest. I'm saying that he should declare his intentions. Because he's declaring essentially as a private citizen. It's not part of his duties as the vice president to declare to be president. That's a personal ambition. So he should not be using the insignia of office for that declaration because that adds weight to it. He should stand alone in his garden or on his sofa or in his own home or organize an event for himself at his own expense and make that declaration there, not with the insignia of office. I don't know if I'm being unnecessarily pedantic.
You are right.
I see your point, honestly. Yeah, I see what you're trying to do. But I think is that bit they took off the constitution where they say if you want to contest, you need to leave the office. These are the parts it should have come in play. But that
it doesn't apply to Osinbajo because it's an elected. If you're an appointed person, that's when it applies.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yes,
but still, I see what you're trying to say. But to me, honestly, I think that thing is what you could have wear your agbada or whatever you want to wear and sit down on a nice sofa in your lounge and make your declaration. So going back to what I was saying, I think this guy he just ticks all the boxes for me, and he feels like he's going to do well. But honestly, when the politics part comes in, I doubt he's going to get the ticket eventually. That's my fear now,
You,
because
you
I
know,
think all these governors now
yeah, go on.
is what they want to gain. Most of them is their last term, and they'll be looking at what they want to gain. And it's only Tinubu that can offer them. And trust Tinubu, he has already read into the lines and knows what he needs to do.
Okay, we'll come to Tinubu's response in a moment, but and please, everybody feel free to be because this is a big conversation. This
Mm.
so firstly, his announcement itself. Do you feel it was unnecessarily somewhat professorial rather than politician or everyday man? Did it sound like a professor wanting to impress with words and an articulation?
No, I think that's who Osinbajo is. That's his person. That's his personality. Even everywhere I've seen him give speech, even in political gathering, that's the way he comport himself and deliver his messages. And I just think the only thing I see in the speeches, he was trying to be careful and trying to make everything compact and everything. It was like just 7 minutes, but he really like touched everything it needs to touch, and it was brief to me. And I think it really makes a lot of sense the way he has done it, and is the way now what he is capitalizing is people that want him to contest, but it's not about that now. It's now who gets the ticket for the party. Now he has thrown his out. That is where my own fear is, because honestly, it is only if we want to deceive ourselves. And like I said yesterday, I would have thought somebody like that's why I asked Ajanle Koko yesterday, like, do you think Tinubu is the kind of person that will just talk about and think, okay, I've built an empire. This guy is my boy. Why not let me step down and let's support this guy? But to me, where I stand, I know it's difficult with the way that man
Do,
is.
do you want Tinubu to answer that question himself? Let him answer himself.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. I have no son grown enough to declare.
There you are. Your Omali essentially is what he's
Yeah,
saying.
exactly. Because if he was a good boy, he would say,
But
he's one of
DOD,
my
don't you
sons.
see Osinbajo as a betrayer?
How
You can't
so?
call him a betrayer. Come on, man. Come
No,
on.
no. How
Really?
so? How so?
Let's be
The,
civil. Yeah,
let
he's
me say
just
this, DOD. The finger
yeah.
that fed you, and
Oh,
you bite that finger, isn't it?
look at that.
No,
The thing.
that's not. I don't think that applies in this situation. If
Ah,
people
really?
really mean well, let me tell you something. If Tinubu means well for the country, they are in both the same party. Is what you can call him. They can sit down and say, okay, you are young, because that guy just ticks all the boxes. He's a son. He's a lawyer. It's easy for him to even understand how to go
It's
about
presentable international.
professionally.
You see how I see him? I see him in the bracket of somebody, even though he's slightly older than them, but I see him in the bracket of somebody like Macron or the
Yeah,
president or the guy in Canada. He has that feel. Very
yeah,
urbane, very
exactly.
international, very educated, very deep,
Respect. Yeah,
very now, very contemporaneous, all of those
yeah.
things.
Then it is a lawyer, so even the constitution, he will know how to go about the constitution and sort everything we need to be sorted. And if you look at that guy, that just tells us, like I've always said, you can't underestimate that. People will say, oh, he will be dancing to the northern line, he will be dancing to their tune. Forget it. That's why I made that Yoruba did that. Tọ́wọ́ ẹni ò bá tètè kú dà, wọn kì í béèrè ikú tó pa wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. You have to get the power before you show yourself. You can't be showing yourself before you get the power, you see. So I think that guy is just the right person. He's the ordained person. He's like the chosen one, if we just look at it. Because even
Yeah.
before this guy declared, a lot of people were calling for him. Even he has not declared, his name still come in that space when we talk about, oh, who is the next president, who should be the next president and all that.
No,
But this
if you
man,
look at his trajectory, everything just fits in perfectly. So he has had the
exactly,
opportunity. He has traveled around the country, and in all that is Buhari's administration, I don't think anybody actually hates him, which is quite strange for how much people hate Buhari. Nobody really hates him. You know, some people may
yeah.
say, well, "What did he do? What did he do?" But they don't really hate him. And
So
in
my
Nigeria, they
view,
really hate.
and to me, I always say to people, number one thing, um, you can't say what did the vice president do. Those guys are just like figurehead. They just dance to the tune of the president. Like I said yesterday, Atiku was like a figurehead vice president too, because even his ambition, it was Obasanjo that killed that ambition when he was trying to go the second time when Obasanjo wanted to do that, when they had issues, that it was some Obas that settled the old issue and all that. Obasanjo has killed that ambition already since then. So for me, I think if Tinubu really means well for the country, I don't see what is bad in sitting down and having a dialogue with this
But
guy.
imagine how difficult it is, though. Let's spare a moment to just give consideration to Tinubu. You know, he has been plotting this thing, this moment, since 1999,
Yeah,
and
but
now, now his moment comes, and you want to
one
snatch it
man, you
from
see,
him.
what me I say is, I believe we've gotten to a point in this life now that you should learn from the past experiences and all that. We've always been saying this on this platform, even when all this trouble started with all these parties, like this might even be the downfall. The empire might fall. And when you look at how everything is permutating within the party, within the country, honestly, if I'm Tinubu, I have everything already. Why not just stay the kingmaker and just say, okay, maybe he's not ordained? Because if he's not ordained, even if you win the ticket, if you are not meant to be there, you won't still get there. Buhari might mess you up. INEC might mess you up in one way. They might find a way to mess you up that you won't even win the election. That
But
is what I'm saying.
DOG, Abiola had everything. Why did he want to be the president of Nigeria? So
That's a
money is
different
different
thing.
from power.
Abiola was like coming to rescue people because it was democracy. He was going from military to democracy then. And he came out and think, I have the money. I know he was a philanthropist. I can help people. I have my own money. I've traveled around the world. I've done this. I've done that. He knows where the feet hurt people, and he understands better because even him, not like he was rosy from his background, but he has made it in life and he think he can have impact in people's life. So that was different from this, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So my point is, if I'm Tinubu, where I'm sitting now, I'm saying there are some people in the party that are even plotting against me, instead of losing this thing that I've built over the years. Moreover, it's not as if Osinbajo is Buhari's boy. Osinbajo is Tinubu's boy.
Who do you think Buhari's boy is? Okay, let me
I
actually
think it's
take.
Osinbajo. When he mentioned that, oh, I know who I
Is that
want to
what
support, but if
is
I
that what you
mention
think?
him, they might kill him. Or what word does he? He
Oh,
used
oh,
one
oh,
word. He used the word like, oh, they
yeah,
might kill
that
him.
they might kill him. Yeah.
I think it's Osinbajo he was talking about.
All right, let me take you here, D. So this is Buhari's aide. It says the list is getting longer. So he gives us then the list of the contenders. So I want you to narrow it to three. And I was going to ask you who you think Buhari favors. But I think you may have already said that. But narrow this list to three. Tinubu, David Umahi, Rochas Okorocha, Yahaya Bello, Rotimi Amechi, and Yemi Oshibanjo. So narrow that list to three.
Yemi Oshibanjo,
Mhm,
Rotimi Amici,
mhm.
then maybe Tinubu will come third.
All right. And out of that list, who do you think Buhari favors? So we have
Oshibanjo,
Tinubu.
Oshibanjo, of
You know, a
course.
lot of people will disagree with you. A lot of people will tell you that Rotimi Amechi is actually who Buhari anoints.
No, I think because Buhari is using that Rotimi Amaechi's position to put things in place in Daura and all those parts of the north.
Yes.
That's why he's just doing as if he's supporting everybody. So he has said the same thing he said to Tinubu, to every one of them. But at the back of his mind, he knows that it's Osinbajo that he wants. And like we've
Remember,
always said, they would
remember,
think.
remember
Hold on.
who sponsor Buhari in seat. I hope you remember. It's Amechi's River State money. I
Yes,
hope
a
you,
lot
you
of
do
it, a
remember.
lot of it. If we are saying Tinubu is his major sponsor,
But
I
he
think
has favored Amaechi
I
too.
made him match same dollar for dollar. Yeah.
He has favored Amaechi, gave him an appointment. Amaechi has made money from all these projects. He was even still asking for 3 billion after people have been killed in the attack. So maybe they've even looked for a way now to, by next month, he will get the 3 billion. We don't know. So there is a way, you see, politics, you'll be thinking people are supporting. There is a way people can carry you along, but they know where their heart is. That's the way I
How
see
far do
it.
you think Tinubu should push it before he steps down? How far should they push it?
Not
Or
too not too far, because if it goes too far, everything is going to crumble. So, and coming back, by the time it looks back, Lagos State 2 is gone, because this MC Oluomo appointment will have an impact on the election. So I just hope PDP are putting their heads and putting their master plan for that Lagos, because if they can take Lagos, it goes a long way too, you know. So honestly, I just feel Tinubu, the best thing for Tinubu, if I'm him, he might not be that kind of person, but if I'm in his shoes and I want to walk a while with it, I will say maybe by this weekend, I'll just arrange a
this
meeting with
weekend,
Oshiban.
is that not too early?
It's not too early, one man, because
If you
number
step down
one,
by this
you know
weekend,
why? You know
go
why?
on. Yeah, go on.
Firstly, he quickly gather. That means the party is now in one, because those people that are hating him in the party will now have some love from it. Okay, we don't want him. At least he has stepped down, but he's still the kingmaker, and he has choose Oshibanjo. So that love and his hold on the party still stay. Because if he lose the ticket and they give another person chairman of the party, Oshibanjo gets the ticket, it's finished. He doesn't really have a say. Even if Osinbajo becomes president, he can't say, "Oh yeah, put this person or do this or do this or have a gain."
No, do
That
you
might,
think he will? Do you think he will lose his influence? I don't want to use the word control. I'll use the word influence instead. Do you think he will lose his influence over Oshibanjo if he loses the ticket and subsequently the presidency to Oshibanjo?
of
Because,
course, oh man, it's
I,
politics now.
I feel Oshibanjo will still come back to him. You know, after the
Oshibanjo
fight
might
is
come
over.
back to him
Yeah.
after everything, after he's been president. He might come back to him and want to like rectify their relationship. But if he loses, everybody, it's politics. Everybody wants to gain. Everybody runs to Oshibanjo and say, okay, we will work for you. Because if Osinbajo is there, some people won't be governor again. They need him, so they want to show him support. So he won't give them lashes of stroke after he's gotten the power. So his politics, people will run to you. Even some people from PDP now will cross to APC. You understand? So people that are at back of Tinubu now shouting, Jagaban, Jagaban, everybody will run to Oshibanjo. It's
But
Nigerian politics.
it doesn't look as though Tinubu is giving it up anytime soon. So add this headline to the mix. Let me just bring you it. Add this headline to the mix. 2023 presidency, Tinubu holds meeting with 17 APC governors hours after Oshibanjo's declaration. So we have to understand that in the rounds. Because
That's
Tinubu,
what that's what I'm
you
saying
know,
earlier
Tinubu
on.
is
Like,
a Oshibajo had a similar meeting before he made this announcement, but he's the
mhm,
vice president, so he has that
mhm.
influence. Tinubu essentially is a private citizen, and he is able to assemble all 17. El Rufai was there, everybody in
Was
the
That's what I
party.
was saying. Like, that's my fear. That's what I said earlier. That my fear now is the politics part of it. Would Osibanjo be able to get that from Tinubu? Because if you look at the numbers of governors, that's why I mentioned if the governors would be part of the people that will actually choose who is running, that tells us Oshibanjo is not going to have it easy because that number says a lot. He got 12. Five of out of the 12 was part of the 17 that went to Tinubu.
You know, the only way that Osinbajo can defeat Tinubu is if they agree a consensus before the primaries. If they have an open primaries, neither Tinubu, neither Osinbajo or Amechi, neither of them stand a chance.
Of course, that's why I said even Amechi. Let me tell you, every party wants a candidate that can win election. Amechi can't win election. Buhari might want him, but he knows he can't win election. So all he would do for now is just carry him along till when they get to primary and his shoulder falls, and he will just pamper him. Oh, don't worry. We look for how they will sort you out in the next regime. But he can't say he's Amechi because how many people will vote for Amechi? He knows Amechi can't get that vote the party wants. And APC don't want to lose. PDP don't want to lose. That's part of the problem that PDP has now. They are trying to slow down to see where APC is going. That will determine because they might decide to put a northern if they see that is somebody that is very strong, APC has put down. So they will look at the permutation and think, okay, we might go this way once they've got that way. That's why they are slowing down. So I think party politics, every party wants to win and every party wants a candidate that can win election. That's why Amechi is just like somebody, they are using him. They've been using him.
Okay. Let me ask you just three questions and just react to them shortly, just briefly. If somebody says to you, no matter who PDP puts up, Osinbajo would defeat that person, what would you say to that comment?
If Osinbajo gets the ticket, yeah, there is a possibility he will win over anybody.
That the PDP puts up.
Yeah.
Okay. If somebody says to you, no matter who PDP puts up, Rotimi Amechi would defeat that person, how would you respond to that?
That's not certain. That's not certain. I don't think even let's just even put Atiku. Rotimi Amechi can win presidential election over Atiku.
And same question, Tinubu. If anybody puts it to you, Tinubu, that no
Tinubu
matter
will
who,
win. I think Tinubu will win election.
it would defeat anybody PDP puts up.
It would defeat anybody. If they put Atiku, it would be a tough one, but it will still win the election. You can't compare the politics Tinubu played to Atiku. Atiku was a state politician. He's not like a national person until they brought him in as the vice president. And when he was vice president, he was not a vice president even like Osinbajo. He was just a figurehead. And after he started
A lot of people forget that he was actually governor-elect of Adamawa State.
Adamawa State. Most people don't understand it,
Yeah.
So, and they just use him because of that fraction he has in the north, in that Adamawa and all that. So, I think then Obasanjo really killed that ambition after they had that feud of that second time before Obasanjo went second time. He gave Obasanjo too much headache. And that man he knows how to, he has ruined that ambition for him since then. And that's why this is like the sixth time he's contesting.
And
So
hopefully the last time.
Is the last time. That's why he's trying to force these guys to give him the ticket. But these guys are thinking, if we go against zoning, are we going to win the election though? So that's what is slowing them down in that other party.
All right. And lastly, on that space, if you were to be God for a moment and you get to pick out of the runners and riders in APC, who would you pick? And just briefly, why? Out of
Osinbajo, of course.
Yeah.
It ticks all the box for me. And I just think it looks like the one God has chosen. It is only if these people allow him to everything to just go smoothly. And that's what I'm saying. If I'm Tinubu, where I'm standing now, I can see the game they are playing. And to win your ground and your stronghold back on the party, you just need to like surrender. And a lot of people will respect him for that more and he still has the control.
DOG, really? You want him to surrender?
Oh God.
No, I'm
Ah.
not. I'm not saying he will surrender. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like you saying, "Oh, they're not born and well." I'm not. I'm just saying if I'm in his shoes, and you look at what is going on in the party, he's not really free with everybody in the party like he was when he was bringing Buhari in. So, and you can tell he's not a baby in politics.
You
So
see,
you can.
you see the thing with Tinubu, I feel is that it's almost like damaged goods now. He has done so much, fought so many battles, won a lot, lost a lot, but it's just so decrepit now. It's just so it's like damaged goods. Do you understand what I mean if I say that? Like it somewhat smells like damaged goods.
Mm. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the point. He is already, and that's what I'm saying. Before it goes too far, because it will crumble if you lose that ticket to any other person in that party. Because politics that I know, forget that somebody is my boy, loyal, we are loyal. Politics, everybody will run to the next person in power. If it was Don Nebraska from the Bronx, nobody reigns forever. So people will just run, and that breaks your hold on the party, breaks the respect. You lose the respect people have for you. So for me, if I'm in his shoes, what do I really want to gain? So if I have somebody there as the president, then it's not even an Hausa or Fulani man that will still do what they want to do. It's a Yoruba man like you. Is your boy, he's been your boy. You have a ground in this party. Just come out by weekend, support him, re-strategize, get stronghold of the party, make him go there. Then you people work out how you want to even break the hold, a bit of the hold from how these Hausas and Fulani people think they hold Nigeria. Deal with the constitution, amend it, work together with him. People will respect you. You will still have that empire in charge and control of you. Then a lot of things will still be, you are the kingmaker. And that respect, people will never forget it. But it doesn't look like that kind of person. And that's why I asked that question from Ajale Uko yesterday. About Afuju Agbawo, with this man, because after we mentioned it, I have thought about it. Okay, let's see this guy declares tomorrow. What's the best thing Tinubu should do? Then thinking about it, is it the kind of person that will really step down though? That's why I now asked the question from Ajanle Koko. Honestly, I think Osinbajo is the Messiah.
A lot of people see Oshibanjo as this young and thrusting, at least the choice of the young and thrusting, funky generation. But you know that Oshibanjo is actually only 5 years younger, at least by both their official ages, than Tinubu. He's a 65-year-old man. It's not some hip hop kid. It's not a break dancer, because you see him singing Badman looking
Bad man in
uh,
deal.
you think it's some
You
happy,
see, that's
some happy
where
guy.
when people are later, they can come down to everybody's level. And Oshibanjo has a lot of young kids. One of them actually came out, like, say something on Twitter, like over 5 months ago. And that's where I know, for him to come out and say that kind of thing, obviously his dad wants to be president. He said, "Oh, my dad can actually contest as the
Did
president."
you
I don't
say
know why.
he? I thought he only had daughters.
No, he has a son.
Does he?
He has a son. He has a son. So my dad can actually contest as the president. Why not? So I'm thinking, why would this guy come out and tweet this? And this was like 4 or 5 months ago. You see, so that's where you will see. So for me to in this space, I just think this guy is the right person at the right time in the right position that ticks all the boxes, that understand the people. He
Are
understands
you
the youth.
excited by the prospects of it? Does it excite
I'm
you?
very, very excited because it just changed the narrative. People think we are happy when we come here and we start talking about Tinubu or Atiku, but they say when the desirable is not available, the available becomes desirable. You have to talk about them. Now that we now have somebody with desire, I'm so excited.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me acknowledge some super chats before I take you on to the next talking point. But before I even acknowledge some super chats, the For anybody that is new to the platform, please, thank you first. Click on the like and subscribe button. But also, if you look at the comment section, you'll see a hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us on the screen, all you have to do is click on that hyperlink and then you get into a studio space and I'll let you on. It's an open microphone session. That is how we do it. Open microphone. And the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us, especially if you have your cameras switched on, because we're encouraging people to be a bit more visible, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and the super chats to say Osinbajo will make a fantastic president, honestly. So that is, I think people somewhat are excited by the prospect of it. Even I'm not the biggest Osinbajo fan, but it makes sense to me. Alexander still with the super chats, he the only one that knows the function of that thing. So his super chats to add on, it says, one man, you are right. You are a fantastic moderator. So you say, well done. So you are always welcome here if you make comments like that. It says, one man, you are right. You are a fantastic moderator. Amechi is the chosen one from an absolutely reliable source. He is favored by Buhari. Yes, I can't tell you. It's pretty much, Amechi is Buhari's preferred candidate. But is he able to either force him through or persuade him through? You know, you can't sell Amechi to Nigeria. Now, it's just too docile. The last thing we want now is a nincompoop sort of a president. It's just a sluggish looking fella. You know, it doesn't,
Osinbajo not an nincompoop as well?
It's a law professor at Radio Biafra, so I wouldn't say a law professor is
See, he allowed himself to go to market to be distributing, is it 10 naira and all this thing? What professor does that?
It's called politicking. That's what they call politics.
Politicking. So
yes.
All the killings going on, he keeps quiet. That is part of politicking.
No, he's actively working to resolve it.
He's doing what he can do in his power.
Anyway, can I just say something here? Mr. One Man, please. This is part 2. I'm back again to continue my conversation with Ajani Koko. But continue with your conversation. I must return back to that conversation.
We have answered to the question you were asked yesterday before.
Look at that. He's got to do homework. Look
yes,
at this guy.
Yes, don't worry. I've got my answer. That's why I came back. This is part 2.
We will listen to you in a bit.
Right. Back to you, D. But D, let me take you to this space just to round off all matters presidential. This is Rotimi Amechi now. He's now following the trail of Tinubu. You know, Tinubu went all around the royal houses in Nigeria. Yeah. So he's now following that template. May Allah make the best choice. Emir of KANO to Amechi. So it is really the wordings that especially intrigues me. You know, because there are so many things that he could have said. But that certainly is not an endorsement. That's not my reading of it. But what is your reading of it? I hope you heard me read out the piece. But what is your reading?
My take on that is I think the EMIR doesn't want it to look as if, I'm supporting Amechi. And I don't think the EMIR is in support of Amechi anyway. And the EMIR, even if Amechi gets a ticket, Amechi can't win election in that country. He doesn't have that strength yet. He can build on it, but not now. So I think the EMIR doesn't want to commit himself. Another angle to it is the EMIR too might be tired of what is going on in the country, but can't really say anything. And that's why you bring Mihala choose who is right, because most people are tired. It's just that space now, people know if you talk,
you know, because if he really, and he can say this to, sorry to interrupt you, D, but
it's all right.
he can say this to virtually everybody that comes to see him. But the thing to that say, may Allah grant you your wish. That would have been praying for him, isn't it?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
You know, but he couldn't even give him that. He said,
just like when he said, may the best team win. I mean, you understand? So that is just like that. So yeah, I don't think the EMIR wants Amechi. Then even when you see what is going on in that country, you don't want somebody Buhari is. If you know Buhari is in support of somebody, and it's just obvious that guy and Buhari are in it together because he's doing a lot of things in the north. What has he even put in place in Rivers State, being in the position he is? He's going to put schools, hospital or whatever in Daura and all those places. They gave him a title, you know. What has he done for his people with that position? So that tells you he's Buhari's, but Buhari is using him. They've been using him, you know. So, and obviously, Buhari knows if the party needs to win election, he can't put AMAECHI. But for you to be able to use him for your own good is a weapon. You have to play him along, carry him along as if you are with him. And when the decision is made, he has no choice. You just promise him again, he's your boy. Don't worry, we'll find another.
A lot of people are going to get punked, aren't they? AMAECHI is going to get punked.
People will be
Tinubu is going to get punked.
You know, is it the beginning of the year when we started talking about this? I say a lot will happen. But before election, a lot will happen. And it's just starting. Because even for now, after this, I just want to wait for the primaries to come before we can now really, you know, see where things are going. But as it is now, it's getting more interesting and I'm loving it. But hopefully, I hope when it comes to the political part of it, Osinbajo can triumph over Tinubu because the numbers of governors and what that governor, the northern governor that first spoke with the journalist that was interviewing him, you can see all of them are in support of Tinubu. And I look at it, all these governors, they are already doing their second term. So I don't think they will be able to contest. So they are looking for favors. So they will think, if we support Tinubu.
Are you talking about Kanduje?
Kanduje, yeah, thanks, rational mind. You see, they are thinking if Tinubu is the president, is the only president that can be president that can favor us, like give us ministerial appointment or all these things. So they will want to back Tinubu. That is where my fear is. But everybody, even them, within themselves, know is Osinbajo that is the right person that we need. Because, come on, it is only even a blind man.
It's loyalty or country. That's really what you're talking about, isn't it? Especially for people like today. So is it your loyalty to Tinubu or your loyalty to your country? This is the choice you have to make.
All of them is their loyalty to
When I said to you one man yesterday that these people, they're like that, you said maybe...
What do you mean? Sorry, these people are like what?
Well, yesterday, you know, where I was asking, is it true to power here? Does it think that our folks from the north, they are politicians? Are they patriotic? In the sense that they will choose what's convenient for them.
What in this? No, we know what you said yesterday, but what in this conversation rhymes with what you were saying with yesterday?
You just made a statement. That was why I brought that up.
I think it's one of the statement I made about those people. Are they going to support the right person?
I think one man
like support Osinbajo or for what they want. And even Tinubu himself is not for the country, it's for himself. Because if it's for the country, I don't see why you won't call somebody like Osinbajo. I say, okay, I see people want you, even I can see what's going on in the party. I will lose guard for you. I will support you. We carry this party and we make you the president. When that news comes out, APC will gather momentum in one voice, and that is it. You have your power, you have control of the party, you are rich already, and you are a kingmaker still, and you still have your hold on everything. But if it goes in that other route and they lose the ticket, forget what is Tinubu in Nigeria forever and ever.
All right, thank you, D. So not all ambitions in life get fulfilled. So thank you, D. So let's go from you to Chief Apelua. So Babaloye, look at that. Babaloye is not ready for us. Are you ready, or do you want me to go to?
Yes, right here.
Brilliant. No, that is not how I know. You have to Jelenkele. When they call you Baba, you have to still be practicing. You go and watch the Queen of England. She doesn't really move. You will just do like that, you know. Yes. Good to have you, Baba, Chief Apelua. So, of course, there's only one news. The Osinbajo announces. This doesn't catch you as surprise, of course, by surprise. But how are you digesting it? Osinbajo's declaration.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good midnight, and good morning, wherever you are. Well, the issue of Osinbajo does not really move me anyway. And the reason is that since last year, I have been noticing him that he may likely, because I don't see any reason why he's not going to go for the ticket. And it came to pass, was it yesterday or this morning, when he declared that, okay, he want to run for the presidency. So it is not something that is no new to me. And like everybody has been praising and this and that is the best person is going to do this. Well, I always go contrary to most of you anyway, because to me, I just want to be neutral at this point of it, at this point, because if you really put too much trust in Nigerian politicians, you will be so surprised when they will even disappoint you. The person that you don't even think that will disappoint you, you just see them disappoint you. So for everybody to be praising Osinbajo is the anointed one, I just hope that he can win the election anyway, and let's see what he's going to do.
Would he make the sort of president that you would hope to see in Nigeria? Does he have the makings of the sort of president that you would hope to see in Nigeria?
Well, he doesn't have that political flavor. It was just to me, I don't think he can really withstand it. It's just that we believe that he performed a little bit when Buhari was not around. That is not something that we are expecting. To me, I don't think he has a capacity to take the load of Nigeria. It's not that we might say it. He is very smart intellectually, but he didn't have that big chest to withstand the stress of Nigeria.
I know what you mean. The cojones, as they say, he doesn't have the cojones.
He doesn't have that chest to carry the problem of Nigeria. So,
but a lot of people say he has steel in him, but it's just a sly fox.
It will be so soft. It will be so soft more than Jonathan. Just wait. You see, those people who are praising him, he's the best person. He know laws. He do this. He do that. When that time comes, then you know that he could not even do anything. The fact is that we have to all agree before anybody will do anything in Nigeria. You see all these criminals that they have themselves in the House of Assembly and House of Representatives. We have to all agree that this constitution is not working, because we still have to go back there. If we don't address that, it doesn't really matter whoever be the president of Nigeria, we're still going to spin and go back to the same problem. So let's just forget about the issue of Osinbajo. That is
so essentially, whoever becomes president is still going to be working with blunted tools.
Exactly,
which is the constitution.
Yeah. I know some people are. Peter Obi is the best person now. It's in some quarters. Yes, Peter Obi is the best. This is the best. I just shake my head. I said, these people don't. We will not learn. We don't learn. There is nothing wrong in you supporting candidate, but like having too much hope. No. I think we have to desist from all this. Do not have too much hope on Nigerian politicians, because even the one that you think is the best is the one that even do the worst. That you, boy, I thought if I had known. We see what happened in the issue of Bubu that he has few months to go now. Many people, even including me, below this is the person that is going to flush at Nigeria.
That guy has inflicted a lot of psychological damage on Nigerians.
Yeah. Not even Nigerians alone, even you that you live in UK, because every single time that you hear any news about Nigeria, you will be so ashamed that you even have your root attached to Nigeria. So DOG, I will suggest just relax, man. Relax. Don't put too much hope on these people.
Don't get your heart broken.
So that is just it. There's nothing wrong. You can just go slowly with them. You can have preference. Bola Tinubu might be your own preference. AMAECHI may be your own preference. What's the name of this? Peter Obi might be your own preference. Even Ayodele Fayose could even be your own preference.
Do you know he has declared too? It's just where are we bracketed in? Because there's a certain basket that I put certain people. Tunde Bakare, Dele Momodu, and Fayose, they're like the jokers.
Those people are just wash out. You know, wash out. They are wash out jeans.
You know,
they are just wash out. Do you know these people? Do you know that Ayodele Fayose now has been going to Amala restaurant?
Oh, stomach infrastructure again.
To eat with people. So these are the way these people have been behaving. They have been deceiving us. And now, because somebody declare now, we start praising them. Oh, is this the best person? Like me. If Osinbajo win the ticket and he, of course, become the Nigerian president, congratulations. If it is Tinubu, congratulations. But like me, like I always say, you know the reason why I would prefer Tinubu? I always say it on this platform. Because I'm not expecting anything from him. He is a sickler. I know that for sure. He is a sickler. So I prefer somebody who show his own real color. Not somebody who is pretending for now. Because we have seen Buhari that we thought he's going to be, he's going to siphon, flush everywhere, make everything nice. Even in the platter of security. Do we even have security now?
Is that his biggest failure, the security space?
Then
it failed all over.
The same Osinbajo now want to continue the legacy, because I listened to his broadcast this morning. He want to continue on the legacy of Buhari, because they believe that, though it might be just like a political, just to get a political gain or to score card from the northern part of Nigeria. But nobody want to hear that. It is too traumatized. When you have about over 100 people now, still in the bush now, kidnapped, and you see the terrorists put gun at their head, and you still campaigning, that is part of your speech, that, you want to continue with
Chief Akwelua, you see, that is where you are just speaking to now, is the difficulty that Yemi Osinbajo has to negotiate. So he has been 7 years with Buhari, so he cannot campaign outside of those 7 years, and he cannot distance himself from those 7 years. And also, like you said, he has to play to the north and still continue to do say Baba to Buhari's name. But if he does that now, the Nigerian population have been so brutalized and traumatized by Buhari that if you say that you are
continuing,
yes, then you lose the people. So you lose the people, or you lose Buhari and his influence.
But Chief Akwelua,
yes, sir.
I don't think he's going to lose the people. It's just common sense that he's playing along with Buhari now. He can now go.
I said that. I mentioned that.
You understand? He can now go now on declaring. The first time he's declaring, and you can tell with that speech, he's now telling us that he will build, and he pinpoints those problems. And he has actually been the only one. Even there is a tweet that said one time, pray for Osinbajo not to visit you. That Osinbajo only visits the people that have been bombed, the people that have been kidnapped.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, DOG.
Yes, sir.
There is nothing wrong in you campaigning under the platform of APC, but you have to be very cautious. You have to be very careful of what you say. It doesn't really mean we are not saying that it should not campaign on APC, but there is a way of saying things, not what we are going through right now in Nigeria. You want to continue with, remember, I mentioned the issue of security. That is the way you understand the DOG. But average people in Nigeria, they will not understand that. The way you twist it now, that it is political game and to score some points.
But sir,
Because
do you know that speech? The only thing average Nigerian know now is Osinbajo is contesting. That speech said they don't understand it. They just know it's contesting. It is we that really listen to. That's the funny thing. You see, we that we are in diaspora, I've said it once, we see things differently from the people have just known that Osinbajo is declaring. And look at it. People knew Osinbajo was part of this government. And a lot of people have been wanting Osinbajo to declare that he's going for this thing, even before her now. So it's not just even only him, even some people want him. It might not be every Nigerian, but at least I think average Nigerians, the average population of Nigeria wants Osinbajo because they've seen that this man has something and it looks legit, you see. You know, so that's the way I say it. So most of them didn't see all this thing. Then we listen to him, that we're in the diaspora, you can see how he pampered it. Even Tinubu said, "Oh, he's going to follow the legacy of the president." Everybody in that party will say, because it's their party.
They have to say that, though. They have to say
so
that.
If you are in PDP, you now say, "Oh, what has they done? They've failed us."
No. You cannot say that. But there's a certain thing that, like that issue of security now. If I were to be Osinbajo, I will see that I understand that there is a lot of challenges in the case of our security. We are working on it, and we will do better. That is understandable. That you want to continue.
Yeah, but with what he said, that's the same thing. It literally meant. It means it's just the way he phrased it. If you look at the way he has phrased his words, that's what he's saying. Like, we know that it's issue of security. Like, we will continue. It's just to caress the president that is there now a bit. But he now started mentioning security and all power. He went into it. He will not say, "Oh, the power and the security that Buhari can give you, I will give it to you." He won't say that bluntly like that.
Should he have just left that space at all? Rather than speak to Buhari, just speak about himself.
That would be better.
No, but one man, there is no way. Sorry, sir. There is no way. There is no way. Even me or anybody in APC who want to declare for president and not make a statement because you are part of that government already. But he mentioned the government to caress the president. He now states what he wants to do for the country, which are the problems that the country is facing. But obviously, he won't now go and say, because if he goes there and just say the problem, that means, the president has not tried his best.
Did you hear Yaya Bello's statement too?
Remember
the way Yaya Bello, I want to believe Yaya Bello is so smart in that issue of security contest. He said he knew that there's a lot of challenges in the security, but he is going to try to see if you listen to him and you compare him with the speech of Osinbajo regarding to security, you will know that Yaya Bello is like little bit smarter in way of presenting issue of security to that of Osinbajo.
But you see that I think that's part of the problem we are facing.
But Yaya Bello, Yaya Bello is a little bit distanced from Buhari because he is an executive of a state, But Osinbajo is actually the second to Buhari, so it's easier for Yaya Bello to distance himself from Buhari if he wishes so, and still have that ambition. But it's almost impossible for Osinbajo to distance himself from Buhari.
Well, but the fact still remain. If I were to be him, I will not just say that, I'm going to continue. I will just brush on that and just done. Even run away very fast on that point. But I'm manning it that you want to continue. You want to do this.
Hey, but what is it not continue? Is his party? The party is really nice. Like the vice president, so he wants to continue from where they stop and do the things they cannot achieve.
All right, let them continue. But for me, I stay neutral for now. Any Nigerian politics, I stay neutral until when I see what they are doing. Even my local government chairman, even local government ward councillor, They can say anything they want. I don't trust any of them. I will wait and see what they are doing before, okay, well, I think this guy is trying. I'm not going to overrate anybody.
So, but you believe? Do you not believe? Sorry, do you not believe in Yaya Bello that says that one is just word of mouth? He won't do nada.
No,
it's a failure.
I'm not saying that. No. I'm just comparing the speech. I'm not saying that none of the Nigerian politicians I have interest for.
So, all right.
That is the fact.
All right, thank you, Baba. Great. Let me move you on a bit. This guy, Buhari'S, Jinadu, he's been repeating this phrase in the comment section on and on. But I never even knew that anybody was having this thought. I never even knew that this was a thing. He says, move the capital back to Lagos and see what is going to happen. So is that something that is being talked about? I've never heard anybody say that. Is that a desire?
The issue is that moving capital to Lagos is not making any sense, because Lagos already overpopulated, so it makes no sense. They rather go and put it.
So move the capital back to Calabar.
No, I want them to take it to my state, Ondo State.
Look at that. but you know, I've never heard that in any of the discussions that people were even talking about moving capitals, but that's a
no. Lagos, in fact,
Yoruba nation.
Oh, okay, that's a
move it back to Calabar. Calabar was the first capital.
We are not, even if we get Yoruba, I mean, I'm not going to use if, when, because you have to certain when, not if. When we get Yoruba nation, we are going to move the capital to
Ibadan.
No, it can't be Lagos now. It has to be Ibadan, yes.
Ibadan in the center of Yoruba land.
So I'm not going to use if. I have to use when, because there is difference between if. It is a conditional, but when. So let's just be certain.
All right. You see, that desire for Yoruba nation is still in the back burners with everybody. As much as we talk about Nigeria, people want Yoruba nation, people want Biafra. This is just what people want to. But, you know, it's almost like we're held hostage, you know, like we're held against our will somewhat.
That is right.
Mr. One Man, can I ask you something here? What is that Yoruba guy that wears that hair, yes, Arafat? He wears this.
That's the Murik man.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
so what do you think he would think about Yoruba nation? On, you know, he's part of his Muslims in the Yoruba land. What do you think
the Yorubas are predominantly Muslim by unless somebody's welcome to correct me, but I think there are more Muslims in Yoruba land. Well, I would say, I would suggest maybe about 52 to 55%, but I'm you know, I could be corrected, but you know, I think the Yorubas are predominantly Muslim. So
so there's going to be a problem with this Yoruba nation then.
So what's that? What did you say? Radio Biafra?
No, I say that there will be problem within Yorubas regarding this is it Iboho move for Yoruba nation?
How so?
Because you have people like Mumin, the Yoruba Muslim guy.
Yeah.
Him and his people will have serious problem with Yorubas that are maybe serious or thinking about Yoruba or Duduwa nation.
Why?
So you guys will have serious problems.
Why?
Because as you said, that majority of Yorubas are Muslims, and many of them are aligned to the what you call that guy in the north, Sultan of the vampire guy, Sultan of Sokoto.
He's not a vampire. I've already told you, just the tonality.
Okay, and
so they are not aligned to the Sultan of Sokoto. They are aligned to their faith.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think maybe
the Sultan
of
Sokoto is not the progenitor of Islam. He did not invent the religion.
But they follow it very religiously.
As
you know, Muslims.
All fervent, the fervent Christians.
Okay, Mr. One Man, can I go back?
So where are you taking me to?
No, it's just that when I keep hearing Aduduwa Nation and all this thing, I keep thinking, well, people like this Mumin guy,
Yes.
you know, he doesn't seem to want to hear anything of Aduduwa, certainly Biafra.
Why would you say that?
From the speeches from what I hear in the dailies regarding what he says and all this thing, so it doesn't look like he will welcome this separation.
I think you may be somewhat remiss in that thought, because he insists on a Yoruba president of Muslim extraction. This is what his own politics is, that Murik guy. He calls himself Sheikh something, but no, I think you may be mistaken in but let me get back to Babakure. Thank you, Radio Biafra. Let me get back to Babakure. So Babakure, let's go from politics, real politics, to Agbero politics. Pandemonium as MC Oluomo loyalist, NURTW engage in bloody clash. So of course, I mean, how many times have we read that as a headline within the Nigerian space? As soon as you hear the name MC Oluomo, your mind stands to conjure up bottles being broken, cutlasses being raised, and guns. This guy again. So he's been sacked by the NURTW. Sanwo-Olu has then, you know the narrative, but what are you making of that headline here?
Well, I think I think it was DOG mentioned that that guy will, of course, affect the chances of Bola Tinubu. There is no doubt about that, because they are very close. As a matter of fact, he is one of his boys. So definitely, this action is going to affect his presidential ambition. And like I said the other day, when I heard about this, I think the reason why governor of Lagos State did this was that just to my own perspective anyway, to avert problem like this. But the same problem still happen. I was watching the video when you called me, how they were chasing police.
They chasing police or police chasing them? Look
They
at that.
They were chasing police. I just saw the video on my phone. They were chasing police in Fagba.
So do you think he wants to avert the problem, or he wants to save his own ambition with Tinubu? So he's favoring Tinubu's boy, and I've said to favor him for getting the Lagos gubernatorial ticket. It won't really affect Tinubu presidential.
It will, because like this problem, because a lot of people also have been saying that, oh, when you get the presidency, this is the person that is going to be your
Minister for Transportation.
This is going to be your what's the name of this guy for Abacha? Rogers. It's going to be his Rogers. So this has been the information in the domain for a very long time. So what is going on in Lagos, it is not new. And like you said, when you hear about his name, or you know that something is going to be happen. Something is going to happen. You see that somebody is dead, or they chop somebody up or something. So it is really, it is very barbaric. And
I would have thought, I'm somewhat disappointed. And when I'm saying disappointed, I'm actually talking about Tinubu, because his politics does not seem to have evolved with time. So earlier on, we were hearing him distributing rice with his names on it, and then Ashwebi, and then he's moved forward a little bit. He's now giving people 500 naira recharge cards.
Yes,
and then
that has been happening for a very long time.
And then he's still positioning MC Oluomo. So there is nothing in how he came in 1999 that has changed his politics up till 2022.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
He's not at all evolved as a politician, which somewhat disappoints.
So it is just when you play politics like this is like do or die. So because you want to go there by all means. So if you want to, if you are bidding for the interest of citizens, why do you have to go through extreme? Why do you have to go extremely to achieve that aim? So when we're talking about the Western world, some people will be saying, "Oh, you always compare," but we. You living in UK, did you hear anybody block the road because of election? Everybody go to their work and the election we still hold. You won't hear anything. But now we have not even started. We have not even started now. Then you hear any broken bottle in Fagba and this in Victoria Land and this in Akure and this in Ado Ekiti. People shooting one another. We have not even started. We are still campaigning. Even we have not even started campaigning.
Do you expect the coming election to be violent, to be the most violent yet? Yeah.
What do you expect? Has he ever been peaceful in Nigeria except Abiola's election? In 1983, in my village, we can see how they used to call police at that time, kill and go. It is kill and go they used to call them. How you see them kidnap ballot paper, ballot box, and shooting sporadically. We see all that. Has it changed? Absolutely not. Except that of Abiola, where we line up at the back of one another. It has never been changed since then. So don't expect this one that even the country is volatile right now, and you are expecting peaceful election. I doubt, even with what we are seeing right now. Well,
just a little bit of maybe a jocular one, Baba. The parallels you were drawing between Nigeria and the UK. How far do you think Nigeria is from when we're able to do postal voting in Nigeria? How far from postal voting are we in Nigeria?
One man, I'm very sorry. Maybe when I get Oduduwa Nation.
Maybe after we are all long dead, I don't think can you imagine that? Postal voting in Nigeria.
Postal voting in Nigeria?
Yeah.
In fact, no.
I only had the thought when you were saying in the UK, do you block the roads? I even then it made me think that I've never even really been to polling voting. I just put it in the post.
Let me tell you, one man. We need, if even the whole country needs to be reoriented from the child in the womb, so that we will be so trustworthy. The ballot paper you are talking about, when they mail it to your house, some people can just go on computer and reprint it again. The same thing you're talking about. If that happens in Nigeria, they can photocopy it and print it and mail it back. In fact, we still have a long way to go. Honestly, long way to go. Those who are praising the politician because they declare they can go ahead, I'm out of that.
All right, but there's no escaping.
I know, but I stay away for now.
A question. Apolloa, why do you think there's distrust, suspicion amongst the various tribes in Nigeria?
Can you answer that question yourself first?
No. He said that there's suspicion and all this thing. I want to get his take on why he believes they are.
Do you agree? Do you agree with the comment?
Yes, I do. And this is gonna go with the discussion I have with Ajali Coco, but I want to hear.
We're not really looking to go back. Sorry, Babakure. Sorry, Babakure. We're not really looking to go back to whatever argument or discussion.
Mr. One Man. No. Hold on, because
call me One Man, man. Yeah,
okay, One Man. The reason I want to go back because it's very important into many discussions you have.
Important to whom?
It's important for me and also important to many viewers because there are people that look at that and agree with Mr. Ajani Coco and say, because of that coup, Igbos and Northerners are the problem. But I want to dispel that myth because I believe it's a myth. I want to prove to him that. Okay, don't worry. Just carry on. I want to go back to that because he got me. He got me investigating. All right.
Only if time facilitates for it, but thank you. Let Baba Kure speak to what you said, and then engineer interject so that I will follow that
Actually,
path.
the issue of mistrust, it is not bound to one region. So if you must understand, it is the whole Nigeria I'm talking about. It's not maybe Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. This is not issue of Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. Nigeria as a whole.
Where do you think it came from? It must have been something to give mistrust. In US, they don't mistrust each other. They
Let him answer your question.
Okay.
I understand. It comes from our politicians, the way the whole country is being funded. If that is what you want to hear. So now, over the times, there's a breaking down in the rule of law. So the politicians are doing what they feel they can do. Then everybody now start copying them to the extent that nobody really cares. In fact, the civic duty of each person, individual in Nigeria, is completely lost. So nobody really cares. The rise of compatriot, Nigeria color. Nobody, if even that national pledge is just, do they even sing it at school anymore? So nobody really cares. Everybody just behaving anyhow. So that is why I bring that issue of a ballot paper. If you send it to anywhere, they will photocopy it and multiply. Even they will reprint it. So that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Apaliwa, can I put an analogy to you? You are a father, yeah? You have a daughter, and she's in an abusive relationship.
Oh, no. Sorry. I must don't use Baba Kure as the example. You might say somebody, not you. So
No, did I say okay? No. I'm saying that you as a father, you have a daughter.
No, say somebody. No, it's just really. I don't want it to be personalized. I know I'm being pedantic. Yeah. So go off the back on that. So yeah, no.
Okay.
Because that was what offended DOG the last time. But
is it okay? Yeah. I take it back. So you're a father and your daughter is in a hostile relationship. Okay. And the person she's with, the guy beats her and all this thing. Now the daughter is part of all this. The daughter comes to you and say, "Daddy, we want to get married." My question to you is, would you bless that union?
Okay, like if my daughter, let's say my daughter is having an affair with me, want to marry
No,
somebody.
not an affair. She's in a relationship, but it's a hostile relationship. Now she has come to you.
Listen to me. I'm going to give you a very frantic answer.
Okay.
Anywhere in the world, when you are 18 years of age, you can decide on what you want to do. If my daughter is, if just hold on, man.
Okay, Karen, sorry.
If my daughter is in a relationship that I know that this relationship is hostile,
yes.
As a father, I can give her advice. I will let her know the danger that is in that.
Okay.
But it is still for her own. It is still in as much that is above 18 or 18. She still have decision to make.
Yes.
Right. So if she say, "Oh well, that is what I want," and remember, in our tradition, even if you are not even involved in any hostile relationship, when you bring your girlfriend or your sister bring a boyfriend to your dad will still, is this man you want to marry? Then if the lady said, "Yes, that's the person I want to marry," okay, well, I give you my blessing. That is all.
All right.
That's exactly what you want to hear.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So let's hear from you, and I want to keep it on track as much as we can. So let's hear from you, engineer.
Yeah, greetings to you, one man, and greetings to everyone.
Why are you looking like the Jedi? Are you from what's that, Star Wars or something? What's going on? Jedi warrior. Are you Obi-Wan Kenobi?
I had a hot shower, so I'm just relaxing now.
Where's the sword?
Look at this man. Yeah, carry on.
Well, Radio Biafra, something you need to understand regarding the distrust you said earlier on. The basic simple answer for you is Any day Yoruba and Igbo, they unite, that's when Nigeria will be good. That's just the final answer, because we can't be beating around the bush. That's just the truth.
Okay,
And,
engineer, how will
engineer,
sorry,
Radio Biafra. Will that day ever come, though? Is the thing.
I don't. Maybe our children generation, because till today, till tomorrow, Igbo don't trust Yoruba. Yoruba don't trust Igbo.
Why is that?
Because I think they have that kind of somebody is gonna gain and someone is giving me a product that is not good, or someone is trying to cheat me. They have that mindset. The both people have that mindset that, you know what, this person would like to give me a business, but I think he wants to make a gain. So that's what is happening between the Yorubas and the Igbos, and that's where the
engineer. Quick one.
Yes, sir.
No, sorry, Radio Biafra. I want to keep it on track as much as I can. So just respond back to what Baba Akure said, and then I want to go back to him and carry on with the conversation as we were.
Who, engineer?
You.
Me. I should respond to who? Engineer.
All right. No, let's leave it there. Let me just get back to Baba Akure. But before we get back to Baba Akure, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. It says, correct, Baba Akure, our mindset is warped. So I think he was saying that in reference to your assertion earlier on that Nigerians need reorientation even from the womb.
It doesn't really matter. It's not issue. We are not talking of issue of not against South or South.
Just the whole country, where the peculiar bunch.
Country. It doesn't really matter where you are from. That is it. So I'm not talking of Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. Baba Akure, we're still, because there's really no other topic apart from the presidential race. We can have satellite conversations about parochial stuff, but really the substance in Nigeria today is who gets to be the president just in less than a year's time. So this is the real importance. And in that space now, Rotimi Amechi, as you know, throws his heart into the ring. You see, this is comedy, Baba Salah. But he's gone to the Emir of Kano. But what really struck is how Emir of Kano responded to him. He says, may Allah make the best choice. Would you say that was an endorsement of Amechi, Baba Akure? Yeah.
No. That statement already showed that, okay, where he's neutral. It's not supporting. He is not saying that, okay, I support this or I support that. Just like when somebody went to Osinbajo, and Osinbajo also say what he has to say, and that person come on radio or on media say, oh, well, you already got endorsement from Osinbajo, and Osinbajo came out and no, I never said that. So the man is just trying to protect himself, even though if he has support for Amechi, he is not going to really declare it just like that, because you never can tell. What if you think Amechi is going to get a nomination and he doesn't, and the person that you didn't give blessing to got the ticket? How do you balance that? So that is why he's very, very careful about the word that he used. And the issue of Amechi is, like somebody said, is the person that ordained by Buhari. Likewise, me, I'm not going to say no, because we've seen a lot of things that happened within the last few years. He built a railway to
Maradi.
He built school in president hometown. He was ordained as one of the chief over there. So there is connectivity. There's a connection between them to prove that. But whatever, he is jogging in the stadium. That's why I was laughing. If you see the video, where he declared he was jogging. He was jogging around the field.
No, I've not yet seen that, but that is a signal, of course, to Tinubu's health, wouldn't you say?
So you have not seen it?
No, I have to go and look for it.
He was jogging. But you know the funniest part of it, one man? If you look at the crowd in that stadium, if you see the crowd in that stadium, you will think that
you would think Nigeria. You would think Nigeria was playing Ghana.
Is it not? If this one is even more, you will even think, is it not AMAECHI that they said they ate in Port Harcourt? The crowd that was in that stadium, where they were cheering him. And anyway, it might be bought a crowd, but I don't really think that is bought crowd.
It was too big to be bought.
Very, very. You just check it out yourself, and you will see what I'm talking about.
It's not too big to be bought. It's not too big to be bought.
Professor Ajalego, that's your own opinion.
Hold on, Baba Kure. The way politicians play their game, they know how to play it well. Yaya Bello, when he declared as well, the whole stadium in Abuja, you see a lot of people there. So he's from there. He was a speaker of the House. He was the governor. He's now a minister. He have his own people around the local government, all the local government. All they will just do is that, okay, each local government must bring like maybe 3,000 people. And the money is there. People will follow them down. They will put, and I have watched it.
Okay.
The money is there. They will give them money to mobilize people. And they will get it. People are ready. When they give people 500, if they give them 500, you think they will not go?
You see, you know why?
And they will do it across the money is there. All he's just trying to say, he just want to market himself. That
Professor Ajalego.
Yeah.
Professor Ajalego, I'm not going to doubt what you are saying, because I've seen people where I've seen one of the party leader told me that, with all this stress that I put myself into in Akure today, it's only 1,000 naira they gave.
you know why I somewhat disagree with you. Why I somewhat disagree with Ajande Koko is usually when you get crowds like that, it's usually with somebody that is sitting in the state. So it's usually the state governor, and what they usually do is they'll give the school a holiday. They will tell the civil servants either they get the day off or they get half the day, and they commandeer them onto the streets to say, go to the streets and wave flags. That's usually how they get.
No. It doesn't work like that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But in instances where they buy a crowd, it's not to the mass. Or let me bring it up. I think I've got the video of it. But yeah, that's how I say it.
So what I'm telling you, that one you are saying is a different. Maybe they do that one. That is the style during the military regime. During the politician time, these people have the money. You understand what I'm saying? They will just give each local government. Most of these people, some of them, or a lot of people you see in that stadium, they are not. Some PDP people are there that they will join them, PDP supporter, because they just want to get paid. There are some people like that on the street that are ready just to get paid for that day, and they will go back and they will provide free bus to take them there and bring them back to their base, to their local government.
They have people that mobilize for them. They just give those people money.
They give those people money. They go out there and they will tell them, look,
look how big the crowd is, though.
Forget about that, man. These are paid people.
That's big crowd. I must be honest.
Imagine the sort of look at that. It doesn't look like a rented crowd to me. Look at that.
Well, if you have never been in the game of politics, you will think like that.
Let me tell you something.
This is the way they do it. They will carry money out.
They do these things.
People will go out. Each local government from each ward,
grassroots, and
from each ward.
One at a time.
So those people will mobilize crowds. They will give them money. Mobilize crowd. They will even hire buses to bring those crowds to that place. Don't be surprised.
What I'm telling you, they will mobilize from each ward. They can say, okay, maybe in each one local government, maybe they have how many wards? Maybe they have like 10 wards or 15 wards. They can tax each ward, okay, mobilize 500 people from your ward. They are jobless people around Nigeria. What are you talking about?
That is
okay.
true.
I'm looking
at the jobless that they will say, okay, just come $500 and be 500 naira.
That is true. That is true, Professor. That is true, Professor Ajenlegoko. But
$500 or 250 naira. Let's go.
I have a question, please.
Crowd, to be honest with you, because if people are talking about, oh, AMAECHI is bad in Port Harcourt, and you can still manage, even if you give them 1,000 or 500, it doesn't really matter at this time. But for them to be able to command this crowd the way they be talking about AMAECHI in Port Harcourt, River State, no. He really tried.
I have a question.
It is money. It is money. Anybody, I can do it myself.
It's more like a party. It's more like one man.
I can do it. I will just hire those people that will do the job for me. People in each local government are no people, give them the money. There are people that are grassroots mobilizer. Those are the ones that will bring out these people for you. And you put down the boss for them, bosses that will convey them. That's it.
But
if you want them to come there by themselves, that is when you are going to get the problem. But once the bosses are provided,
all right, hold on, Baba Akure. Let's take engineer's question. Engineer, you had a question.
Yeah, my question goes to everyone. With the amount of crowd we saw now, can Showore pull this kind of crowd?
No, Showore actually pulled the crowd though when he declared in Abuja just a few hours ago.
Show us the crowd.
I'll have to dig it up, but I read the report. I don't.
Where? If you look at the population of those people in that stadium,
a full crowd. You
will see that 70% of those people are youth.
Thank you.
They are jobless people that are paid, and they are there. Do you know the percentage of unemployed in River State? They are about 40%. Unemployed youth in River State. What are you talking about? And they said they want to give them 250. You think they will not go? And all of them are not APC people. There are some PDP that are there too. Another, because just give me money, let me go. What am I sitting down for? Person will not get work, will not get anything. They say they won't give them 250 or 300. It is they no go.
300.
This is the time all the forum people form. They make money from it. So in those areas, there are people that would have gone to meet them, that they are association of social youth. They are this and this. Those people, these politicians give them 1 million, 5 million, mobilize your people. I will be at social school field. You will see crowd.
NURT members, all associations, different associations.
It's like, oh, they say somebody is coming, they will give them 1,000. You see people joining the queue to get the 1,000. They will stay there.
All right. Alexander says, Owolon Soro via Super Chat. He says, Owolon Soro, body talks. So that nothing changes in that. You know, for all of the electronic voting and all of the e-transmission and whatever, it's still the same politics that they've been playing this since the days of Tafawa Balewa, and it's just money and violence. That's just Nigerian politics. Nothing else.
There was a governor of Oyo State on a Thursday, it's 2 days to Saturday of election. He's not been spending money that much. That's how when he saw he's going to lose, he gave some people 200 million naira. They didn't spend 1 million naira out of it on anybody because they said it's too late.
Look at that.
It's SSG at that time. He gave him 200 million.
Okay.
I'm talking about Lamadeshina. But anyway, that was a story for another day. Yes,
all right, thank you. So, Baba Akule, round off your thoughts on that space, and then I'll go on to Ajanlekoko to take his thoughts on especially Osinbajo. I know he's not a fan.
Well, I'm going to put everything together, DOG and co, because it is you now. I'm pinpoint, right? Osinbajo's a partner. Anyway, to be honest, right? Anyway, I would suggest to everybody to just be neutral at this time, because I don't want you to be disappointed when the time comes again. Like we have done in Jonathan, we've done that done in Buhari. So I think we should just we can talk, but like picking preference. Let's just watching them, because Nigerian politicians, you cannot trust them. That is it. That is my thought for now. Anyway, nothing.
All right, thank you, Babakure. So we go on from you, Babakure, to Ajanle Koko. And Ajanle Koko, of course, there's only one story for the day. Osinbajo declares, so the declaration in itself, something that everybody has been anticipating. So nobody caught off guard. But I thought it was unnecessarily somewhat professorial in his announcement. Very, ivory tower sort of thing, when you just needed to say, I'm declaring and I shall flesh out the details. So I thought it was unnecessarily professorial and worthy in that declaration. So that's one. But then him standing behind that insignia of power for his position, I was offended by that, but that's just a minor little thing. But Tinubu says he's not especially bothered by it. But very quickly after Osinbajo declared, Tinubu then gathered all of the 17 governors within APC to get their reassurances again that they're still with him. So it gets interesting then within the APC. The field suddenly starts to get interesting. I met it just a few days ago, and now he's been consumed by Osinbajo, Ajanle Koko.
One man, the Professor Osinbajo speech is BB grammar.
Mm-hmm.
Nigerians love somebody that can speak BB grammar. So the phone style that the phone style that he deliver his speech, a lot of people will welcome that, because Nigerians love that. So being a professor that is very good at delivering that professorial speech like that, so he really showed that skill, and that is what he's good at, and he delivered that speech well. Then on the standing behind the what do you call that thing?
The insignia of power.
Yeah, insignia of power. Yeah, is I don't think he has done anything wrong, because he still occupied that office, and the law does not. It doesn't violate any law by doing that, and the law does not stop him from declaring for the position of president while still in office. So as long as the law permit him to declare his intention to run for the higher office while still occupying the vice president office. So he have every right to use everything within his capacity to promote himself, to market his ambition. So that is what he did. He tried to distinguish himself among others, that look, I am the vice president of this country right now. This is the office I occupy. I am more experienced than them. I have everything it takes. The moment I'm elected into office, I'm not going to be on the job training president. I'm going to set the ball rolling from day one. So standing behind that insignia is another way to market himself to the populace that yes, I'm the prime president. I'm ready to go. So he has not done anything wrong doing that. He has not violated the law, and is just trying to tell the country that, I appreciate what you have done to put me in this office, and I can do better if you promote me to the higher office. So he has not done anything wrong, standing behind that insignia. Then on the Tinubu's meeting with 16 governors, or how many governors that he met?
17.
It's just for him to counter him, Osinbajo, that yes,
are you expecting a rough fight between is it going to be rough fight?
Yeah, there's going to be rough. The rough will come from Tinubu's people. They will call him names. They will call him all sort of things. They will call him betrayer. They will throw a lot of punches at him. But you know, what they need to know, or what everybody needs to know, is that the job for the declaration for the president is.
We're losing you somewhat.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 minute. Let me check the.
Okay, whilst you are doing that, let me quickly do this. I want to acknowledge this comment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me just use the window to acknowledge this comment. This is from Ahiz Gati. I'm acknowledging this comment only for what it says. It says, "Good AM, one man. I am watching you from Poland, Warsaw, NYC program. I just returned from work now." So, always interesting to know where people are interacting with the sessions from. So good to have you, Ahiz. But if people in the comment section, if you're able to let us know where you are watching us from, we've gone as far as Japan and Australia. So those are the two most interesting spaces that we've been to so far that we've reached in terms of our interaction. But let us know if you can beat Australia or Japan. So thank you from Warsaw. What language do you even speak there? So yeah, back to you, Jan Lekoko.
He's from the same place with Akashi, isn't it?
Yes, Alexander Akashi. Yes, we have a man that's there with you. Alexander Akashi. You have another one, no?
Another Polish.
Yes.
So, Osinbajo, for him to finally declare his intention, is I see it at him. There have been speculation before this time. A lot of call from different quarters on him around the country that he should declare, he should jump into the race. So he has finally jumped into the race. I think he finally, after consulting with some people, particularly maybe some power that be in the country, and they have given him go ahead, and that's why he finally jumped into the race. So jumping into the race, I think, is I want to regard it as an intention for service to the nation. So he's already serving, and he want to serve at the higher office, and that is why he jumped into this race. And by the virtue of that office, all Nigerians are qualified as long as you are a Nigerian by birth. You meet the required age. I think it's 45 years old.
Osinbajo?
No. I'm talking about everybody. Everybody.
Oh, you mean the age bar? Okay, yes. He's 65, but the age bar, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe it's 45, 40. I cannot remember the exact age. You have school cert. You are a school cert holder. You don't have criminal record.
They suspended that for Buhari now. He doesn't have school start and he has a criminal record. Has he not been locked up?
And you are a member of political party. Those are the things that qualify you to jump to declare for the president of Nigeria. It's not an entitlement for one person. It's not an entitlement for one particular family. But, all Nigerians are qualified for that position. And Osinbajo is qualified. Some people are calling...
Your system is dipping heavily, Ajanle Koko.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah, some people can call him name. He betrayed somebody. He didn't sign no agreement with anybody that he won't jump into the race. So he finally jumped into the race to satisfy the yearning of a lot of people that have been calling on him to jump into the race. So we should say welcome to him. But the question we want to ask is that from the speech he delivered, that he want to continue on the legacy of Buhari. That is where the question, that is where we have to ask him question.
Did you not feel he had to say that? He could not say that?
Yes. You have to say that so that to convince the president that is loyal to him and loyal to one person does not mean that you are loyal to the country. And loyalty to the country should come first. And loyalty to the country is what I regard as patriotism to the country. But his statement that is going to continue on the legacy of Yoruba of Buhari tells me that he is not a loyal. Is not patriotic to that country. And anybody that is not patriotic to that country, we should not support them. We should not give them vote. We should not at any time, at this point in time that the country is in crisis, give them any support. They don't deserve the support. Because Buhari legacy that he said is going to continue, Buhari legacy is what we have seen with the economy, the way they manage the economy. The economy of Nigeria is badly managed. The human right, on the human right front, they are the worst. On the
Ajanle Koko, just to interrupt you, this headline, Nigerians actually see that saying that he will continue with Buhari's legacy as a threat. Nigerians feel as Osinbajo threatens to continue Buhari's legacies if elected. So they actually see that as a threat.
Yes. They say it's a threat to Nigeria.
To Nigerians, yes. Well, I mean, knowing what Buhari's legacy is,
yes,
is that so, more bandits, more insurgency, more corruption? So, the Naira gets worse.
Yeah,
we are the poverty capital of the universe. What is his legacy?
That is the legacy of Buhari. Insecurity in the country, poor management of the economy, poor management of our of our currency. The currency value is as depreciated. I mean, it has lost value to such a point that nobody ever imagined that we could find ourselves with $600. I mean, 600 Naira exchanging for $1. And I don't know in pounds, maybe 720 or almost 800 naira to a pound. So all this problem that this man have created, this administration that have him and Buhari as the head. So if he's telling us he's going to continue on this legacy, on Buhari's legacy, that is enough to tell us that, yes, he is not the man that can take us out of this problem, of this crisis. It is not a problem. Problem can be solved easily.
But why do
you
think people are so excited then by his declaration? Why do you think people are so excited?
I don't know. Some people, based on religious line, based on ethnic line.
Okay, sorry.
Some people based on religious line, based on ethnic line, might be excited. But people like us that are critically looking at the state of things in that country today, which to me is crisis galore nation. It's a country that is deep in crisis right now. There's no, if you want to talk of, we are in economic crisis, political crisis, insecurity crisis, we are in financial crisis, we are all crises that you want to talk about in this world. That is what Nigeria is that is what Nigeria is. I mean, we are ravaged with all this crisis now. So these people that want to continue on this legacy, I think we have to take them out. We have to, nobody should vote for them. People should look for different person or different aspirant that can do the job. So
Tinubu, can I interject?
Yes.
Okay. You see, we the diaspora, we can detect what is going on in Nigeria, and we can see far beyond people back home. You understand? We can tell the world that this is an error and this is a blunder. But people back home, they are used to that thing they call suffering. According to Fela said, suffering and smiling. So people back home, they are used to it, and it's like something that is imbued in them. That's why you see they will never ever feel that impact, because they are passing through it. So the sufferness has already is like a water for them to be drinking every single day.
It's called Stockholm syndrome, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah. That's the right words to use. So they are just used to it. So regardless of anything you're talking now, people be saying Osinbajo. You see, people will be definitely saying, all right, let's see what will happen and let's see what he will do. Because we know, everyone know that APC is a failure to that state called Nigeria. But if Osinbajo is coming up, there are people that will say, okay, you know what, because of his age and because of his his appearance,
I keep emphasizing it's not a young man, it's a 65-year-old man.
Exactly. He's not a young man, but he has that kind of charisma of youth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So things like that, people look at it and you say, you know what, let's give him the chance. Nigerians have that forgiving spirit in them. You understand? They will say, okay, let's give him a chance. But we abroad, the diaspora, we can detect and see the big blunder that is going on. Because back home, they don't have the time to start even doing research. And these people's, the money they borrowed, or so many things that they borrowed to savage that country. People can't see it. People who live there can't see it. It's only people abroad that can detect and can see what is going on. So those are the things that is happening, Ajali Kuku?
Engineer, you see, we on this platform that knows better, that live in we diasporans have a big responsibility on our head, and we have to educate our people. We have to tell them those that have created problem for them, put them in this economic hardship they are going through, insecurity that is ravaging the country, that they cannot solve those problems because they are the one that created all these problems. So, and Osinbajo is part of the team, this Buhari team, and he cannot exonerate himself. And he has confirmed it to us that he want to continue on the legacy of Buhari, which we know is a legacy of brutality, a legacy of disrespect to the rule of law, legacy of lies, legacy of propaganda, legacy of misinformation.
Well, Mr. One Man said it's politicking.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, are you telling me if you are in Osinbajo's shoes and you come out today, you go out and say, "Oh, this legacy of Buhari is a legacy of incompetence, is a legacy of this, is a legacy of that"?
No. I will talk the same way. The same way.
So,
but we
you are blaming the guy. All you're saying
we are outsider. We are not part
you
of
think
them.
he doesn't know? The guy knows, and don't let us forget, as a VP, there is a little he can do. That guy has tried. Where Buhari won't go to if there are incidents, this guy goes there. That's why he even used it in part of his speech that he has met people that has faced.
Why doesn't Osinbajo resign?
Why would he?
Why would he resign though?
Why would he resign? Because to show people
away from what we are saying,
that he is not part of the madness going on within the party that he has joined. It will show that this man is a man of honor. You cannot be part of...
What purpose would it serve if he resigns? What purpose would it serve?
What would it serve? It will show that he's a man of honor. You cannot be still standing behind the man that breaks human rights laws.
No, don't go there. To what end? To what end?
To what end?
Yes.
Again, as I said, it will show people that you are a man of honor.
Yeah, but to what end? To what end?
To what end? To say that if he wants to run, people show that he's, he's a man of, he's a man that kept to his words, and he's a man that is of honesty.
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay. You cannot be part of a party
I'm sure it does to you.
is putting IDP camps everywhere. People are dying like fowl. And you still stand by that party and to come at the end say, "Oh, I'm going to continue with this man's killings." That's basically what he's saying.
When were people not dying in Nigeria? When were people not dying? When?
It's been continued since 1914.
Well, there you are.
So
are you then asking Osinbajo to carry the burden since 1914? What are you talking about?
No,
are you asking him to carry the burden of
Okay, let me ask you something. When was the first IDP camp started in Nigeria?
Mama, you let this guy take you back to his story from yesterday. That's why he mentioned 1914.
Hold on, D. So sorry, where are you taking us to, Radio Biafra?
No, he's saying that this Osinbajo, that this man is a man of honor and all this. What is happening? He's politicking. I don't accept this. This man is part and parcel of all the madness going on from this party. You cannot be part of that. You claim you're a professor of law. This man.
Well, what has been a professor of law got to do with? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm trying to land my point, but you keep interjecting. But the point I'm trying to say is
yeah. Go on.
What I'm trying to say
is not following through in any logical sequence. That's why I'm interjecting.
What Radio Biafra is trying to say, with all the dignity and the respect Osinbajo have, with all his qualifications, right? with all the atrocity going in that country, why can't he vividly resign and to prove that, yes, he is a genuine and good man?
How does that serve his political career?
He serves it very well.
That will serve as a very learned man who knows what he's doing. And
do you not know that do you know that building that collapsed in Ikoyi? Do you know that he has the attribution, because there's a direct link, his cousin, who a lot of people say is his bag man, and that building that collapsed, it was about 3-4 floors illegally built outside of what the local authority permitted, and they hushed that up. This guy was Tinubu's. Hold on. This guy was Tinubu's attorney general for 8 years. We all know how corrupt Tinubu was. So are we not saying that this guy is a clean-cut man? How long can we continue to say that Osinbajo is a clean-cut man in a corrupt system? He was Tinubu's attorney general for 8 years. Tinubu probably just under Buhari, under Babangida and Abacha as the most corrupt Nigerian on earth. But he was his attorney general for Buhari now. He's the most brutal administration in Nigeria's history. He was his, and we keep exonerating this guy. How long? Because he speaks grammar and he speaks phonetics. How long are we going to continue to exonerate Osinbajo of all of these things? I'm not speaking your tunes. I'm speaking to what of. Just hold on, man, please. Yeah. So that's the point, man. We cannot keep exonerating him. Yeah.
So Osinbajo, we have seen it doesn't show that he's a trustworthy person. It doesn't show that he's a straightforward person. It doesn't show that he is the right man for the job, because we have seen what he did in 2019 when he took money to market, sharing money that, when he was promoting one program before the election. And after the election, we didn't hear nothing about that program. And they promised that they're going to take 100 million Nigeria out of poverty. What have they done?
They didn't say 100 million. I think they said 10 million.
No, is it 10 million? Okay, maybe 10 million. But you know how many Nigerians have gone down below poverty line?
Yes. And these
95 million Nigerians.
Yes.
So these.
Don't forget the 5,000 they promise as well.
So right now, this year alone, they budgeted 17 trillion naira for the budget. Look at, we're on the first quarter of the year. They have submitted for budget deficit. They submit, supplementary budget to the Senate now for 7 trillion naira for budget deficit in the first quarter of the year. And they are going to borrow that money from international financial body to fund the budget. So they have increased our debt portfolio since they came in more than 400% or 500%. The excess crude account in the central bank, they depleted it. It's been wiped out. So this is an administration that have failed Nigeria, and all of them in APC that are caressing themselves around for the position of president, we should see them all as failure because they govern the country as a team. It is not only Buhari that governed that country, it is APC that governed that, and all of them were involved. And they failed together. We have to hold them accountable until we know how to hold these criminals accountable for their misgovernance, that is when we will start solving our problem. But if you are looking at Osinbajo as a Yoruba man, you are looking at him as a Christian, you are looking at him as a phonetic man, a man that can speak big grammar. This person, he can speak big grammar than Buhari. He can speak very well. You don't look at what the havoc these people are taking us through in that country. They have security.
You see, I think it's unfair when we know a vice president doesn't have much of a charge. And sometimes you are in spaces where there is little you can do. Now that he's looking to take that seat and it looks competent and better than anybody you can think of, is even better than Showore to me. Because I don't see Showore. How do we even trust Showore? How do we even know what Showore will do when he gets there?
What makes him look competent?
I'm not buying this idea of trying to totally rubbish Osinbajo because we know it's just the vice president.
Why are people so quick to exonerate this guy?
What makes him look competent?
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. It befuddles me why people are so quick to, because I just said it now, but you're still doing it. And of course, free speech. But it's quite puzzling that people very quickly want to exonerate.
Because
it's been exonerated all the way through his code. It was Tinubu's bagman as governor of Lagos State now from 1999 to 2007. Was it not part of the looting? Is it not part of the looting that is going on now?
There is no only than thou in any of them.
Is it not Osinbajo that increased salary of judges?
Oh no, he's trying to increase it, trying to take it through a back door and not through the legal means to increase it. But it wanted, you remember one man that we treated it?
Yes.
Yeah, that issue here. It was recommending.
He was actually recommending that they hide the increment in the books.
Yeah. In the
books, you know, it was actually
it's a fraudulent man.
Why was that?
He's a fraudulent man.
Why was that?
Because he wanted to circumvent bureaucracy, and he wanted to increase, because he knows he's going to need the judges as it goes along, and he was saying there should be parity between the monies judges were being paid and parliamentarians. And he was saying that the process for increasing that is labored, but they can hide it in expenses and pad the books. You know, it was encouraging them to pad books.
Has just been in the midst of people where he's watching his steps, not to step on shit and trying to maneuver.
How can you be in the midst of criminal? Anybody in the midst of criminal for years is a criminal too.
As it stands, it looks and it feels, and I think, I don't know what anybody else think, is the only one that looks competent and ticks the boxes we want. Not AMAECHI, not Tinubu.
DOG, your boxes that you are ticking are very low level.
Thank you. That is my opinion. You have your own high level, and who the high level is
what you're saying is just very hypocritical.
Thank you. I might be an hypocrite, but let me be an hypocrite.
Hold on. Let's hear one at a time, but let's hear from Sodi. But
I'm speaking and he's speaking on me, and you want me to keep quiet and stop what I'm talking to say.
Can you hold on? Because if you both speak we've been.
But I'm the one talking. You should tell him to hold on, and you can talk.
Because can you hold on? When I say hold on, then please just do that. I think you've already landed your point, and he wanted to piggyback off your points to interrogate your point. So let him interrogate your point. Sorry, yeah.
DOG, do you live in Nigeria or you don't live in Nigeria?
He lives in the UK. Carry on.
Exactly. Now, so these things that you wanted for the people of Nigeria, this is the level of development. This is the level of leadership that you accept for them. But You don't want that in the UK, because if it was like that in the UK, you will not be in the UK.
No. I think it's a bit unfair what you're saying, because I think what D is saying. Please, you can speak better for yourself, D. But what I understood from what D was saying is that out of what is obtainable at the moment, if you look at the entirety of the field, Osinbajo still seems to be the is not the best of the best, but is certainly the best of the bunch.
One man, are you
So
saying
if
that because he's a Yoruba man?
okay, let's look at the field. What is it called? Atiku, Tinubu, and then we're talking about Rotimi Amechi, Yaya Bello. We're talking about
Okay, I
we are
understand.
talking about Wike.
I understand, but I understand.
Because the
But please,
president
let's
is
not.
coming from. It's not saying is the. I think, or am I mistaken in what you're saying,
No, I
Nadi?
understand now. I
Yeah.
understand now.
So
But
so
but
the
but let's
That's
not
why
pad
you should
it
allow
like
people to land
let's
their
not
point
pad it
before you
like he's a
start chipping in
saint.
and calling people
Let's not talk.
hypocrites.
Let's not talk about him like he's
It's
a saint,
but
because
for me,
you don't
I
have
think we
anything
come
on
here
Sowore.
to want
You don't
people to
have
choose
anything
the
on
right
Sowore.
person.
all right, one at a time. Yeah, go on. Yeah. Okay,
I think
land your point there, and then we'll go back to that. Adan
for
Lekoko
me,
is
I think
getting,
we come here all the time to want us to choose the right person to vote for. And we've been talking about all these guys, Tinubu, Atiku. Even we talk about them, people on the comment section call us fools, call us names, but we still tell them these are the people in the space. So why won't we talk about them? Now somebody else has come on that we all feel, and most Nigerians feel, is still make a bit of sense. Instead of us to now support him, we want to start slandering and say, oh, so who should now go? Who is there? If you mention Peter Obi, we are only calling Peter Obi because the Southeasterners are wanting a part of it too. But this guy looks like the only person. And yesterday, everybody was saying, yes, it ticks the box. Even one man was saying it ticks the box. Yeah. Now the story is changing.
I agree.
When we now have the person, now is how to say, oh, I want to contest. He has declared. Now we want to start to rubbish the person too. Where are we even going to? Where are we going to?
D, the fact that we have to be able to interrogate him, or if you're going to be the president of Nigeria, we will go through from when he was born up till now to interrogate him, because we have to do that. We can't just say, oh, so he has to be interrogated.
We've been interrogating this
Yoruba
guy,
people may
even on
interrogate
this
him like that.
platform. We've said several times, why is Osinbajo not saying anything to this? Why is he not saying anything to this? But it's the same person that will go to the people they killed. He will be the one that will go and attend hospital where people are being shot. He will be the one that is going, and that is the little. We should all put everything in play. We should put things in play. This guy is just the vice president, and we know the vice president doesn't have that much of a power, especially in Nigeria, of a power. So why put that so much blame? Oh, is this? What is he looking? What would he have done? He's just trying to manage where he was. And it looks alone. It feels to me, I think he was just alone for the whole 7 years. Why them Tinubu are embezzling the money? He's the one in midst of these malams. And he's watching his steps, moving slowly, strategizing, paving his way until he becomes president before we can judge him. When he now assumes the position, we can now start slandering him like that. But now this is the only person that looks like the main and correct guy in all these people. So we should leave him and go and support Showore that won't win election. Come on.
No, it's not necessarily Showore, but
So who else?
No, hold on. When with Osinbajo declaring himself now, a lot of people are going to it's going to be put under the microscope, and it's going to be interrogated. He has to be now. I'm sure even you must concede that we can't just say Hail Messiah. We have to
But we've been
interrogate him.
interrogating him for the past 7 years and
No,
asking him
we have not.
questions.
They've been giving him a pass that yes, he is the vice president. What can he do? He doesn't have powers, or that. But now that he says he wants to be president, people are really going to drill him hard. So it's going to be drilled hard. But let's hear from Radio Biafra, who's been trying to chime in. Did you want to come in, Radio Biafra?
Oh, yes. Where do I go? I'm going to digress. Going to go back to yesterday's.
Oh, no. I thought you wanted to speak to the current topic.
No, I said to you in the comments that when am I going next? Because I need to have this conversation with Charlie Coco. So I think I should come to the end and then I'll come in.
Yeah, when we're getting towards the end, because you know what you're like, Radio Biafra. There's no, there's no holding you back.
These are discussions that people are interested in, because there's a lot of things that are said and are not true.
Okay, so, why don't you just open it up now, since you're so keen? So open it up now. Let's just start.
Okay, yes, it's Ajali Coco was saying yesterday about this coup. He believes that Igbos are part of the problem that is emanating in Nigeria, and I totally disagree.
He never said that.
He said they are one of the problems. I believe he said it was Igbos and the Hausas that caused the coup, and from that, Nigeria has been on a decline. And
that wasn't exactly what he said, but bring your presentation. Just bring all of it, then we just know where you are. So let's have it.
Well, I totally disagree with that, because Nigeria's problem has been from 1914. But let's go to 1945 and 1953. That has been a genesis of Nigeria's problem. Now, yesterday, somebody said, it cannot be that because Nigeria was not a country. I disagree, because if you said to me Nigeria has been existing for hundreds of years, 300 years, you could say, okay, fine, that's 300 years ago. I understand that. But Nigeria has been independent, or allegedly been independent, since 1960. The first massacre took place in 1945. And again, somebody asked I think it was Ajani Coco that asked what took place in those massacres. It's going back in Jos. I believe there was rioting.
Nigeria was not an entity in 1945. I think we had this conversation already. Was Nigeria an entity? Was it an
I
entity?
think I've mentioned that if you said to me that this riot took place 300 years ago, I can understand and say, yes, it was a long time ago. So you can say, yes, it didn't matter because, Nigeria was not a country back then. But this did not happen that long ago. It was less than 100 years ago.
No. What point are you making? Nigeria was not a country in 1945.
Yes, I agree. But
so why are you attributing the massacres that happened in 1945 to an entity that came into being 15 years later?
Yes, because it's something that it's a genesis of a problem that happened, a massacre that took place. Babies, families were massacred. This was less than 50 years ago, or less than 60 years ago.
1945 is less than 50 years ago.
Okay, you cannot say that.
So how long ago was 1945?
Please, you're losing my train of thought. You can
No. You can't do that, the Radio Biafra. You can't do like a potpourri. You can't do like a curated narrative and pick facts that don't align to, and then present a picture that is not coherent. You can't be incoherent. You can't be incoherent now. You cannot allow it.
You cannot say that I am putting fake news. So you're telling me 1940 there was no riot, and 1953
I did not say that.
So where is
I am? Can you listen? I am saying that Nigeria did not exist as an entity in 1945.
Yes, and I'm saying to you that it doesn't matter if Nigeria existed or not. There's a genesis of a problem that took place not too long ago, which started in 1945. You cannot dismiss it and say, it's not because Nigeria did not exist as a country, that is irrelevant. If you said 300 years ago, yes, I agree with you.
Hold on, Solly, let him follow through.
So, it's not, there are people that are alive that can tell you these things, what took place in those periods.
People born in 1945. How long ago was 1945?
That should be 76, 77 years.
Yeah, around 77 years.
Right. Okay, so let's go to the second riot, which is very interesting.
Sorry. Where are you taking us to? Because you've introduced something that we are not discussing, and it's almost like you're trying to ambush us somewhat. And now we allow you free expression, but I don't actually understand what conversation you're inviting. What conversation are you inviting?
No, he is saying that the coup that took place in that caused the 1967 70 civil war was the basis of Igbos and your Northerners problem, which is why Nigeria is having the issues they are having today. I disagree, because what I'm basically trying to say to you that there were various things that is causing the problem that Nigeria is.
But let me explain to you what he said, so you do understand. Nigeria was not an entity in 1945. You know, so whatever the thing that you have for 1945, that is essentially attributable to the British, who were the interlopers of the Nigerian space at the time. They had possession of that space, and they were supervising that space. So whatever happened in 1945 is not attributable. Can you hold on? It's not attributable to a state that was formed in 1960, because that's 15 years later.
So you're trying to say to me that because Nigeria...
I'm not trying to say anything to you. I'm just giving you facts.
Okay, all right. The facts you're telling me is that because Nigeria existed in 1960, whatever happened before that is irrelevant as Nigeria as a country.
No. Nigeria did not exist as a country, did it?
I know you keep repeating this. What I'm saying to you is that...
So what are you saying?
I'm saying to you that because what you're basically saying to me is that because Nigeria did not exist, Nigeria existed in 1960 as a country, anything of violence or anything that happened before that period is irrelevant into the formation of Nigeria as a country. Is that what you're saying to me?
No, that's not what I said to you. What I said to you, and I'm only going to say it one more time, is Nigeria came into being in 1960. So if you are saying something happened in 1945 or any other time, you cannot attribute it to the Nigerian state, which came laterly.
I'm not talking as Nigeria as a state. What I'm saying to you is that there were violent clashes that happened before Nigeria came as a country in 1960.
There's always been violent clashes around that space. It's going to hijack the session as a...
Let me just come to him. Can I say something to you already?
No, don't, because I don't want to elongate it more than it should. So I just want to round him off quickly. So go to it quickly.
Let the rational mind explain to him. Maybe
it's going to turn into... Okay, go for it, but it's going to turn into a mess, but go for it.
Okay.
Sorry, rational mind, if you're eating, because we don't want to hear... Let's
eating? Do I sound like I'm eating to you?
Oh, all right, carry on. Yeah.
Goodness. Radio Biafra.
Yes.
You see, what you need to understand is, I think your argument sometimes, I like what man is trying to say, we don't seem to understand where you're going with this arguments. What Adeli Koko is trying to tell you is that the reason why we find ourselves in this situation, why we lost the regional system, has to do with whatever you people have between yourself. Let me say, but what I mean by you people, I'm saying whatever the Igbos and the Hausa Fulanis have within themselves. There was strike and counter strike. Agreed. There must have been something that transpired that happened in 1945, like you said. There was a time that the Igbos were holding that country by the jugular. They were having absolute control over that country, and they had it by the jugular. So, Nnamdi Azikiwe was there. He was head of government at some point. Aguiyi was there, even though we know he stayed there for a little bit of time. So all the time Nnamdi Azikiwe was there, why didn't he address it? We know we can say maybe it's too early. We can say he has a limited time there. Hold on.
This is one of the issues we are having with Nnamdi Azikiwe, because this man had he saw signs that this formation of this country, Nigeria, should never have taken place. Why he allowed our region to still be part of this Nigeria when he saw early signs? That's the issue we're having with Nnamdi Azikiwe. I'm not excusing this man. No, hold on.
Can you read your screen? It says deja vu. Anyone? because it's almost like over and over and over and over and over again. So we must wrap this up. So
Oh
where
my
exactly are you?
goodness me.
Yeah,
The reason,
and
no,
so
hold
say
on,
I
Mr.
as well.
Wimman.
Oh my goodness as well.
The
So
reason that you're
I'm not
saying
sure
this
what's
because
going
you
on,
know
man.
the point I'm trying to make. That's why you keep interrupting me.
No, sorry, I'm waiting for you to make that point so that I can just move on with the conversation. So I'm only really, it's just really free speech, you know. So that's why I'm just
Okay,
really
Mr.
trying to
Woman, can I
entertain.
ask you a question? Let me
Don't
ask
ask
you
me a
this.
question.
Just make your point.
Give us your presentation and just let us move
Okay,
on.
okay, all right. Let me just basically what I'm saying is that I totally disagree with what Ajali Coco said yesterday that Igbos and Northerners, because of that coup, Igbos and Northerners are the problem of why Nigeria is where it is. I totally disagree. Problem has been existed not that long before the formation of Nigeria. So you cannot pick one pocket of area and say, oh, because of this is why Nigeria is having this problem. People get massacred, Igbos get massacred. That not long ago before the formation of Nigeria. So how can you just ignore this and say that somebody was talking about suspicion? This is part of suspicion you're having in your country. People don't forget these things. They do know there was a massacre that took place in 1945 and 1953, which was very interesting. This was in KANO when they were trying to get independence. And Igbos, I believe, and Yorubas as well, were massacred by the Northerners in 1953 when they were trying to get independence.
No, sorry. Can you just allow Radio Biafra? I just want to quickly
there
wrap
was,
it up.
So there was a riot because they were asking for independence. The Northerners, from what I understand, were not ready and did not want that independence. But that did not stop them having to go and start killing families, children, babies. So now let's go back to that coup. He says that, because they killed the Sultan, that is good enough for them to kill children and all this thing because he was a paramount ruler.
Thank you, Radio Biafra. I was going to allow it, but you know, it's too torturous for me. But thank you.
Yes,
let me
hurting you.
The truth is, Hote, it's nothing to do with me. I'm not Yoruba. I'm not Igbo. I'm not Hausa. I'm not anything. You know, but it's just too tedious because you do it all the time. You know, and
you have Mike that will come on and he starts explaining everything.
Oh no, I won't let you do this now. I don't want to remove you, so please just cooperate with the session and let us have at least a civilized session this time around. Let's get back to Ajale Koko and please carry on with the narrative as it was.
Okay, as I was saying, Osinbajo cannot be exonerated. He contributed in any little way you want to look at it. If you don't want to look at it in a big way, in a little way, to the problem that we are going through in Nigeria today. Their party is not sincere to Nigerian people and is part of the leadership of that party. Everything that they represent in totality, as far as APC is concerned, is a fraud. And it's one of the top-notcher, one of the top of the top of the APC leadership. So they all fail together. You may look at him that, because he's a vice president, is this, he doesn't hold any important position, he cannot use, he can't do, it does not matter to us. What matters to us as people is that before they were elected, they campaigned very hard to Nigerians that they are bringing change to that country, they are bringing change to our life. But what have they given to us? Disaster. Osinbajo was one of those campaigning for change. So they brought disaster to us. Millions of our people have been killed. Millions of our people in IDP camp. Millions of our people does not have security. Millions of our people have been putting down poverty line. So this is what they gave to us. It's part of them. They failed together. And he said he wants to continue on Buhari's legacy, a failure, a fraudulent and failure legacy. No, we are not accepting that. The same thing but Tinubu said on the first day that he he declared his own intention. He said he's going to continue with the work of Mr. President. So we cannot. We are at a point in the life of that country, and we are people to be able to,
But if not Osinbajo, then who? And please let's not say Sowore, because we know it's not really realistic for 2023. But who? If not Osinbajo, then who?
I have said this several times that if we as a people really want change in that country, the two parties that we know that have governed that country since 1999 have not governed it well. None of them should be trusted by Nigerians. And we as educated people should be in a position to sensitize our people and let our people know that these are the people that subjected you to the state of poverty where you find yourself today. A state where you see, let me tell you this, one man, the banking industry in Nigeria, the banks, First Bank today, or maybe Friday, they release a statement that they're going to be cutting back on their hours. In some northern part of Nigeria, they're going to be working from 8 to 1. In eastern part, it's going to be maybe 10 to 3. So they're cutting back on their hours, on their operational hours, because they are running on fuel to power their location. And look at diesel that was $200, 200 naira as at the beginning of this year is now $800, 800 naira. Industries are closing down under this administration. Businesses are moving out of Nigeria. Nigeria lost over $6.8 billion in the last year due to, loss of direct foreign investment into that country. We lost $6.8 billion. You know what $6.8 billion will have been in Nigerian economy if it was invested?
Sorry, Karen, yeah.
And we are losing more. Industries are, no, for God's sake. Osinbajo, Tinubu, all of them, APC has failed that country. They have failed us as people. They have devalued us as people. They devalue everything. We are not valuable people anymore. Look at our people. Look at you. Do you think they are valuable people? APC administration are devalue our people, and they devalue when our people are not living peacefully there. They are not living. The state of their condition of living getting poorer. We are poorer too. I know how much I send home every time. I'm sending more money home to help people than I used to send before. Let's forget about these people. They cannot. They have failed us. Forget about Osinbajo.
Yeah,
forget about all the rest of them.
What is the solution though?
The position is
we know where we are. Yeah, but what is the solution?
We have some different parties outside these two big parties. Nigeria is a multicultural, multi-religious, multi-ethnic society. These two parties cannot represent the interests of all these factors I mentioned. They are too small to represent it and to manage it. They cannot. We need several political parties that can represent the people well, that will be accountable to the people. That is why you see the problem you see in APC, the problem you see in PDP, because you see some that a majority that claim to be majority in the country. They want to
Ajanle Koko, there are no viable options outside of these two parties, and that is the reality of it. There are parties that you can romanticize about. There are personalities that you can romanticize about. But in terms of viability, there's nothing that is viable outside, and that's the reality of the situation. That's the reality of the situation. There's no viable third path for the Nigerian state. It's just on liberals dead end something. It's certainly not true. There's certainly not Kwakwanso and his bunch. Certainly not SDP. Certainly not Mogalu. Certainly not all of them. Because they don't even have the real ambition. They're just out there just to have a moment in the sun. These are not really real politicians with real intentions. The real intentions are with the two parties, and those are where our options are. So we can romanticize, and because we're all on board in terms of everything you've said, we are all outraged and we're all angered and we are all demanding of the change. But there's no viability outside of these two parties in the Nigerian space. I think that's just the reality of it. By my reckoning.
One man will know our problem. These two parties does not represent us, isn't it?
Okay. So
when you know your problem, you'll be able to determine the solution to your problem. So these two parties are our problem. And we have to do away with them to solve our problem. If we are thinking the way you are presenting it, that we don't see, we make them what they are today. We make these two parties what they are today. We have supported them. We have given them every resources to manage that country well, but they fail us. So what do we have to do? We have to fail them by jumping into the boat of a different party. We have to make another party, different parties too, to represent us. If you don't try something new, and we want to continue on this.
In the 10 months that is left, in the 10 months that is left,
it's not too late.
In 10 months,
it's not. It's just a matter of vote. It's only the vote. We just need to vote. That is the only thing we need. We just need to sensitize our people, let them know these two parties cannot solve your problem.
Yeah, but we need but we need who to vote for though. It's not just voting against them, it's voting for somebody.
They'll be out. What we need to do is to jump into other parties and register with them. And that is the only thing we have to continue to tell our people. Go and register with a different party. Go and register with AAC. Let AAC sponsor one of you. Go and look for better people as a candidate in AAC, and let us retire these people. These are look at the game that PDP is playing. Now they have rotational presidency in their constitution. Now when it gets to the turn of the South now, they are playing some permutation that because they are desperate to win election, they think this is what the two parties will give you. Look at what is going on in APC as well. They are juggling. This is the way they're going to be doing it. And people who are going to be the loser is we the people. It's not the politician. Politicians will settle themselves. All this fight, you think they are fighting, all this shout, they're shouting, all the shout of the southern governors that they want, UK, that they want the president to come to, is just shout. They know how to settle themselves. But who is going to settle us? They are not going to settle us, but they will settle themselves. So we have to go on a different direction to kick these people out. What is it that we have lost everything? We've lost everything already. So what are we going to lose more by trying something new? Are we going to lose anything more? So Osinbajo, Tinubu, all of them, Atiku, all of them, they are just playing game for their own benefit, not for the benefit of the people. and they cannot help us out. That country is sinking, and it's sinking very fast. And to get it are not them. Osinbajo cannot do it. Tinubu cannot do it. And
okay, Ajale Koko, who do you think is going to be the who do you want, but who do you think is going to be the president of Nigeria in 2023? And don't say you don't care. Who do you think, not who do you want, but who do you think is going to be the president of Nigeria in 2023?
Among the two political parties?
Well, I'll just name a name. Name a name.
No, we cannot say a name. It's very premature to mention someone's name.
No. Just it's a hypothetical situation. So I mean, you know politics probably more than most. So just from your readings, who do you think is going to be the president?
Well, if we until when we will have
you can give us.
We don't know until when we see the candidate of the parties. That is when we can determine.
Yes, we are not asking. It's not something that we're going to hold you to. But give us 3 to 4 names that out of these 3 to 4 names is likely to be the president of Nigeria.
3 to 4 names. Right now.
Yeah.
Under the two parties.
No, you don't have to restrict yourself. Just 3 to 4 names. That stands not that you want to be, but stands a realistic chance of being the president of Nigeria.
Well, I think we see Atiku as one of the strongest politicians. We see Tinubu as one of them. Osinbajo himself stand a better chance because as the current vice president, we don't know who is behind him that push him out to go out. So we see who again? We don't know what is going on with AMAECHI.
You see, but the point that I think you've made the point that I am making, that realistically the next president is going to be from the traditional names.
Well, you can't use that. No, you can't use that.
You've just said it now.
No. What you are trying to make, look, if you want to, you have seen. I mean, you are. What you want me to say? You want me to base it on the two parties?
I know. I made sure to say no. I didn't say.
I am recommending to Nigerians listening to us all over the world that
that's wishful thinking. Now you are doing wishful thinking.
Okay, then we are doomed as people.
Yeah, no, we are not doomed as a people.
No,
if we stick to the reality,
that is what is going to happen. You cannot continue to do the same thing that does not yield any good result for you, and you want to continue doing it. That is stupidity. Stupidity of the highest order.
All right. So
you cannot continue. There is nothing that is hard for human beings to do. There's nothing hard.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. Nobody is disagreeing with you. Certainly, I am not disagreeing with you. But what I'm saying to you, which I suspect that you would have to concede, is that in reality, the next Nigerian president is going to be from the names that you listed or similar type names. So it's not going to be Mogalu, it's not going to be Showore, it's not going to be Tunde Grakare, it's not going to be Dele Momodu, it's not going to be any of these characters. So the reality.
One man, can I interject, please?
Yeah, go on.
You see that question you asked, it's a beautiful question, but again, there's one thing you are still failing to understand. How about if there's no, because there's that possibility that there might not even be election in 2023.
All right, that's a new one.
No, it's possible. Everything now is on the table, one man. It's on the table because the people are fed up. They are tired.
How realistic is that there will not be an election?
Okay, tell me something, one man. I will answer your question. Tell me something. Are you talking about Osinbajo now? Osinbajo is that he's talking about integrity. You see, the problem I have with Osinbajo is this. The problem with Osinbajo is that one cannot figure out where his lies ends and where his truths begin. You know, it's going to, if Osinbajo eventually become president, if peradventure, it's going to be business as usual. I don't expect anything new from him. You know, Nigeria is a country of many nations, country of different language, culture, and tribe. You know, so we are strongly ready to go back to our ancestral land.
You were questioning that there was not going to be an election in 2023, and I'm asking you why.
I said probably, one man. I said probably that should also be on the table. If you are saying all these things,
why would they be on the table?
Yeah, because the way the atmosphere is tensed up, nobody's happy. I don't know if you have people back home in Nigeria. I do have people back home. They are not happy.
Yes.
They are not happy at all. It's tensed up, man.
There is nothing. There's nothing to suggest that the elections will not take place. So
that's why I use the word when I said woman. I said probably.
There's no probability. That is not.
There is. Oh, big time.
Come on.
Can I say something to add up to that? The probability.
Oh, okay. Go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, there are some kind of silly bills before the National Assembly now that is going to wrestle a lot from the indigenous people.
There we go.
We never know how that can trigger something. For example, now, how can someone now displace someone from his land in Ibadan? And all of a sudden, staying there for 5 years, the law will make you to become an EDG. Then there's an ongoing rumor. Ibadan people will tell me, for example, that not Ibadan alone, that in Yoruba land are some kind of all these Fulani now they've started installing their EMIRs. So all these little things that we are ignoring now, it can ignite and can cause trouble that people will be forced that, okay, before 2023 election, we need to renegotiate our basis of existence. So it's on the table. I agree with the last speaker. So that's what I want to shape in.
Do you know the election is in 10 months' time?
Yeah, I know.
Right. Okay.
So
it took 2 days for Ondo State, especially in the Southwest in Ondo State, to scatter the whole of Nigeria when they rigged Omoboriowo in instead of allowing Ajasin to do that thing. That was where the crisis started. The crisis that led to the overthrow of Shagari government started from Ekiti, specifically Ekiti Southwest, between Ilawe Ekiti and the dead Ekiti Southwest. It generated all further to Akure. Some politicians died about that. That little thing that people overlooked that time led to the abortion of that democracy at that time.
All right.
So anything can happen between now and that 10 months is a long time.
All right. I see no indication that the elections will not take place. There's nothing to suggest to me, but like never say never, as they say. So that just comes under never say never, but not really vested in anything that you can put your hand on. But back to you, John Lekoko.
So my recommendation to everybody is that let's not do away with these two parties, rather. Let us go for different parties. Two parties cannot accommodate the complexity of our problem, our peculiarity. It cannot. It's a fraud. It cannot. What you're going to be seeing is the problem that you are seeing on this presidency all the time. And we're going to create more problems. It's going to create more disunity than the unity we are looking for. So when we go into different party that our people can fully participate, our people will sponsor by themselves, our people will have to, contribute their own money to sponsor their own candidate. Candidate is not necessarily have to be a rich person. It must be the person that you people know. People that be accountable to you. People that will give the steward. They be responsible to you, and not people that you will vote. They will give you money and you voted them. You vote them into power, and they become king and they will molest you. They will have security. They will not even live in your area anymore. They will go and live in Banana Island or live in
nothing wrong with do you not aspire to live in Banana Island,
If you are a politician and you are voted for, why won't you see your people every time to see what is going on in the area that you are representing? But the moment you are voted in, you abandon them and nobody can see you anymore. That is not the way democracy works. Smaller parties are the party that can give you what you want, that can represent you well. We need coalition around the country. We don't need big parties. Big party is a fraud. We have practiced it.
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Is that practice anywhere in the world? What you are suggesting, is it a novelty? Is this an innovation? Because every country I know, they have mega parties. Every single country.
What I'm telling you, one man, our own peculiarity is different from theirs. Those countries you are talking about, probably maybe one religion or two religion, or maybe two ethnic groups. Maybe they don't even have ethnic group. Maybe they just have only one. But look at our own. We have over 4,000 ethnic groups. And you think two parties can represent the interest of 4,000 ethnic groups? It's not possible. It is never going to work. The way it used to be in the First Republic, that is the way it can work. When you see party that is led by Yoruba Yoruba party, representing the interest of Yoruba, the one for representing the interest of Igbo, Igbo can hold them responsible. Igbo can talk Igbo among themselves. When they are in the meeting, their political party, they will speak in Igbo language.
All within one country.
And
so
Igbo, yes.
you
and
want
when it comes to national election,
hold on.
Yes.
You want ethnic politics in one country.
Are we not ethnic people?
Right.
Are we not ethnic people? Are we not ethnic-based country? America is not ethnic-based country. Britain is not. All those democracies you are talking about, they are not ethnic-based. We are ethnic people. When it comes to presidency, then we will all sit down and negotiate. Okay, you want to go to president? Nobody will meet the requirement to govern without having cooperation with other region. That is when we will sit down and say, okay, at the parliament, if you want to work, this is what we want in our area. If you want us to work together, this is what you will give to us. This is what we give to us. And then they come and form alliance and they govern like a coalition party. Anyone that is deviating, if the person leading is deviating from the agreement, then they will pull back. Look at what happened in what's the name of that country? Is it Pakistan? They just pulled down their prime minister. The coalition agreement, coalition party with his party, they broke apart. And now they have elected another party. So that is the way it's supposed to be in a country where things are going to work. But where you see a person, a presidential system that is a fraud, that is not practiced in the same way that American practice it, everything is fraud. You see one office, the office of the president is the most powerful office in the whole of the is the office that owns everything in that country. He owns the electricity, he owns security, he owns the water, he owns the he owns the seaport, he owns the airport, he owns everything. How can the country govern like that? It's a fraud. So you got to break it. For us to have a solution to our problem is to do away with this fraudulent political party. The two political parties is a fraudulent political party. It can't get you to nowhere. Nigerians, it can't get you to nowhere. It's a fraud. You vote for them, you are voting for fraud, and fraud will give you what? They will put you down and continue to put you under poverty line. So my recommendation is that let's vote for a different party. My own party is Showore's party. You might not like it, but Showore's party is my party, and that's the person I believe that can do the job with the young guys around him. Those are the future. Those are the future leaders. The people I see around Showore are the future. We have to give it to the young people. We have to look for the best brain, people that understand what the way the world works now. Not all these old crappy people that doesn't know how the work. They don't know it. They can't do the job. So that's my own right there.
All right. There's a phrase that Black League used to say here. You say it's not the age of the guy, but the age of his ideas. So it's really the age of the ideas, isn't it? So they can be old people. I think I think the North Korean president was slamming the American president as a docile old man. But I suspect that he's probably 50 years older than most of his team, who are young and thrusting. So, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Let's go from Ajan Lekoko to rational mind and take rational mind from politics a little bit to thuggery. So, rational mind, when we say thuggery in Nigeria, there's only one name that conjures up, MC Oluomo, of course. He was sacked by the National Union of Road Transport Workers, only to be gifted the motor parks and garages in Nigeria by, not in Nigeria, but in Lagos State by Babajide Sanwo-Olu. So he now moves to seize charge of the motor parks and garages from the national body, and thus a clash ensues. So, but that's just the story. As soon as you hear MC Oluomo, you conjure up broken bottles and knives being wielded and people being macheted or yes, exactly. So pandemonium as MC Oluomo's loyalist, NURTW engage in bloody clash. So what are you then making of that headline, and is it preventable? Rational mind.
Yeah, yeah. I think I saw the news this morning about the fights in the Fagba area, something like that, in Ogba Agege area there. So anyway,
it spread all over to Penn Cinema everywhere.
Penn Cinema, yeah. So well, you see, when we have people who are clueless in government, you know, without someone who is, I mean, he's an educated person, who should know better. Maybe it's not of his doing, because they put him there himself. The Jagaban of Lagos, he has always used these thugs, and if he's to do otherwise, they might make his administration. Excuse me for that. they might make his administration ungovernable for him. So that's why he had to accept whatever decision the Jagaban must have reached on, that this guy should be allowed to continue as the NRTW faction or leader in Lagos. Because I know it's not, I kind of like look at it that the way I look at Sanwo-Olu is this kind of a guy who wants to do what is right. But he finds himself in the midst of people who are not, the people who have that credibility. That was what happened to Ambode. Ambode thought he could do as he wants, but you can't do that. Like that was what your boss said. He said the people of the party, they've spoken, so you cannot go against the party, the people of the party. So when you have people who surround you who are kind of people who want things to be done anyhow, you get such results. So I want to believe that someone who meant well, because from where I read that guy body language, I see in him, he has this kind of person who wants to do what is right, but it's just that he finds himself, if he wants that a re-election, if he wants to be used as the second, to go for second term and not be given the Ambode treatment, he has to at least bow down to some power that be. So MC Oluomo, for me, I see it as it's just how Tinubu has made Lagos.
Is this Lagos essentially pulling out of the national union?
No, I said
because if the union sacked MC Oluomo, but then Lagos State makes him chairman of a body that takes charge of the garages and motor parks. So if the transport union, that is their base of operation, because this clash that happened that led to all this bloodshedding, it was essentially this new structure that Lagos State has instituted, going to the parks to go and seize charge of it, but then the NURTW, they already have charge of it, and thus a clash ensued. So is this Lagos State essentially pulling out of that body and then forcefully taking, What's going on?
They've always doing. I mean, I said this on your platform here, one man. They've always been like that. Lagos State NRWT has always been a separate entity of themselves to the national. Just for the reason because they want to be able to use these guys for political thuggery and for them to be able to make money on the side, sort of. I don't know, whatever money they make to finance their shenanigans, their political wahala they create in that state. And so by kind of like separating themselves from the national, from what I'm seeing, which has been that way for many years, especially since Tinubu has been there, or should I say Tinubu after Tinubu and up to this moment, even though they give that appearance of being part of the national body, they've always been on their own. NRTW of Lagos has always been their own. So that is why they had to defy Barua and had to still reinstall this guy and give him that access to the parks. And you can imagine the kind of problem that will cause. So you see, when you have leaders that are visionless, they have no, that don't have that clueless. I mean, what do you think when you somebody was removed by the national, and you people, because of you have the state power, because you govern Lagos, you have the.
Is that legal even? What laws? What under what laws actually is the NURTW subsisting?
That is
because
it.
if it's a parliamentarian sort of a space, if it's a federally backed structure, then you wouldn't want to imagine that Lagos State can go out of it to. But if it's a voluntary trade union organization, then you might say they have the weight.
Well, that I don't know much about the policies of that. But I know they are registered with corporate affairs. But then, how accepting they are to the national body, as in, if the federal government recognizes them and giving them that status of being the regulating body for all other states, and NRWT, NUW, whatever they call them. Maybe federal government, or maybe there's a law in the constitution, or maybe there's a law by the Nigerian House of Assembly that establishes them. Then we can say maybe there could be a legal recourse to that. But for the fact that since I don't know any much about that, I won't be able to speak more to that. But the thing is, it has to tell you that when you live in a country that is that lacks direction, that lacks leaders that are futuristic, that think, that sees beyond the present. That's how. When you lack that kind of leadership, that's why we get what we get in our country. Nigeria is not a country. Because I don't even understand how people could be behaving the way they are behaving in that country, especially with what is going on in Lagos. This guy is an illiterate. It's just. I don't even know if you guys have ever listened to this guy. He can't even speak English. How can he even correct? How can he even be a chairman of a body? And most of the people that works there, they're all just illiterates like himself. But then we're not even saying that. But why don't you people as a government see a way of bringing in these guys and regulate them, make them collect these taxes for you, but that they won't cheat you guys? But I don't just know how to. You see, one man. Sometimes when we just look at that country, sometimes we just don't know.
It just puzzles me because I thought, MC Oloma would have been paid off by now because politics really should have been moving. In fact, I thought that politics had moved from those sort of MC Oloma's type of politicking. And they are only gifting him that space to continue to hold him for his political potency. Because they can then just signal him to quickly rally the parks for election purposes. And usually when you're looking for thuggery in Lagos especially, you go to the motor parks, don't you? That's where all the thugs are. So essentially they're making him chairman of the thugs in Lagos is what they're doing. But I thought those days were spent when thuggery was the currency of politics.
See, if you understand the politics of the Southwest, especially that of Lagos. This guy, recently I was thinking about Awolowo, the way Awolowo did, how he was able to build that empire for himself, and how this guy built his own empire. You can see the difference. But then on the second look, I look at this guy Ojiyobo, I look at it that if he had not done it that way, probably would not have even known him today. Because by him hijacking Lagos, he needs that funds from Lagos to be able to continue his relevancy in the political space and be able to finance other people to becoming governors of other states within Southwest, and able to promote himself and promote other people. Which I see, sometimes I was just looking at it that maybe it's a necessary evil, but then at the same time, I look at it that, but at the detriment of other people's welfare, the welfare of the people. Because the money that you're supposed to take care of is to...
But nothing great ever happens without casualties.
Well, there is, but yeah, you're right. But then, to me, it's just being selfish. That's how I see it. We might say it's not. Some people might say not selfishness. It's just that, you see, one man. Sometimes when I just look at that country, that's especially Lagos State, and how Tinubu has turned Southwest, and especially Lagos State, to some kind of
personal fiefdom.
Yeah. So, but then you just look at it that people don't no longer talk about education anymore. People don't longer talk about. It's now about just money, and
no. People do talk about education though, because there's an education.
Who are people talking about education?
Well, the state government, they continue to build model schools in on top of our already pre-existing state schools. You know, Lagos State has always invested. Well, never mind. I have people who live there.
Okay, but I will tell you,
last time you were, yeah.
I was in Lagos. What did they have? Go to Yaba there. Go to Yaba.
Yes.
See the kind of Yaba there, near Yaba Tech there. There are so many schools around that area. Go and see those schools. Go and see the number of kids in a single classroom. I mean, sometimes we just sit down here, we talk.
But you just said there are so many schools there. So maybe the schools are not sufficient enough. Maybe that's a densely populated area.
It is. Yaba area, Surulere, these are Mushin area, they're very densely populated. But what I'm trying to say is, when we have leaders that have visions, you control Lagos, and by your controlling Lagos, you also control the Southwest state. Why don't you also build some kind of political empire that where people will always remember you, like that of Awolowo? But no, yours is that you want to just build thugs. You want to build a political empire whereby people will always come back to you as Babasale, and people will come and be telling you, and now you want to run for president. And it's, do
you think that's just the sole purpose of the? I think that's a bit of an unfair statement to make. I'm not a Tinubu man, but that his sole thing is just to become Baba Saleh and to be.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said when he went to see Babangida? When he went to see Buhari in his Aso Rock?
What did he say?
He said, all my life ambition is to be a president.
Yes.
He said he's a kingmaker. What is the difference between being Baba Saleh and being a kingmaker?
No. I'm not saying. Look, what I'm saying is that might not necessarily be a bad thing. The coloration you are giving it is somewhat like a negative.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing if it's not at the detriment of other people's welfare. Do you know how many people has died? We talk of Funshaw Williams. This guy died. We know how many people have died who are opposition to him. Who will mean silence there? We'll never even hear of them anymore. You know how many people how many kids they've used for their so-called ritualists or whatever.
Well, I don't know about that. Or that's I don't know. Yeah,
but what I'm saying is that this man.
Because that's you have been watching too many Nollywood movies, have you? This guy.
No, I don't watch Nollywood movies for information. I watch Netflix here, so I don't watch Nollywood Netflix. So what I'm trying to say is, one man is that when talking about that guy, I just don't want us to dwell more on it. I don't see his relevance. Besides the relevance that they want to use him for their political thing to bring up their thuggery during politics. If you remember, when 2015, I was in Lagos during your election in Oshodi area. There's a place there. Is it forgotten that area? It's highly populated by Igbos. Now there was this lady that won. It was maybe in Ajegunle or that area. He won House of Rep seat.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. Igbos voted massively for this lady. You know that this guy, what's his name? MC Luoma and his talks. They went there to force them to vote for APC. And that lady was PDP. I don't know if any of you heard about that story. Is Ego here? Maybe Ego is not here.
No, we saw everything. Any stronghold of PDP. They will go and smash their ballot box, disperse people there from voting. And, those are the tricks. That's what they do now. They won't let them vote. And they will threaten them. I mean, did you see about Lagos said it openly? I'm a whole king of Lagos.
So they know what they use them for. And they have to keep them for the days that they were going to need them for. And maybe by keeping them busy, they are collecting tickets in the parks or whatever. So, you see, one man, for me, I think that country has a long way to go. Whoever is going to save that country, I don't think that person is born yet. And if it was already in existence, I think that person still has a long way to go to come to the scene for us to know that he's here with us. Because that
so
country,
you don't think it's Showore to the rescue?
Well, Showore with this Messiah-like complex, sometimes I don't know. I just feel he might try. He might try something, but I don't see him really impacting anything much. Maybe we'll just do little and just go after 8 years or 4 years, as if he's able to survive that 4 years. Because if I know, there's one question I wanted to ask him. All this while he's been talking here and there. You are the only one running for your party as president. Assume you even win that presidency, and you have APC, PDP, who are House of Rep member, they dominate the whole house. How do you think you'll be able to handle them if they don't want to sign up your bills? And maybe you are being confrontational, because I wanted about that guy is that I know he's going to he's going to confront them. Maybe
how do you think that he's going to win presidency when he won't win the Senate?
It's possible. Possible. It's
so
possible.
if we have a large number of people at the Senate too and the House of Reps.
No, don't say that.
Where are they? It's a one-man band now. I'm not aware of anybody running under his party.
Who are the people running under AAC? So let's just assume that he even win it. So how is he going to handle this people from the House? Except maybe all of them they start. I mean, which I don't see him, because he's not the kind of person who likes to, because he's always accusing them. So when you always accuse people of the parliament, I mean, I won't be surprised if they even impeach him. I won't be surprised if they impeach him. So the thing is, I look at it as is a very, very bleak.
Do you think they just impeach person like that without? Do you think they can just come up with any reason to impeach?
One man, look,
no, impeachment doesn't work like that. It
must be is a process. Impeachment will not just start overnight.
You must have violated the law. Maybe you are fraudulent. You embezzle or something like that. You must have violated the law some kind of way before you can be impeached. So you can't just,
I get you. I know impeachment is not something you just bring up.
Yeah.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah.
But these people, I'm telling you, if they look for something. So I'm not saying anything that is out of the what is there, but they might look for something. I mean, even if it's not okay, look at what happened between when this man was there, Saraki, when he was there, how he frustrated this guy's what's his name, Buhari'S effort in some areas. How about that? If that happens to him, whereby he could not get things done, he sends this to the National Assembly, they veto it. He sends this one to the National Assembly, they will just frustrate his government. Would that not make him? Did he himself not say it that if it's not
rational mind? Let me say something.
Saraki was standing for the Nigerian people back then. It wasn't not frustration. It was standing for Nigerian people because of a lot of bills that Buhari was putting.
Hold on, well, what about if the National Assembly tells you that they too are also standing for the Nigerian people, even though we know that what they are saying is just for them to frustrate the guy's government? Look at it. He himself said it. He said if it's not able to achieve certain things, hold on, let me make this one. He said if he's not able to achieve these certain things at certain time, he said he's going to resign. I had him yesterday. Showore said it yesterday. He said if what I said I'm going to do, I'm not able to do it, I will resign.
Yes.
So when you start making comments like that, and these people are there to frustrate you. You see, the thing is, I look at it, you see, that country, I've looked at it, I might be wrong, maybe my assessment or whatever I read about the country might be wrong. I start to be corrected, I hope I'm wrong. But I'm saying that if Showore gets there, he has a lot to contend with. That is, if he doesn't
let him get there. Let him get there.
Yes,
that's the most important thing.
Let him get there first, though. What do you mean let him get there?
Because if he gets there, hold on, one man. If he gets there,
no. We have to know what he's doing now.
Hold on.
Are you hold on?
If he gets there, there's something we call executive orders that he can also use.
Exactly.
You're just rational man. You're just looking at it from one angle. You know,
Yes.
but we saw how Trump used executive orders very well during his time. You know, so there are many loopholes in the law that can also
Even
swing us surprises.
Biden as
Yes.
of today has used more executive order than Trump.
Exactly.
As of today,
You know, there are many loopholes. Don't just
How
look at
many
one. Don't be one-way traffic.
How many
You know?
executive orders has Buhari used? If he knows that he can use that in Nigerian context, how many has
You
he used?
were talking about president. You are calling Buhari.
He has used a lot too.
Listening, Buhari.
How many did
Can you imagine?
Give us.
You are calling outdated man there, Buhari.
Forget that is outdated man. We have to go away from that outdated man.
Analog. It's an analog man. That's why he's behaving the way he's behaving.
Nobody cares about all
like
that.
this.
Hold on.
People cares. People cares. There's blood in the land.
We know all that. But it's still the president of Nigeria. So whether it's analog or digital, is the president.
No, don't call Buhari when we are having proper conversation here.
What do you mean don't call him? He has been the president for 7 years.
Don't call him. That man is a total failure. Don't call him.
Yeah, no, those are populist mantras.
That's why when Radio Biafra comes sometimes, I like to listen to him because that man is angry. He has a reason to be angry.
Look, we are all angry, but we are intelligently angry, not just everybody can mantra chant, or we can come here now and call Buhari names. That's just so easy. And everybody will cheer. We can do that now, but we're not doing that.
I hope Chiwara gets there, and getting there.
Look at the life that Baba
Amen.
is living.
Amen to God, national mind. Amen.
I see him contending.
I don't say one man, I don't want to hear that one. One man dislike that.
National Mike, can I say something?
Go on, please.
You see, you'll be saying the right thing, and I mean, total support of everything you said, but saying that you pray that Showore should get there so that people can see. That is where I do not support. So see, the country is beyond experimentation.
Of course.
Now, the same way we believe that, Buhari will get to that place and will fix the problem. And now we are hearing now that we should forget about Buhari. We can't forget because we remember the promises. We can read all those beautiful manifestos. We can see everything. So the country is this. When Showore is coming, you've raised a very valid point. One tree can never make a forest. Let me land.
So Showore experimentation, that is what will bring the world to you.
Let me land. Ajaleku, see, as strong as Awolowo was, you understand, we could see what he achieved in the Southwest just because he was able to carry his people along, and based on that, the program was like something that ran through the entire Southwest where you have UPN structure. But you want a president that is an highland among the crocodiles that will be, you'll be having people from PDP and those people that are interested in that position. And we put something on them, it can't work. This is Nigeria, we've seen this thing over and over and over.
If somebody like you that doesn't want it to work, if somebody like you that doesn't want it to work,
this thing is
if you want to support him, not emotional.
This is not about emotion, but it's about the reality.
The politicians solve your problem.
Wait now.
All these politicians that you respect.
That is not the point.
Okay, what is the way out?
Jonathan didn't solve our problem, and we voted Jonathan out just to bring Buhari, and we use emotions
who do you want to support this time? Who is your candidate? Who is your candidate now? Other than forget about Showore, we know you don't want Showore. Who do you want?
You don't just use club and hammer it. You don't do it that way.
Who do you want?
A systematic way of solving the problem, not
who is your own candidate? Okay. You don't want it. You don't want experimentation, but who is your own candidate?
It's not about my own candidate now. I will mention it, and you all know my candidate, but it's not the topic I'm addressing now.
Who is your candidate?
It's not the topic I'm addressing now. I'm supporting what Rational Mind is saying, because Showore will not go there. Because
no, I am asking you a question now. I am because you every time you always stand.
When it is time, if I have the time today, I will mention my candidate. If I mention my candidate now, it's going to escalate this discussion. And I don't want to
no, mention you don't need. Mention
when it is my turn, I will mention.
Okay,
hold
on. It's your turn now because you've been running from that question for
you don't want to talk about that, but you want to chastise other people's candidates. You can choose on my own candidate and said, oh, it cannot solve, but your own candidate, you are handing it under your agbada.
Allah is doing merry-go-round. Don't mind him.
One monk, need. 1 month, that is the problem.
All right, let's hear from him.
Listen, we want somebody like Showore. But the point I'm making to you is this. Now, you gave an example of this Pakistani prime minister. You know, Pakistan has never had any prime minister ever since the history of that.
Was that not Imran Khan? He used to be a cricketer. He was one of the best cricketers
in the world. Yes,
he was impeached. His party, because the reason why he was impeached is because his party suffered loss. A lot of his party members they defected to the Muslim Brotherhood, whatever party they said they have over there. And so when they joined them, they were able to impeach him. I think it was 172 about 400 and something house member they have there. But according to their constitution, if they have that number, 160, well, I think 172 or 174. What they did there was 172, but additional 2 joined. And then, so what I'm trying to say is this: why a government system like we have is that it runs the way it runs is that when a parliament is controlled by the party that the president belongs to, it's easy for that president to walk to get things done. But now in Showore's case now, Showore gets there. Let's assume he even wins the election. None of his, maybe he only has maybe 2 seats or 3 seats, which I don't even know how many people are contesting.
I'm not aware that there's a single person apart from Showore contesting under AAC.
If he gets
but
there,
hold on, rational mind. So I'm not aware that anybody under. Sorry, let me
go on.
I'm not aware that anybody apart from Showore is contesting for any seat under AAC. So if anybody in the comment section is aware, then please bring it to my attention, especially.
You didn't follow him. They have candidate governorship in Lagos, in Ogun State, in Ondo State. They have senatorial seats. Well, if you don't follow, you won't know.
We're talking about parliament members, people who will go to the National Assembly that will support his bill, that will stand for him during debates. But if he doesn't have that, how is he going to get it done? Now, we're talking about restructuring. He said, which one of the things he says he's going to do, which I hope he does if he's able to get there. But then you get there and you have a house that is divided. You have APC on one side and you have PDP on one side. And these 2 people are the dominating parties in the parliament, in the House of Representatives. How are you going to convince them?
Rational mind. It's not running
away from one thing about Showore. Showore is very confrontational.
Rational mind. What we are saying is that people should go and join that party, and on that party ticket they can plant. Yes, people should go and join that party and use the platform of that party to sponsor candidates that can rescue them out of this slavery that we are in Nigeria. That is, it's not something that is too hard. People, but if people doesn't want to solve their own problem, they will die. Their problem will kill them. That is simple as ABC. These 2 parties cannot solve the problem.
I'm not saying this to put down Showore. I'm just being objective. I'm just being, real. I'm looking at the whole situation as the reality of what is obtainable in that country. I wish Showore gets there. I wish people will be able to vote for him.
It's not too late. It's not too late to act. That is my own position.
It's not too late. It's not too late.
Yes.
But the point is,
we can sponsor candidates for all those assembly you are talking about around the country. People should just need to go and join that party and then sponsor their candidate for each position. And then, we go ahead from there. But when you don't want to talk anything, you are scared, you are thinking, this and that, then you will languish in this corrupt system, and the corrupt system will consume you. That is just simple as ABC. That is it.
Yeah. So one man, let me just go straight. So I don't think Oluomo being there, I don't think it's it's just same. We're gonna be seeing same. But then with what happened a few hours ago, I just hope that is an indication that that guy needs to be put out of business. But if they don't do that, there you have your answer. They will never do that because they know what they're using for. So, but I will just hope they do that.
All right, thank you. And to the story of the day, Osinbajo's declaration and the fallout thereof. So, what are you then making of what transpired today? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I watched his declaration. I watched the full video, and the guy looked emaciated. I mean, emaciated a little bit. It looks like he's looking a little bit stressed. I was looking at his face, looking at his body language, everything. He looks so stressed, and it's not a Osinbajo that I know. It looks like one of those pictures we used to see people were training around when it looks like one like a dry fish. So I was like, this guy, I mean, why are you looking the way you're looking? I mean, so anyway, I don't see, I just don't see much about his declaration. You know, like we said yesterday here, that he was going to declare, with as if we knew he was going to declare. For him to have declare, I mean, for him to have said, went to see those governors, it tells you that there's something coming up, and then from there we could tell that that guy seems to like decided now to want to come out and declare. So then with Ojuobo's comments that he doesn't have a son that is old enough to fly a ticket.
Thank you. I have no son grown enough to declare.
There you go. So you say he doesn't have a grown-up son that is old enough to declare. So you see, that tells you that there's something. But I don't want to read more meaning to that statement. I think what he's just trying to say is just trying to avoid this question that was thrown to him. I don't think it meant maybe he won't support what's his name, the vice president, if he eventually picks up the ticket. I think what he's just trying to do is just trying to avoid a question. Not wanting to comment on that, and maybe just leave it at that. But I want to believe that's what it is. Maybe there's something more than that he's not really happy with Osinbajo declaring. But I want to believe they are on the same page on what is going on. I think there's a grand scheme going on, which I don't know what it is. Maybe they might have to collapse somebody's. Maybe if Osinbajo could garner more support, we'll just collapse his campaign into Ojuobo's campaign, and thereby Ojuobo will now have more people to want to vote for him or kind of like endorse him that such a way. Or maybe Ojuobo would at some point now collapse his campaign into Osinbajo's campaign, and that way.
What are you making of the Rotimi Amaechi narrative? Because he seems to be quietly getting about his business. He made this quite. This is the most ridiculous. Watch this, Rational Mind. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Watch this. This is somebody declaring for election, no?
And he was running, right?
Who do you think is speaking to here?
What he's saying to the people that he's physically fit.
No, he's speaking to Tinubu, is it not?
Speaking to Tinubu, yeah. Well, Tinubu indirectly.
That's what it is too. Yeah, I didn't really thought about it that way.
I can run like this and fit. Tinubu cannot. That's what he's saying there.
So you see, this their game, this their political game is becoming ugly, and I see a more ugliness as we go deep into 2023. It's going to be very brutal. They would I just hope they can go on a debate and see how they're going to. I mean, massacre themselves.
Do you think we will have that? Do you think?
I don't see that happening.
Because we escaped that. They escaped it in 2 elections running, and the people that are in contention now, none of them can debate. Well, no, let me not say none of them, but especially Tinubu, he cannot debate now.
They will definitely.
They cannot even say 2 minutes without making so many faux pas.
Yeah, and then I see them repeating what is did by Kadaria, that lady. Interviewing them separately. Is that a debate? That's not a debate.
No, that was a sham.
You know, that's just a crap. Like I think I see that happening again. They might want to repeat that. So as for Atiku can debate. Atiku can still debate.
Yes, Atiku can be debate. Yeah.
But Ojuobo, I doubt that Ojuobo cannot debate. Osinbajo is a debater. I know you.
Yeah, Osinbajo can debate. Yes.
How is he going to defend his track record? I mean, how is he going to defend the record of him and his boss? You know, like he was saying, they've done this, they've done that. He wants to continue, or he wants to enter into the shoe of, like what you boss said, I don't want to step on your shoe, but I want to enter into your shoe. Like, I mean, why do you want to build on what this guy has built on? I mean, he has built crap for the most 7 years of his administration. So what are you going to build on? Are you saying you're going to repeat the same crap?
It'd be interesting to see and hear how Osinbajo negotiates his campaign narrative, because like you said, he cannot divorce himself from what we have just been through for the last 7 years. But for him to have the ears of the people, he has to somewhat distance himself from what but then he has started on the wrong footing to say that he wants to continue the legacy of his boss. Because the people are fuming online just from that statement.
People are really mad in that country right now. That country, in fact, it's crazy. Every when we're here already, we're talking here. I was being bombarded with a lot of calls from people from back home. Everybody's just talking. Even people trying to chat me.
Are you telling them to listen to your comments on Roman show?
Well, sometimes I did tell some of my friends they should come on and listen and be part of it. But sometimes I just people that are hungry and you're telling them to come and be listening to one man show.
No, don't worry. We will feed their mind if we cannot feed their belly. We'll feed their mind.
So people are hungry. How do you expect them to come and be listening? So the point is just be able to come and talk to them in any way I can talk to them and then let them know that if I have it means anyway. So what I'm just trying to say is I don't see anything much about Osinbajo. But I know definitely the game is becoming ugly. That APC contest, because a lot of them are just people like AMAECHI, this one from what's it called, from Kogi State. He said he wants to contest. I look at what has he achieved, and then he has Abiola's daughter. I mean, a very very well educated woman. I mean, and then.
Yes, Alexander Gomez seems to he rates that woman highly. I never even knew she existed as a human being, but
So I was like, what in the world got into these ladies and then say he wants to come and in? He says, and he was trying to compare him to his father. I was like, oh my goodness, do you really know your father?
Yes, yeah. Why do you think she did that? Why do you think she did that? Because that they're saying she had the first class from a top tier university, so that would then to suggest that. Apart from, because you don't, in top tier universities, your father can be anything, but you have to earn the degree. So she obviously, but why would she, she said her father's campaign was Hope 93.
Hope 93.
And now that Yaya Bello's campaign will be Hope 23. So she even sold her father's slogan to the Aboki from Kogi.
And I have to take her to the dry cleaners.
It was quite. I did a video on it. The ugliness of it. Yeah.
But I watched it when she was making that comment on.
Do you think that, just as an aside, do you think that Tudun? Do you think she's too prickly, too easily pricked at? Do you think she's too up herself?
She has this. I don't know. She has this attitude that sometimes she gets easily excited, somewhat. And she has this, this. How do I put it?
Do you think she's pretty? Do you think she's pretty?
Well, with makeup, she's pretty. She's pretty.
Yes,
Any
woman is pretty.
Look at color now. If you want to see Jedi, you want to see just small.
Don't talk about my friend like that, too. Please.
If you want to see small Jedi, look at color now.
Are you a Tudun fan, Ola?
Yes, of course.
Look at that.
You met her in person before?
No, any UT, but Ola is a ladies' man. Just anyway.
I think she's married. She's married.
Wait. No, you can still appreciate.
Sometimes she talks about.
No, she's divorced. She's divorced.
Oh, she's divorced.
Yes.
Wow. Because she talked about my child, and like, well, maybe she's married. I mean, who knows? Perhaps not.
Now only Ruben Abati and Rufai not the voice among the crew. So even the other
Ojo, she's divorced too. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Those young girls are all divorced.
Yeah, but she's not. Tudun is 45. She's not as young as you probably imagine.
Oji will be in her
mid-30s, I imagine.
She's divorced.
Yeah.
I know she
No,
she
no,
does,
mid 30s, no, late 30s, early 40s, thereabout. That's what she looks like. I don't know her age, but just from appearance, yeah.
and I think she goes on. She does this beauty part. I mean, this what they call she goes on the run. What they call it? This
Yeah, she used to be a model, a
model.
supermodel. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
you can tell now she's tall and striking and statuesque. Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, back to our topic. Osinbajo for me.
Sorry, just let me just stay there for one more second. Who would you say is prettier, Ojiokwe or Bianca or Bianca Ojukwu?
One man, stop.
I like OG personally, so
one man, stop looking at women.
Bianca is very pretty.
Give your life to Christ. Stop looking at women.
It wasn't the Christ that gave me the eyes. Look at this guy.
The Bible said that you should cut the eyes off now. Cut the eyes off if you make you sin. Cut the eyes off.
Look at that.
So, this is how I go. This is how I go by. If you're talking about somebody who is young and pretty, you talk about Ojiokwe. You're talking about somebody who's mature. I mean, how do they say it? She aged with like fine wine. You know what I mean? Talk of Bianca. So
you see, because
it depends on your taste.
I've always seen, because beauty is beauty, isn't it? And it's eternal. I always see somebody like Bianca Ojukwu, especially, but somebody like her more so. I see her in that realm of like Jaja Gabor, like Grace Kelly, the classic, timeless beauties, Yeah. But
so that's how I see them.
So back to
depending on what you like. I mean, some people like them young. If that's what you look, you can go for Ojiokwe.
No, it's not even. But no, that's just me being silly. Back to politics, yeah.
So anyway, so for me, I mean, I don't really see anything. I don't make much about what I think. A lot of people have said what they want to say, which is almost what I would love to say to you. But I just want to go repeating ourselves here. I mean, I think basically there's nothing to it. Let's just see how it all turns out. If he's going to win a ticket, let's see. But which I doubt. As long as Tinubu is in the race, and if Tinubu doesn't get that ticket and he gets mad with them because of what they did to him, like I've been hearing, there's rumor going on that he might decamp to SDP if he fails to get that ticket, because at this point now he can't start another new party. He has to use another existing party that has had name before. And some people are saying, there's this rumor going on that he might decamp to SDP as the alternative for him if he fails to get that ticket and they treat him bad, which I think they are going to do that. From what I'm saying, the body language of the president, he has two people who are not even members of CPC or even APAC, and these are people from PDP who could easily bring that party down if they want to and cause katakata in that party, leading to that election, and that would give Atiku, if Atiku becomes the candidate for PDP, that ticket. I mean that presidency. But let's see how this is. I'm just looking at the whole possibility that might come and fallout that might happen through this problem going on within the two parties. So then let's see how it turns out. But I tell you, Tinubu, I don't think he's ready to quit this race. I don't see him quitting. Is it that Osinbajo just stepped down for him, or maybe some people are able to just beg him? And then maybe the leaders, the Obas from Yoruba land, and some big personality had to beg him to step down for Osinbajo, which I doubt if he's going to do that. That's
just to tarry a little bit on that show space, as we were discussing him, I just went to a little bit of I wouldn't even call it a research, but a little bit of a check, because we're saying even if he ends up with as the president, how it's still the assembly that will control him, because there's nobody. But I went to his website, the Take It Back, whatever, the AAC, and there's nothing there apart from Showole. So these are can you see on your screen?
I can see.
So this is where the aspirants are meant to be, a list of names, but all you hear are invitations to come and buy a form. So there it is right there. And if you look at the homepage of it, okay, it says our candidate. You see, so that's under there. Then it says our candidates. So let's now because I want to know if it's just a one-man band, because essentially that is one of the accusations being leveled against him. Okay. Look at that. And the committee of the damned. Look at that. It's unbelievable. But no, this guy should just go and sit down somewhere. Essentially.
Oh, well, don't say that. Don't say that. Let him. It's a free word. Let him try his. try his best and see what can come out of it. You know, like article today, article that we're talking about, Tinubu that we're all talking about today. They all started from somewhere. They've contested in the past. They didn't win. And people were knowing them that way, and they were building that empire kind of for themselves.
Okay. So he has 3 senatorial candidates under his party: McDonald Amaran, Delta, Justus Jude, Edo North, and Larry Onagino. That's also in Edo North. So it seems to be popular in Edo. So but I'm a little bit more reassured that he has at least senatorial, you know. Let's see who, because I remember that guy from what's it called, Chidi, the one on YouTube. He used why I didn't even see it before I saw it though. So there he is now. So it looks as though they're just padding out names, because this guy is not even mentioning it on his YouTube channel.
What is he contesting for?
He wants to be a governor. This is what he wants to
again.
Tell us.
Are you sure this is not the one from the last 20?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is their website though, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe they just randomly, it's just a ridiculousness, isn't it? The whole show.
Did you follow that guy? Did you follow that Chidi when he was campaigning in Enugu? That his area.
No, I don't really. I follow only to mock him.
Oh my goodness.
I used to go and attack him. So, well, let me not even say that. Let me not admit to that. I used to, but I find just this derisive.
One man, repent of your sins. Repent.
You see, I cannot escape it, even though I should have by now.
The kind of Nigerian kind of politics. If you don't have money. This Chidi was going to, there was one of his, live that he was streaming live during that 2019. He was going to some market and people were asking him money for them to vote for him. That's to tell you how Nigeria is. And he goes about was about 3 people and people following him. Those are all his campaign. I was like, this guy, are you sure you really want to be elected? He tried his best. I would say he tried his best, but you see the Nigerian context. If you don't pour water on the floor, you won't match wet ground. That's how Nigeria is. But then I hope things will change this time around for the people. Change people, because people these days it's about money for them. If you want to get elected, it's just give them money and then they would do whatever for you. Was it not you and Adelikoko were arguing, or was it Adelikoko and Baba Kure? They were arguing here about the crowds that came to the stadium, whatever, for that. Declaration. These people, a lot of them were bought. A lot of them were giving money to come and just be there, not as if they were party members. You can't tell me those are party members. So you see, the Nigerian kind of politics is it's terrible.
All right, just to correct myself a little bit, as somebody corrects me from the comment section. So this is Ota Mahana, who corrects me to say that Tundu Abiola is 37 years old.
Surprised too.
Yes, but I thought she celebrated her 45th. I could have sworn that I saw on her rice them cutting a cake. But
sorry to cut you short.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry. I find it very, I wouldn't say shocking, but I don't know what Osinbajo's political calculation is, because I think one cannot begin to understand the so-called evolution of Adeboye with his coming out and accusing the government of wrongdoing. So we at least we know what he was planning. He was setting up the line for Osinbajo to come out, because I'm like, they didn't never speak this way before now. Now, okay, I get it now, but I still don't get it. Where is his political base in the Southwest, Osinbajo? Does not have that much. I know he's the VP of the country, but
his political base is RCCG now. Do you know how strong that is?
But you can compare to Tinubu in the Southwest. The man cannot attract that much of the Muslim. If he's going to play that game of religious divide, he will not be able to attract that Muslim sect. Then Tinubu still has the chance of attracting both sides. In all fairness, in the Southwest, let's be fair. So I think that politically, it will be more easier to destroy Osinbajo than to destroy Tinubu politically, because just focus on how CCG and it's done. So I still don't understand what his calculation is in the Southwest. Where is his base? Regime is not strong enough.
No, but do you know?
Don't say that regime is not strong enough.
No,
Babati, let me say something.
Is strong.
See, wait till the end of the primary, then we know. Because the thing is this, you are already going to the general elections. If we don't jump the primaries, if we don't know if Buhari is backing this guy or some element within the presidency backing him, and they want to make sure they destroy whatever Tinubu we just raised as opposition. We don't know yet. So until we get the full information, we can know. But saying redeem, you want to underrate redeem is like you are trying to underrate the candidate.
No, we're speaking hypothetically, so nobody is being, we're not under.
Let me respond to Ola real quick. Yeah. Ola, I was not speaking, I was just focusing on the primaries. At least you must win primaries first now. You have to win the primaries first. I'm saying primaries, you have to have a base in the primary election. I know general is what you think I was talking about. I was focused on the primary elections. I'm saying in the primary election itself, I don't see the only way it can actually win anything if you make some kind of deal with Tinubu where Tinubu backs down, where he still keeps the Tinubu machinery. But if he goes, if he plays rough against Tinubu,
I will respond to that.
I say if he plays rough against Tinubu, he will not have enough numbers to win. So one has to back down one has to fall for. It's either Tinubu goes or he goes. But I don't see.
I will respond to that.
Let me finish. I don't see a scenario where they both stay in it for the long run and they don't get badly hurt. If they both stay long run, they will both be badly hurt.
Do you think somewhat, because I agree if this is what you're saying, and I've said it previously, but do you think they both dilute somewhat each other?
Right.
They dilute each other's potency because they are pretty much of the same. The Yoruba, they are the same movement, the same go-to, the same associates. You know, they came through both together, even though Tinubu dragged him through. But do you think Osinbajo declaration it dilutes Tinubu's chances somewhat?
Yeah, because first of all, it tends to put a little clout on Tinubu's, mystical, like wait a minute, why is your boy running? They both complemented in terms of the VP gives him some kind of religious cover with the Christian sect.
One man, let me say something real quick.
Yeah. Hold on. Let Babati finish.
Provides him that political sagacity in terms of that. But my thing is that they two have to sit down together, and one has to step down for another. If they both stay in this race to the end, they will hurt each other politically to the point where they will not be.
I think it's going to be a fight to the finish, Babati.
Then that gives AMAECHI an opening.
I think yes. I think I sort of. The only reason why I'm saying that is because they would have had sufficient enough, because it wasn't just something that came out of the blues. We've been hearing that this guy was going to declare for 8 weeks. So it wasn't. So they would have had sufficient enough time to say, "Look, do you want to give way to Baba?" He would say, "No, I don't really want to give way to Baba."
Look at what's going on with Tinubu now. He had this so-called emergency meeting. So they already split the APC governors. So that's what I'm saying. It's better they find a way for one to stand up for. If they both go to the end, they will be so badly hurt that somebody else will have that opening, and they will be both weak to even run. That's my point.
All right. Let's hear from Mike quickly, and then Ola gets to respond. So, Mike, you wanted to quickly interject.
Yes. I wanted to comment. If you remember back in 2015, right, when they first formed that party, right, when all of them came, they all gathered. Remember how Tinubu was like this guy in the front seat, like kind of like we all thought would be the guy that would run for presidency. Remember, right? And he was kind of like the guy campaigning, and then all of a sudden he just raised Buhari's hand up, like, okay, this is the guy. And I was shocked, like, oh wow, I thought this guy would be everybody was expecting, like, okay, he'll be the one to run, right? So what I think he's doing right now is he's just stepping out to just push the campaign, but make it look like he's the one running the same way he did in 2015. But then at the end, he's gonna like, okay, this is the guy. He's going to nominate because I never think Tinubu is the guy that was ever interested in presidency. Because let me tell you. For a fact, since he left the governorship of Lagos, when has he ever campaigned for presidency? If he was ever interested, he would have been out there campaigning for
presidency. He did.
When?
He campaigned during when Goodluck Jonathan was being challenged.
When?
Sorry. Yar'Adua, during Yar'Adua. He campaigned.
The Tinubu campaign under
his party. That's why you would not have known because it wasn't
AC then in Onikon Stadium in Lagos Island. There there was his posters everywhere when they were doing their convention during that election that brought in Yar'Adua. They campaigned for him during their primaries. Yes, he did the once.
I'm really not convinced that the guy really, because he himself would know that. Because Tinubu is more concerned in Lagos. He himself knows that the better guy is Osinbajo or one of his words.
And
I always knew that.
It doesn't think that, but let's hear from Ola. Let's hear from Ola.
Okay, let me quickly answer Babati. See, Babati, like what you said the other time, why I said we should concentrate on the primary is simple. You know, it happened before when people thought Jonathan didn't have that political base to compete against the Atiku. Now, the power that be, the presidency and the power that be that wanted Atiku, wanted Jonathan, they showed Atiku that Atiku was irrelevant. You know what they did that time? It might not necessarily be the strategy. Where the delegate of Atiku were supposed to be, book everywhere and even warn the hotel owners that they should not allow anybody. See, this time around, it could simply be that some case of corruption, they can even ask EFCC to start opening some file of some delegates that we do otherwise. I don't know, I'm just saying. When the power that be wants to show you that this is the person that wants, they will go any extent. For IBB to start speaking all of a sudden, for many people to be speaking, we don't know what is going on underneath. So I won't just look at it on the surface because Buhari, Tinubu is controlling the grassroots structure in the southwest. That is enough. You know, this thing is beyond this. It's beyond the south. It's beyond the southwest. We are talking of the north. We are talking of this everywhere in the country. So now, it won't be funny to you to see even El-Rufai that has been going against Buhari from day one when they were talking of this thing. All of a sudden, he went to Abuja today, Asokoro, that place in Asokoro to attend meeting as one of those people that we try to see how to support Tinubu. In fact, half of those people there, these open enemies, they were there pretending that they are. So we never know what is going to happen. So to me, I wait for the primary. Therefore, Mike, in 2015, the reason for that merger was because of Buhari, not because of Tinubu, just to give Buhari leverage. So Buhari Tinubu never came out.
Buhari was the only talent they had to unseat Goodluck Jonathan.
Talent?
Yes.
Merger because of Buhari.
Let's not go.
Do you guys remember?
Nobody even expected that they were going to pick Buhari because
everybody knew that the whole convergence was for Buhari.
Remember when?
Mike.
No, hold on. Let's hear from
was among those people who suggested that merger. He moved the motion of the merger between APC, ACN, and other political parties that time, and they all agree. And he did that because of Buhari. So they knew they were going to do that merger. Not because of Tinubu. Tinubu was essentially vice president
because Buhari was quite big in the north, and Tinubu had a strong base in the south, so they needed the two. But
when they had brains like Fashola at that time, are you kidding me? Are you telling me that?
All right, let's just
please let me just make a statement. I'm sorry. The only reason they picked Buhari to run was because Jonathan was a Southerner, so they couldn't pick a Southerner run against another Southerner. That's the only reason. Because during that time, Fashola had better reputation across the country.
It was the
one at a time. But
nobody votes for brain in Nigeria. So that Fashola argument is not going to hold water. Nobody votes for smart people. So that's not the point. But this is my bigger point, guys. Tinubu, according to Pa Adebanjo, was asked in his private room, if you guys remember, like a few years ago, that what if Buhari does not give you this thing that he promised you? And his response was that what money cannot buy, more money will buy. That is me quoting Pa Adebanjo. I'm showing that the guy is desperate. The guy has been running for making this so-called constitution for the last 6 months. And he's never given you anything about policy. he's always said is my lifelong ambition. Nothing about policy, just about.
But Nigerian politics has never been policy led. Now
I know,
but
I'm just showing that his level of interest. So when you say that it's kind of like piggybacking for Osinbajo, I don't believe so. He really wants that post. No. What I'm saying is, it's better if don't make it. If he loses to the point where people feel like he was betrayed, it will hurt the VP in the long run. So find a way to make him calm down or make him stop his campaign without making it look like he was betrayed by you. Because they're calling the VP a nickname now. What is it now? It's Carrot now. So if you
what are they calling him? Sorry, what are they calling him?
They call him what's his the guy?
That's Iscariot.
Yeah, that's his nickname.
Oh, Iscariot. Oh God, they didn't even take them. Not even 24 hours. They've already.
So if you go,
it's going to get ugly.
So Babati, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, let him land.
Sorry, go ahead. He has a question for me. Like, let him ask his question. Go ahead.
What are you making of the yesterday? Osinbajo had a meeting with some governors. Part of the governors that were there with Osinbajo, and today suddenly after the Osinbajo immediately declared, Tinubu went into some kind of meeting with this governor, some other governors. Right. What are you making of that?
Okay, so this is what if I was working for Osinbajo, you have to have a pill where slowly but surely people start leaving the Tinubu camp, the Obas will start leaving, the governors start leaving. That way, you make it like, okay, guys, nobody's supporting me anymore. I stop. But don't if you want to go the rough way where the guy is desperate and is backed up to the corner, you will appear as being a Judas, which will hurt you in the long run for betraying. That's my point. So the best way to do that, make his supporters come to your side. I don't know what you're gonna do, but just figure it out. That way, it makes you like, guys, I cannot win without these guys. They're going for the VP. They want him. That way, you don't appear as being a betrayer. Because if that's what you portray, it will hurt the VP in the generals, and you don't want anybody as your enemy. Trust me, you might think he's not all that, but you don't want him as your enemy. The guy worked against Good Luck now. Remember, so you don't want him to be your enemy if you make him feel that way that you betrayed him.
Do you think Tinubu is a busted flush? Is he still functioning on old glories?
I'm referring to
because it strikes me somewhat as a broken man. Does it strike as a broken man?
I'm saying the perception of him in the Southwest, within his own clan in the Southwest, for a man like, you got to remember, the VP is running as a Yoruba man first, regardless of what he says. So if you don't secure that home base, and if you do him dirty, my point is, don't do Tinubu dirty. Let him land safely, soft landing. Don't embarrass him to the where he feels backed up to the corner. That's where if he feels wounded, he will do a lot of damage to that guy, and it will not be worth it in the long run. That's my point.
All right, thank you. So let's get back to actually let's hear from engineer. Are you still there? I think we may have lost the engineer because he was showered and ready to get to bed when he joined us. So let's hear from Black League. So Black League, you joined us late, but let's hear from you anyway. That space now, Osinbajo's declaration, I'm sure you've heard the news, and I know you have some thoughts. So what do you make of it and the fallout that have ensued?
Well, I don't think there's a fallout.
You don't think there's a fallout?
I mean, I don't see that as a fallout. In politics always gives room for dialogue.
Oh, okay. Hold on right there. Hold on. Listen to this.
Thank you. I have no son grown enough to
You don't think there's a fallout?
I don't think there's a fallout. I watched that video also.
All right.
That's because there's still time. These people still have time. Osinbajo coming out kind of dilutes the delegate vote from the Southwest. But the truth is, Osinbajo does not need the Southwest to win. We've seen people become president without their zone supporting them. So that notion of whether or not you get the Southwest support, I think we can lay that aside. You can ask President Obasanjo about that. So Osinbajo does have a realistic chance now that he has declared, but it will be very difficult to separate him from Tinubu's legacy. That's why I say there's still room and time for them to dialogue.
Tinubu's legacy or Buhari'S legacy?
Both.
Yeah. Oh.
Both. Because he was part and parcel of Tinubu's administration, just like he is Buhari's administration. So there's still time. I think him and Tinubu will be called together to, one has to give way for one if it's gonna go smoothly. I remember telling you that Osinbajo is Tinubu's trusted ally for now, politically speaking. So I think what I've said has been slightly eroded because the people around Tinubu are the ones really pushing him to contest. And the people around Osinbajo think Osinbajo is more qualified, and he's a sellable candidate, even over somebody like Tinubu. And he will go down well with the powers that be in Aso Rock. Why? Because he's been part and parcel of what they've been doing. And he seems to be somebody who's good at aligning with just different thoughts, and he doesn't seem to be a greedy politician or an ambitious politician. So he could easily sail through. Tinubu, on the other hand, is a very ambitious politician. And there's no one that can rival him in terms of his ambition, with the exception of maybe Atiku Abubakar. So I think there's still time for them to dialogue. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think that I think it's going to be a fight to finish. That's what I think, because the Osinbajo declaration, it was trailed quite slowly to a crescendo. We were talking about this 6 weeks ago. You were here. We were talking about it 4 weeks ago. You were here. We were talking about it. So it wasn't as though it wasn't known. So they knew he was going to run, and people that have influences over the two of them would have tried to intercede to say, okay, who's going to give way to whom? So the window, if Osinbajo is ever going to fulfill that ambition, ever in his life, this is it. One chance, and never again. If
I agree with that, man.
If Tinubu is going to fulfill the ambition in his life, this is it. One chance and never again. And what is at stake?
But don't you think that's why these politicians see it as a do or die affair?
Sorry, who's that? Sorry, somebody. Go on. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah, I said, don't you think that's why these politicians see it as a do or die affair? Because Tinubu knows if he loses out, he's not likely to get it till probably 8 or 16 years from now. Same with Osinbajo. But that's because of the zoning arrangement.
Yes.
So if that zoning wasn't there, these people would at least have the mindset that if I don't get it now, in 4 years' time, I'm likely to get it. But because of this zoning arrangement that we've put ourselves into, they are seeing it as a do or die affair. If I don't get it right now, I may not even be alive 16 years from now. I mean, these men are in their 70s.
Yes.
So that's really
is
how they're
65.
looking at
I
it.
keep reminding people. He presents so young. People think this is just some happening guy from the discotheque. It's not from the discotheque. He's a 65-year-old man. But you know, I don't see that. I see them fighting it to the end.
But if Tinubu supports Osinbajo, I believe Osinbajo's chances will be boosted. Because first of all, Tinubu is distracted right now because he's the one on the front line. He's contesting. He has never been this public about contesting for president all through his career. This is the first time he's really coming out to say, I want to be president. So, of course, now he's distracted. He has to dialogue. I bet he's having sleepless nights. I mean, it's not a joke to want to be president of Nigeria. But if he steps down for Osinbajo, that avails him the time and even the resources to really push a sellable candidate forward. To say, I am proud of this man. I've worked with him. I know him politically. He will not.
Sorry, let me come in. If he steps down for Osinbajo, what else is there left for him in life?
You don't have to be president. What else do you need? You've held Lagos State since '99. You have to be president. You don't. So I think they see it as like a birthright or something. I mean, you've risen to the highest political office that we've seen, especially in Lagos State, to be able to dominate the state for so long. No governor has done that in our history, in Nigerian history. So he was able to do that with I would say, the richest state that we have in West Africa, if not Africa. So you do not need to be president to see yourself as a success.
Yeah,
politically, Tinubu is already a success story.
No, I don't agree.
Omar, do you know Tinubu's reputation is based on
the people around him are incredibly greedy. I mean, the people from Osinbajo's camp have been sending people to this man for this man to agree to, support the vice president. But I think it's the people around him that are just bent on him being president because they feel he has to be promoted before they are promoted. That's how politics works. So
you know who we have not heard. Yeah, we know who we have not heard from yet in all of this menage a trois. It's not quite a menage a trois just yet.
Oh, Fashola.
Fashola, not to declare. Not to declare an ambition. He's already said he's not interested, but to declare a support. So I think who Fashola supports is going to weigh somewhat.
I can tell you, Fashola would put his name behind Osinbajo. I mean, this may not be the right time for him to do it because he's very tactical as a politician and a technocrat. He doubles as both. But I think deep in his heart, he would rather put his name behind an Osinbajo than a Tinubu because he values his own reputation and he knows he's likely to rise to become president one day also. So he would want to protect his own integrity and go for Osinbajo.
All right, let me ask you 3 questions. It's just rapid questions. Okay. Do you think that Tinubu is audacious? Do you think he is an audacious man? Do you think he has audacity?
Yes, he does.
Do you think Osinbajo is audacious? Do you think he has audacity?
I didn't think so until yesterday. So yes, he does.
No, I don't think he still does. But you need.
I didn't. I was the same with you, but I think so now. Now that he has come out, the presentation of it, just he finally stepped into that office as a vice president. You saw the difference. You saw the class. Out of all the people who have declared, Osinbajo really came out with an articulate statement. Just in his intention, he's already telling you, he's giving you an image of what he's going to change Nigeria to become.
He didn't say he was going to change Nigeria. He said he will maintain status quo.
He's a politician. He's a politician. What do you expect him to say? Buhari is the worst president we've ever had, and I'm his vice. Yeah. You expect him to say that?
No, I expect him to negotiate it with language rather than being frontal.
That's precisely what he did.
He was frontal
to persuade.
He was frontal. He said,
I know Osinbajo went to Booby College, right? He's a Booby boy, right? Don't think that guy is soft though because he talk nice. Don't mistake, man.
And they say in his school days, he was a debate champion. You know those debates you have in school. He was a debate champion. So I don't think you want to test him. And he's finally shown it. Like, I didn't think he had the, how would I put it, testicular fortitude to come out. But finally, I think he has shown that.
Look at this guy using my own phrases. Did you hear that from me? Testicular
fortitude? I can tell you who I heard that from. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. He's an American scholar.
Yes.
He says testicular fortitude or ovarian audacity to be gender sensitive.
Yes.
So Black Leg, you follow Eric Dyson, eh? That guy was like
I don't follow him. I don't agree with a lot of.
I know the guy is really. He speaks grammar,
I think he's
you speak every grammar, but
don't agree with a lot of what he does.
Yeah, but finally,
but he's an intelligent scholar.
No, I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Or you're Americans. But I said I was going to ask you 3 questions. So the third one: do you think the Nigerian president, especially now, it needs to have audacity?
Sorry, can you come again?
I said, do you think the Nigerian president has to have audacity?
Yes.
All right. You see, I agree with 2 of your answers. I don't think Osinbajo has audacity because I think he was pretty much maneuvered into this declaration. They have told him, like I was just saying, that this window will never open for you again. I think it's a calculated man that is a high-functioning, supremely intelligent man. But he doesn't have audacity. He doesn't have the gravity. He doesn't have the,
Nobody in their right mind actually think that the man had the ball to declare himself. Somebody had to vouch for him, like, God, I got you. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that guy will have just said, I want to run. Somebody.
I don't know why Nigerians just think if somebody doesn't beat his chest all the time, so it means that.
But if he came out speaking like Wiki, you people will say yes.
Thank you.
But
they believe only people that come out
he
to talk
comes out
like
to say,
that.
"Give
You
me."
know that the MC Barrows make the loudest noise. MC Barrows that want to make the loudest noise.
No. Forget all of that. We all know you, but perception is 9/10 reality. People, you have to inspire, and I think it inspires confidence, because he's a steady hand, he's a high functioning guy, very creative. DOJ was saying he ticks all the right boxes, and we were just yesterday as we were trailing his announcement. And suddenly the words were just rolling out, just what makes this guy. He resonates with the young space, is very intellectual, very presentable, extremely educated, international perspective. He knows lots, but
and charisma. He has a lot of charisma. Very likable.
And you say he has no audacity.
People in opposition will praise him. He's like a Bill Clinton.
Who are you people talking about?
No, we're talking about Osinbajo.
We're talking about Osinbajo like this.
But does
Let's
not have all those qualities.
Mind. I want to hear what you think.
Does it not have those qualities? Rational mind. Does it not have those qualities?
The only problem I have with Osinbajo is he just being there with this man who is
just
clueless,
meandering along, yes,
and then allow himself to be used and his reputation to be.
How is he used, man? How is he used? Rational
mind.
Oh, let me say something, guys. Let me say something, please. Okay. I mean, he's a deputy, for God's sake. Now he wants to come and say, okay, allow me to be president. I will build on what this guy has built. I mean, we all know what this guy has built for the past almost 7, going to 8 years now. And now, if you have any idea of moving that country forward, why don't you give it to your boss? You are for God's sake, you are the chairman of the Economic Council. What else are you going to do? It's going to be a hard sell for him to sell himself, or to, like the one man says, to divorce himself from his boss and all the things his boss has done.
What makes you think he didn't give the idea?
Hold on.
Rational mind, can I say something to
guys?
this?
Let me finish up.
Okay.
How are you going to convince Nigerians that, oh, my boss, so that is what he did, this is me? How are you going to do that? How are you going to sell that to the Nigerians? We shall wait and see. At least we're all here. We shall see. That's all I have to say.
Okay, rational mind, if I may respond. You see, one thing is this. That man addressed close to 200 million people, and everyone will have his own interpretation. Personally, that he will continue with that, I see that as a general statement. Someone made his own interpretation. He said the guy will continue with the good work of his boss. I say, wow, I didn't hear that, but if that is what you are saying. See, when you say something generally, it is the duty of Nigerians when the time comes to now interrogate. What is that thing you are going to continue? A professor of law cannot tell you that we continue pampering bandits or terrorists. Do you think he will come publicly and say that? So that is why he hide everything under a very general and ambiguous statement by saying, I will continue. Are you saying Osinbajo will come out and say, okay, I will run Nigeria into more debt? They definitely is not going to say that. That is why sometimes when someone uses as some kind of generalized word, we have to be very careful. We have to take in one after the other. That is what we fail to ask the like of Buhari. when Buhari said in his London presentation that said, let me show you that you have a country that you are.
Sorry, let me.
So I think that's Babati.
So that's Babati. Yes, that's Baba. This is one of these days we will hear something on this that we are not meant to. I'm just dreading it, but
so rational mind, you expect
rational mind
to say
the point is this: we can't hold him based on that word. That word is too general to now use that thing against him. No.
Why would I hold him against him? Is he not the one saying it?
So you expect him to say he will come and continue with the bad work of his boss?
Especially those people in the north, those political people in the north, they believe that Buhari is doing the right thing. We here, we believe that Buhari is not doing the right thing.
Mad.
So
people in the north with all the killings going on there. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Rational mind, how would you phrase the statement if it was you?
What is going on in the north?
If you were the one, how would you phrase the statements?
No. I won't speak for rational mind, but I share thoughts alongside rational mind. And by the way, the backlash against that commentary is just swift and fierce. But I thought, as a law professor, especially a lawyer, he should have the language within him to negotiate that space whilst acknowledging his boss, but not committing in the manner. Because that's people actually the reaction on the social media is that because he was saying I promise to carry through the policies of my administration of my boss, but people on social media, they are saying he's threatening. They see it as a threat that have you not been in this country for the last 7 years?
But those are opposition.
Yeah.
Those are the opposition.
That's no. That's the sentiment of I'm not an opposition.
The opposition is not Nigerians.
I find those words poor.
Are they not Nigerians?
One man.
Opposition.
One man. What words would you have expected this man to use?
I would have
considering he's the current vice president.
Thank you.
And he's speaking to delegates. He's not speaking to you Nigerians. If you're not a delegate, he's not speaking to you. He's trying to get votes from delegates. And he knows that, okay, Tinubu might have more control in the Southwest. So he's thinking of other zones that can support him. He's thinking of the delegates from Katsina State, where his boss is from.
Exactly.
So give me your support. That's really the language there. So if he comes and says Buhari is the worst president we've ever seen, he can wrap it up. Tinubu will give him a flogging in the Southwest.
It's a party
go to
primary.
Katsina, get a flogging.
I know it's a party primary.
He's speaking to delegates. He's not speaking to us. We are not card-carrying members of any of these parties.
Black League. We know that they're still at the primary stages. But this conversation is actually being heard in public glare. So he might well be pointing it to just a satellite group of people, but the people hearing it at the entirety of the country, and they recoil from it. So he cannot, the choice of wordings was just wrong. It was wrong. And the backlash to it was wrong as well. Because I'm not even sure that even Buhari's constituencies, they want his legacy continued. I know that there's a parochial, pecuniary interest within the structures that want it to continue. And you will say they are the movers of power. So they are the ones that matter. But really, it's just, I just found the language poor.
Yes,
and him also standing behind the insignia of state, I also thought that was poor.
I understand that one, man, but this man is a politician. He's speaking as a politician, finally, and he's clamoring for votes from delegates. So he has to, be careful with his words. I find him to be an extremely intelligent man. Osinbajo will shock all of us very soon, just like he shocked me by declaring. I thought he would keep licking Tinubu's boots till the end of time. But he has shown me, he has shocked me once. I don't want him to shock me again. This man is intelligent. Let's give it to him.
See,
all these people thinking they can control him when the time comes. If he becomes president, I believe he's going to shock all of us. You would think, he doesn't have courage as you think, one man. But I believe he will show you a different side. He's just waiting patiently to get there. He knows for now he doesn't have what he takes to actually actualize his plans. But when he gets to that coveted seat, that's when you see the true him. That's just how I look at it now.
I think so often we conflate intelligence with articulation with intelligence. I wouldn't say, of course, you're entitled to your opinion, but I wouldn't reach so far as to confer intelligence on Osinbajo. He has not done anything to suggest that he's an intelligent man, but he has done everything to say that
who has ever risen from being commissioner to being president?
He was spoon-fed all the way through to where he is now.
All of them have been spoon-fed. We can break down all of them. They've all been spoon-fed. Who has reached? Who has become?
What has he done of his own back politically? What has he done of his own back?
The man has demonstrated it.
He has skyrocketed from being a commissioner in a state to being vice president, and now he's talking about being the president.
Is that his doing? Is that his doing?
Okay, so all the people that went there, is that they are doing?
There's nothing to suggest that it's intelligent. That's not to say that it's not.
You always talk about really for the loss of power. Why did people recommend him? Because he was not the only person, right?
Because they thought it was malleable. They thought it was malleable. Is it still not malleable?
No, he outsmarted them. He has come out to declare against his boss's will.
But one man at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, for your information, APC have no opposition. Tinubu and Osinbajo are the opposition and ruling party. You know?
No, they have other guys like what's his name, AMAECHI, and all of them. And to me, that's what
no. Those ones are distraction. Those ones are distraction.
I suspect the reason.
Don't let us dismiss AMAECHI with just a way for
Rochas is there. So that means so many of them are stepping up. To me, this is what I suspect. I think it was Tinubu that told Osinbajo to come out because he knew that in case he doesn't win against these other guys, at least Osinbajo might have a chance of also being there to.
It might be a game plan, yes.
To me, that's what I think because he know that because in his camp he has his clique. Tinubu's clique is basically Osinbajo, Fashola. Some of those Lagos guys, you understand? So he's running. You see that these other guys that are from other areas are running along. So he felt like, you know what? If in case I don't win, I want one of my Lagosian boys to take it. So I think he might have started with Osinbajo and say, "Let me and you going. At least one of us, but we have a higher chance of getting it. At least it took as a chance of if two of us going. At least one of us, there's a high chance of one of us to get it and one of us going in. So I think they might have met. And Tinubu will say, "Listen, man, Rochas is really. Are you guys listening to Rochas?
Oh, no, let me actually hold on. Let me bring Baba T in because I wanted to bring him in with that Rochas narrative because we've not really spent that much on Rochas. So Rochas also. Sorry. I do beg your pardon, not Rochas, AMAECHI. Forget Rochas now. You know Rochas.
I was about to say, let's not waste time with
Rochas.
Don't sleep on Rochas. Don't sleep on Rochas. If the guy really continue with
it. We're laughing at you, Rochas scared.
No, well, it was your laughter that made me actually caution to say, what did I just say? No, not Rochas. I meant AMAECHI. So Rotimi AMAECHI, I wanted to bring you Baba T in with Rotimi AMAECHI, who a lot of us seem to forget that just 2 days ago he declared as well, much and quite a demonstration as well. I'm sure you've seen this, but just for mirth and entertainment, here it is again. The ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Obviously, signaling to Tinubu that now let's do 100 meters. This is just the most ridiculous of things. So the most ridiculous of things, but nevertheless, he declares. How seriously are you taking AMAECHI's declaration, Baba T? And also the rumor is that Buhari always hinted that he had somebody in mind, and a lot of people believe that it is this Rocha, the Dandaraya Da of Adaura.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know I came in a little bit late. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak here. Contrary to what one man believes, I think we should actually take him serious. So don't dismiss him because he became a runner. He became Usain Bolt all of a sudden. So. But that also shows you that this man has had this in the works for a long time, because the railway from Kano to Maradi that did not make sense to you guys back then should now make sense to you now. He's been planning this stuff for a while. So we should not dismiss it at all. We should not be dismissive of him at all. Do I think he's a viable candidate? Maybe, maybe not. But it's a dark horse. And like I mentioned before, if Tinubu, let's just assume that Tinubu is actually really running, like, because some guys here said that maybe he was just helping out Osinbajo to, something the landing spot for him. Let's assume that Tinubu is actually running genuinely. If they both go against each other, he's going to give an opening to AMAECHI that people don't take seriously for now. So I'm not going to discount that he might have been a little bit more demonstrative during his announcement, but I'm not going to count him out, because number two, he also plays into that Fulani agenda too, because he might just say, I'm just coming to do 4 years to complete the so-called good luck term, the 4 years for the South. So he might have made a deal with the North. Who knows? So I'm not going to discount it. But what was the second question again? I missed the second question.
No, it was really essentially about him, really, because he a dark horse, because a lot of people anticipate the rumors in in high quarters is that, remember Buhari gave the interview that he had a candidate in mind, and a lot of people, in fact, it's almost certain that it's Rotimi AMAECHI.
Yeah, because do you know why I agree with you on that one? You got to remember that they were thinking of good luck initially from that side to complete these 4 years. According to based on what you just said, I'm thinking that he made a deal to say, you know what, let me do the 4 years, then he goes back to the North. So let's not discount him. But for him to be very viable towards the end, Tinubu and Osinbajo will have had to cause so much harm that it gives AMAECHI an opening. It's not the leading horse right now, but it needs the top two to screw themselves over for him to be very viable, which I fear might happen if Tinubu does not play ball.
Because there's no reason for Rotimi AMAECHI to declare other than assurances. He doesn't have a constituency. He doesn't have a people. He doesn't have a base. He doesn't have a structure.
Right.
So the only thing will be assurances that would,
That speaks to why the train to Maradi came about. That speaks to why you have the University of Transportation in Daura. That means he's been planning this for a while. That's my point. They've been telling him that this might happen for a minute. It wasn't like a few months decision. So he's been nursing this admission for a minute. I know that came out like about 1.5 years ago that EMIR ran for office, and he denied it. So he's been nursing this for a while. But once again, it is for Osinbajo and Tinubu to lose. And if we don't come together to figure out a way to, softly just pick one person between the two, that will give this guy an opening. And it might just shock everybody. And I would not be surprised.
Okay, put those three in a hierarchical order. Tinubu, Osinbajo, or the three, put them in a hierarchical order. One, 2, 3. Yeah.
I will have AMAECHI as number 3 based on what you just said. It needs a little bit of time to grow. It needs that Obama lock where the establishment screws up each other. So I will have him as number 3. I will have Tinubu as number 2. Surprisingly, I said it. Number 2, because Tinubu is number 2 because Abuja does not want him to be there. Abuja is against Tinubu. They don't want somebody they cannot control. So he's already working against the establishment, even though it's one of them. But they don't want him there. Their favorite son is Osinbajo. That would be my number 1 pick. But Osinbajo has to find a way to persuade his godfather, like, listen, don't hurt me and I won't hurt you. If they can find a way to figure out that situation between the two, then either one will pick the ticket. If they go nuclear, AMAECHI gets it.
It's quite a thing, though, because Osinbajo now, he's going to vie for the presidency of Nigeria, which will be the first election that he has ever arrowheaded in his life. Can you imagine that?
That's my point.
He has never even campaigned to be a councillor, not even that.
So people can
and
say
from nothing.
About the same with good luck, Jonathan.
Well, Goodluck Jonathan was already president, though.
Deputy,
Yeah, yeah. He was
Come on now.
already president when he ran his election, so he had that.
Well, man, do you guys know what's really funny?
Hmm.
You know what's really funny? Do you know that Osinbajo was married to Awolowo's daughter, right?
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Awolowo
Granddaughter, I
never
believe.
become president. He never
Yeah.
became president. Now, his daughter will be a first lady. So look at it from that angle. You know, that's a first lady is just as much
We don't
as
care.
good as a
No.
president. So,
Granddaughter, not daughter, granddaughter.
oh, granddaughter. Well,
Mike,
Yeah,
granddaughter.
granddaughter.
Mike, we don't care. We
Well,
don't care.
so
We
that,
don't care
that that's something that will be, you know, I think will be something very cool, man. You know, to see. You know,
Mike.
Who cares about granddaughter? What is cool
Ajali
in
Gogo,
that?
yeah, your hatred.
Ajali
Take that
Koko, is
one
that
from us.
you?
How will that one solve the problem of our people?
But
Granddaughter
Osinbajo,
of
if
Awolowo
Osinbajo
becoming
was not a
first
qualified person, I
lady.
won't be saying this. But the guy is qualified.
No, take it back. But Osinbajo, he labors, or rather, he makes currency of that Awolowo association. You see it. Look at that. It's never. That's our heart, isn't it? Yeah.
All of them were in now.
So
YEMI does it.
YEMI is a punk,
The
isn't it?
one man. You see that heart? It represents success. It represents, you know, ability to perform. It represents performance. But all these people wearing this hat now, they are failure. They are all failure. You see, YEMI wearing it in Ekiti. Actually, all the politicians in Ekiti, you see them wearing that hat, and they are all failure. They've not achieved anything for their
Ajali
own
Koko,
people.
how about Tunde Bakari?
That one is a pastor, bro. So pastors are criminals.
That one too is a flip flop now.
Is
If we say one thing today, he say another thing tomorrow. So the time of real people using that app to demonstrate to us that this is what we represent, performance and you know, good governance, they have gone. All these military made politicians, they can't do anything for that country. That country can never have success except we have to change course. We do away with them. All these are military connected politicians. They can't do anything. Tinubu, Osinbajo, all of them.
Osinbajo is not military connected now.
Who told you that?
Mashallah is not military connected.
Does he not serve under military man? What do you mean by he's not military connected? Osinbajo, is he not serving under Buhari now? Is Buhari not a military man?
His serving doesn't mean he's military connected.
Have you never seen him praising Osinbajo like is the greatest president that Nigeria ever had? Haven't you heard this several times say so?
Gonna be talk. It's political talk now.
What do you mean? So you guys just stop this. When you're supposed to hold somebody by word, hold him accountable by his word and by action. You want to do your Yoruba nonsense and just
in the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. That's what
it is not his word that I look. It is action. Action is what I judge. No word. I don't judge politicians for their word.
You will jump on the street and start shouting that, oh, Fulani is a failure.
Mike,
but now he's a Yoruba. You want to exonerate him.
Everybody that know me here know I don't do tribal shit, man. I know it's tribal bias. I go by what someone does. You understand? So I don't see what somebody else does. That's been so terrible. So what should I see? I start be condemning him.
Mike.
The man, obviously, the few things he did, the few months when he was president, when he was acting president, he performed great. When there was crisis between ethnic issue, when all the elders don't know what to do, he was one that stepped in and brought the northern elders and eastern elders.
Gave them money. He gave them money. What
he sat down and settled, discussed whatever he did. He fixed that issue. That's how leaders operate.
Come on now.
When the other leaders were looking like Mumu, they didn't even know what to do. Even northern leaders, their youth were giving an entire ethnic group notice. They didn't know what to do. The eastern leaders didn't know what to do. Buhari was threatening to even kill Easterners. Osinbajo just stepped in as a wise, intelligent man and came in the middle, spoke, brought people together, squashed the issue. Moved. That's a leader. He has demonstrated things like that. Just as a vice president or not even president, imagine what he would do as a president. So he has shown something. So what are you talking about, Johnny Koko?
Next week, next week you will see me in Redeem preaching the word of God again. This guy is phony, fake ass. I'm sick and tired of that dude, man. I'm tired of all the two-faced. Yeah, two-faced. One day is one day is man, please. This two-faced, phony ass.
Which part of his performance are you judging him on? What are you judging him on?
No, what did he do?
He's the vice president, it's not the president.
What did you do, Mike?
Yeah, so what track record is he running on?
Exactly.
What track record is he running on?
Well, you go and look at his record when every position, every office he has had, he has performed great.
How do you mean?
When he was serving,
has he performed great in his present position?
Yes, and I just articulate
the program, the money sharing program that is spearheaded. What is
not
the
the
success of
president.
that program? The money is sharing. What is the success of that program that he was sharing money in the marketplace?
Was he doing it during?
Hold on, it was so corrupt. They took it from him and gave it to Sadi Al Farouk.
Exactly, man. Mike, stop, man.
Just get away with this. Your Osinbajo jare.
Forget it.
Mike, you see the problem.
I want to come to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, we were talking about Showore being a one-man band, and whilst we were talking, I went to his website to actually see what it
one man, you and Showore self.
But just to nail it down, you go to his website. He's the only candidate on that website, and I went to look at all of the candidates. They were essentially YouTubers. These are his candidates, YouTubers. It's just YouTubers. I wonder why my own picture is not there.
They are giving Ajale Koko his taste of his own medicine. Ajale Koko, that's what you get for attacking Osinbajo. They are getting your own.
One man, you have to tune it down. You have to tune down, or Showore. Tune down.
No. We just want to.
He has a model. He still has a model like you.
Come on now. It's nothing personal now. It's a political figure now. Look at that. Worship Media YouTube channel. That's the governor for that. Unbelievable. This Worship Media.
When I was telling you, we have candidates on the board.
One man, that's from
2000.
That's his website now.
AAC votes that can take you to the promised land.
Really?
All these PDP and AP, they can't solve the problem. AAC.
One man, when the people are ready, they will take Showore there when they are ready.
Candidates.
Ajale Koko, he knows Showore is no longer in control of AAC. You know that, right? They will give you AAC candidate very soon. It won't be Showore.
The chairman is Leonard Ezinwa.
Don't mind Ajale Koko. Give over AAC. AAC has been hijacked.
You see, Mike, like what I wanted to say to you, Mike, you see the problem I have with Osinbajo. Let me just tell you the problem I have with this man. The problem with Osinbajo is that one cannot figure out where his lies ends and where his truths begin. That is the problem I have with him.
But that's with politics now. That's with politician. A politician cannot. If you are speaking raw truths as a politician, you'll be a failure.
This man is a pastor. He's an ordained pastor from Redeem. It's not like it's not like a regular person.
I don't believe. I don't even. If it was based on him being a pastor, I wouldn't even be talking about him because I don't. It's based on your ability. Your capability is what I look at, not your.
Not all those lies and all those. Okay, look at what has happened over the years now. 7
Do you know what Showore is failing as a politician?
He's not saying anything. People are dying every day. Igbo has the other day in Southwest, they did a lot of rubbish. He just kept mute.
So you're supposed to be talking about Igbo.
He was part of it now. You can't.
Nation, you must talk about it. Nation, yes.
He is part of the security council of the state that went after Igbo, that went after
so you are supporting me for that?
No. That's not criminal. He's not the president. He's the vice president. He's not the one calling the shots.
Forget about part of the team.
Mike, stop this, bro. It's not funny anymore.
So what should he have done? Quit his job?
It's not funny.
It's
not funny, bro.
Mike argues somewhat like Ayo.
No. Listen, you guys don't understand the way political space work, man. In politics, listen.
He's killing his brother. You say you don't understand.
What is he supposed to do? He doesn't have power to stop it. What is he supposed to do?
You that don't understand it, Mike. Let me tell you, Mike, the way it works as a teamwork. when you are part of
but
the
you are
team.
not the head of the team. How can you control
you don't have to be. You don't have to be. You don't have to be head of the team.
So you're telling me
When
you can control Buhari? Is that what you're saying? Osinbajo can tell Buhari what to do.
You don't have to control Buhari. Let me tell you where they fail.
If you can't control it, they don't do anything.
Hold on. You can control Buhari.
Now,
Buhari is just one person. But when you enable Buhari to carry out criminality,
he is not the one enabling it. Buhari is the boss.
Hold on, man. When you people enable him, Tinubu, Osinbajo, all of them, Buhari was just one man.
He's the president.
Hold on. The people in the Senate, the leadership in the Senate, approving loan for Buhari, they were all looting the thing. Osinbajo, all of them.
No, tell me what Osinbajo could have done.
They run the country down.
We are talking about Osinbajo. I'm not talking about the rest of them. I'm not talking about the party. I'm not speaking for the party.
You want to hold what do you say?
So let's focus on Osinbajo.
Buhari alone responsible for the failure.
Let me address you now.
He is the president.
Let me address you.
Hey, okay,
the man is number 2. He's the VP of the goddamn country. You have influence, bro.
Language, go on.
I'm sorry. You are the VP of the country.
You can't tell. You know who Buhari is. Everybody knows who Buhari is. Let's go to Osinbajo and be sitting and we've seen examples.
Hold on, Mike. Okay. You presented a position. Let him counter
you. Okay, finish.
You're the VP of the country, right? You are part of that government. You have influence, bro. You have influence.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Don't give me that.
All right. So give your example, Mike, and then after that, I want to start to round off to land on Ajale Koko. But
okay, when Osinbajo decided to do what you guys are saying, when this guy that I fired, remember that guy that went to do something? That Buhari boy that went to the
yes,
Lawal.
Okay, when Buhari decided to do the right thing that you guys are shouting about, right? He decided to say, okay, let me do the right thing against Buhari's against what Buhari's position, right? He decided to fire the guy. What happened to him? Exactly. So what are you guys talking about? So
also don't forget who brought on Justice
Onogen, yes.
Don't forget who brought him on. That was Osinbajo during that short time.
Guys, you say, Mr. President, I have fired this man because he did something wrong, and if you don't honor my decision, I will resign.
Okay, you resign. You resign.
A man of honor
I forget that thing. There's no honor in politics.
That's the problem.
Honor for who? It should be honor for Nigerians.
Nigerians will forget. Have a conversation with Mike. It's impossible. He won't let you.
He's a pastor, bro. He's a pastor. Because
forget in politics.
Next week, next week you see me in the redeem again. You see me in the redeem next week. The word of God.
That's the mistake of Nigeria. You guys believe pastors too much.
No. It's the one
when pastors say eat grass, you guys will eat grass.
Forming oli now, not me. It's the one forming oli, not me. And I know it's phony. I know it's two-faced. That's my.
You guys believe pastors supposed to be super holy? Forget that thing, man.
I'm a man of God bullshit. Then don't give me that. There. Don't give me that.
There's no man of God in politics. I beg. The bottom line is. When he did what you guys are saying, you guys didn't go and praise him when Buhari was flogging him. You didn't go there to go and challenge Buhari for flogging him.
But don't now, be naive. Don't give me.
How many of you guys go on the street to say Buhari don't flog?
So Mike, what we are saying is that only Buhari should be held responsible for all the failure in Nigeria today. Only Buhari.
Anyone that didn't do his job, any minister that didn't do his job, anyone that was appointed to any position that didn't do his job properly should be held accountable. For example,
so only Buhari, who else?
Every minister that didn't do their job and every senator, all of them. Now,
the vice president, we can't hold him responsible. We can't hold the vice president responsible for anything. We can't hold him responsible for anything.
Whatever he was responsible, anything he had responsibility to do that he didn't do correctly, we hold him responsible for that. But which is not the case. You guys are not arguing that the vice president was responsible for this and he didn't do his job well.
You are captain.
Someone like Fashola, for example, he did his job well.
Mike, it's a joint ticket. It's a joint ticket. It has to be held responsible as well.
If one minister they do well, another one don't do well. I'm not gonna say because it's a joint ticket. I'm gonna give praise to the minister who don't perform.
over the job with the minister.
All right, the last word to Babati, and then I start to round off.
First of all, who is bankrolling Mike tonight? Somebody is bankrolling Mike this week.
Let me just give you a tip, Babati, just to save your, because he used to give me a headache until I figured him out. Mike is a contrarian because he wants to show you that he's cleverer than everybody. So he will take the opposite view and start to hammer you.
Who's taking opposite view? I'll speak facts.
Before I lose my mind on this,
him and Ovie, that's what they do. Him and Ovie.
I would compare with Ovie, man. My guy.
You cannot appear as being meek and naive, but when it comes to running for office, you claim to be strong. He said, "Come on now. Well, stand on one side. Are you naive and not brave enough, or are you a strong independent guy? Which one is it? You cannot be a pastor and a lawyer, and I see in the market sharing 10K, saying that you're going to alleviate poverty with 10,000 naira in Nigeria. You know that's not real now.
Well, if his boss sent him to go and do the job, you have to go and do the job. Do you have a job? Do you have a job? I have a question for you. Do you have a job? You work somewhere, Abi?
What do you mean?
You work somewhere, Abi?
No.
Wait now, listen.
Yeah, if your boss tells you to go and do something,
if your guy say,
hey, you don't have to, Mike.
Listen. If you come to work Monday morning,
have to. You don't have to. No.
You lose your job now. How many of you have already lose your job?
He has to resign and leave. That's the right thing he could have done.
Did you resign when your boss did something he didn't like at work? Did you resign? You have money to feed your family.
My boss will tell me to go and jump inside the lagoon. I'll go and jump.
That's different. That's different. If your boss says go and do a job, you go and do it. Because that's what you are there to do the job. It's not because you like the job.
All right.
Let me finish.
All right. Land that point. Yeah.
I quit my own practice and I opened my own practice 2 years ago. I have my own clinic today. Because of my own principles of helping poor people in poor community areas. That's my own principle. That's my belief.
Did you quit when you know that you won't be able to pay your bill next month? Did you quit that time?
No. What do you mean?
You kept the job until you actually had enough money to...
I opened my own clinic with borrowed money from nobody. That's a different story for another day, but that's not my point. Let's focus here. You cannot give me that God is good all the time vibe. I'm a very principled man vibe. Then all of a sudden, we stand on one position. The man is the VP of the country. He is on a joint ticket with the guy. Blame me. He should share the same blame as Buhari as well. So if you're running for office, don't give me I am only at that God is good all the time, and next week you give me a second. Which one is it now? Which one is it, draw?
All right. It's going to be a baptism of fire for Osinbajo, no question. They are already calling him Iscariot online. Judas Iscariot. But we start to...
Those are Yoruba people. Those are Yoruba people. Tinubu people.
Okay. Guys, please one more thing. Mike, I left my
No, you don't have to open up personal details about yourself. Don't let anybody tease. Yeah.
Let me do this, please. I left my neurology job of 400K to go work with poor people for $20,000 a year. That's half of my payoff.
Look at that, $200,000 poor you. Look at this
guy. You don't talk say you live in $4,000 job or $20 a month job. You need to pay your bills. I don't say you get
no. That okay.
You left one job you didn't like. You go and do another job that you like.
All right, it's fine. So sometimes you just have to know when to let it be, Mike. So we will let it be, and we'll start to round off. So it's been a real delight. A lot of you may not have noticed, but we've had probably the highest concurrent viewership at a point in this. At a point in the course of the stream. It was actually in excess of 300. So when we're telling you to thumbs up and like, that's what that means. So you yourself see the impact right there. So hopefully within the next few days we'll double that to 600, and then we go to 6,000, and then we are talking in the hundreds of thousands, people screaming and shouting on the screens. So that is what we want to see, and it's been a real delight. So it's lined itself up in a good order to land on Ajanle Koko. So we'll follow that sequence, and we'll start with DOG, who hopefully is still with us. You know the form, DOG, is just quick parting remarks. Okay, I think we've lost D. Okay, we've lost D. It's gone to do daddy duties. So thank you, D. So then to your rational mind.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. It's been quite some some discussion, I would say. For me, I just say Osinbajo declaration for me, it makes no difference to me. They're all birds of the same feather. Himself is his boss, his former boss, and his present boss, all of them. They're all the same. APC is a no-go for me. PDP, no go for me. I will subscribe to what Ajele Koko said. If people would decide to vote a different party, well, it's up to them. But then Nigerians should know that after 2023, I will not come on my one-man platform anymore. That is, if Nigeria turns out to be good, I would not. I would come and discuss the good of Nigeria. But it's the same thing we are going to be experiencing in 2023. Count me out, because I'm having a headache having to discuss that country every time. We just don't see any way forward for that country. It's like the same old people, the same old people that has been there, that has ruined that country, that will continue to be there. Well, let's just hope that they get it right 2023. And if not, well, I hope I will just hold on to my decision not to ever come on any political platform and discuss this anymore. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody that has been listening and those chatting. Hope to see you guys maybe tomorrow.
How possible is that?
We shall see now.
No, you are not a drinker. You are not a drinker or a smoker, but you are a political addict. How can you? Politics is your drugs now. So yeah, you can't help it now. You said no. I must go and complain.
I'm tired of discussing that. I'm tired of it.
Yes,
it's just tiring sometimes. All right,
you know the frustration though, rational mind.
I'm still here.
It's because we see the possibility and we see that how it's going so badly wrong. So how can this possibility that we can all see be so visible and the country going in the totally opposite direction?
Yeah.
It's a real killer, and that is why we really just gather to lament. Because if we all thought it was hopeless, we wouldn't even bother anymore. But you just, why don't they just do the right things? But then would they ever? But thank you, rational mind. So we go on from rational mind to Ejiro. Ejiro, you know the form.
Yeah, one man. It's been a good session. Kudos to your effort, and to everyone that came, and also to people at the comment section. Like I earlier said, the problem with Osinbajo is that one cannot figure out where his lies ends and where his truth begins. It's going to be business as usual. I don't expect anything new from these ballheads. So Buhari and Osinbajo jointly brought hardship, hunger, agony, and death upon Nigeria in the past 7 years under the pretense of change. Osinbajo served in a regime that proudly disrespects the rule of law and the tenets of a constitutional democracy. The thought of contesting alone is insulting, So it's going to be business as usual. Anyway, please share, like, and subscribe. Good night, everyone, and God bless.
All right, good night, Ejiro, and God bless you too. So from Ejiro, we go on to the mighty Ola, the phone. Okay, I think we've lost Ola. So I think we may well have lost Engineer too, but to fulfill all righteousness, let's just call him up. Engineer, are you there? Yes, I think Engineer is with in the land of snoring. So Engineer in the lands of snoring. So we come out to Babati, but Babati, are you there?
Yeah, I am here, sir.
Okay, I want you to, by way of starting off your closing remarks, I want you to respond to this image that I'm about to present you now. So look at this as a kickoff to your closing remarks. Look at that. What are you making of that? Is that not the most bizarre thing you've ever seen in your life?
This
there's a law against cross-dressing now. So are they going to arrest Otedola and Dangote for cross-dressing?
One man, on a more serious note, I'm in healthcare and I've had to deal with a lot of transgender, transsexual, pansexual. 10 years ago, it was a joke. But the way they are permitting this and infiltrating the society, this is the way it starts as a joke. And next thing you know, I hope Nigeria does not go down that road. But that's a different topic for another day. So it's both Luciferian and very but don't even let me go there today. Before
Are you allowed to say that you've been a health professional or of your seniority?
No, I
God, are you allowed a political view?
No,
is that a Christian view even? Is that a faith-based?
I was in neuro. I went back to primary, and I'm thinking of going back to specialty where I don't deal with this kind of issues.
Are you the one snipping them off in the what's it?
No, I don't do snip. I just deal with the brain more. But
neurology,
that is more of some of them. They need some EEG sometimes. They need some shock therapy in that brain sometimes. But it's a different topic for another day.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
To you.
But to round up my point, like one man said earlier, guys, Osinbajo is not somebody that I can trust. He's never won anything politically in his life, so I know he's very vulnerable to being controlled. He's obviously the cabal's choice. That is obvious. Everybody can see that. So he might be articulate and well spoken all you want, but I think the guy is just a phony, two-faced politician. And I like I said before, he's number one choice, but I'm not. I don't see any hope in him. I don't think it's going to change anything. It's going to be the same old same, even worse, because now he can use his so-called English to fool people. And next thing you know, you'll be in redeem camp praying to God and thinking that God is good all the time. You will know how to maneuver others or that space. So I don't take him seriously at all. So he's sad again. He's sad we have to do this again all over again. And I really want Peter Obi. That's my candidate for presidency. Like I said before, he's smart, articulate, and also has done something that I can see. You see what I'm saying? He's been a governor. I can see he's done something that I can actually say, okay, this is tangible evidence. I can okay, this guy can do something. But people like Osinbajo, to me, I don't take him seriously. It's just I see a working condition, to my opinion. Just a two-faced guy. I don't really like that guy, to be honest. I don't really like him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm starting to dictate some depth of resentment towards Osinbajo, not just from yourself, but really, I thought it was universally liked. But not liked, people find him inoffensive. But it looks as though some people are offended by him.
Do you know why I'm offended by his actions? Look at Tinubu. Look at Buhari, for instance. You might hate him, that is bad, but you know where he stands. Is this time to play the book like you are on one end, but yet nobody actually knows where he stands on issues. That's my point. No courage of his convictions. If you believe in something, stand by it for God's sake. That's my issue with him. Everybody knows OBJ is a stubborn head, but you know where he stands on issues now. You see my point? Atiku is one crazy guy, but we all know where he stands on issues. Nobody can actually hold this guy down on one issue.
That's almost word for word what Baba Akure says every single time about this guy. He says he will still take Tinubu because he knows that Tinubu is a sick man.
That's my point.
But he doesn't know who YEMI Osinbajo is.
Yeah,
are you the Niso, by the way? Are you the Niso?
No.
Okay.
I'm not. But that's my issue with him. Like, just stand on issues, on your beliefs. Don't flip flop up and down like Mitt Romney. I don't like the kind of people.
Yes. That this surprises me because I never anticipated.
All of them turn against him at some point.
The who?
Tinubu's men. Isn't that common with Tinubu's men? The men he brings up. Like that.
Are you I knew you. Yeah, I knew that was. Yeah,
I don't. No. I'm not a guys. Black Day. This one thing. Speaking on what I want to happen and what is happening is a different issue. In the same society, people like Tinubu or Osinbajo should not be running for office at all. In the same climate. But I have to deal with the card that we are dealt, right? I'm thinking of what we have right now. You see my point? Not where I want to happen, but what we have right now. That's my point.
Yeah, you're crackling heavily, Black League. But yeah, round of your thoughts, Black League, and I'll go on to Ola. Yeah. No, sorry, Babati, rather.
Yeah, but I was saying that, the reality is that people like Osinbajo and Tinubu should not be running for anything in an ideal society. In a society where your primary, which is Buhari, has failed woefully, and everybody, even you, can admit that it has failed, you should not be running for office at all. But in Nigeria, people like him will still come out and run for office and will still get some votes. But I have to also deal with the harsh reality of the Nigerian political climate. So when I speak on Nigerian issues, I'm not speaking from the angle of what I want to happen necessarily, but speaking of the reality, the harsh reality of that political space. So that's just my point. You should not be running for office for anything. The person you've run on a joint ticket with failed woefully. You are part of those decisions that the guy made. So this idea that the guy didn't know anything that was going on is phony and fake. I don't buy it. You are part of the government. So, but this is Nigeria, and we have to find a way to deal with it. And that's just the sad reality of things right now. I wish him luck, but if he wins, it's just the same old same. It's going to be a puppet, and will be controlled by all these big boys.
Are you going to tear up your green passport if he wins?
One man. To be honest with you, I've been to Nigeria twice, and with my American passport, and let me just keep it that way for safety. Yeah, maybe the day we get our Yoruba nation. Maybe I will get Yoruba passport.
Yes, passport. Yeah, we can't but dream. So thank you, Babati. You must join us earlier. You see all the big voices that the audience chimes with. They always come in later hour. I'm not mentioning any names of Black League, but always a delight to hear from you. So thank you, Babati. A voice now that is a recurring decimal now, and one that we're delighting with. So hope we hear more from you. So a voice now that is traditional to the space. Ola, everybody knows him. So Ola, your words.
Thank you, everyone, for your audience. And I just want to quickly say this. Whenever we are dealing with an issue, we have to face the reality, and we don't have to use emotions. We just have to be heavily biased without basis for our analysis. You see, I'm not saying Osinbajo will win 2023, to be honest. I prefer the situation to force everybody to the round table and renegotiate the basis of our system, because someone going there and running the country for the next 4 or 8 years, and for destroyer like another destroyer for Buhari to now resurface data, that will not help the country. We've seen a lot of this thing. But then, while dealing with issues, let us be realistic in the way we handle this thing. Many of us, we've worked with different bosses that you will even see your bosses doing something wrong, and you will be a member of that department, and you will keep quiet because you know your limitation. You know you don't have some certain powers. Oh, he should resign. Easier said than done. Sometimes we want to bring foreign culture into our own without looking at the context with that particular this thing. You don't go to foreign culture and duplicate because someone will resign in France or in Germany. It doesn't mean that the same thing will happen in Nigeria. It doesn't work that way. Because look at this now. In our political environment, we have some kind of crooks, unlearned, and all these people within that place. And the few ones that are there, and you are saying these people should run outside whenever they don't have their way. It doesn't work. They kidnap Okonjo Iweala's papa, and yet if Okonjo has allowed that one to work upon him, they first say, oh, okay, I hands up, let me leave the government. So if you start resigning for every little frustration at this thing, you will find no reasonable person that want to come into that corridor of power again. This is where we have to be very careful on whatever we are saying. Now, for example, now someone will say, oh, many Nigerians are fraudsters. Does that mean that so everybody that now see Nigerians now, are they fraudsters? So we that we are not Nigerian now, because some of Nigerians are fraudsters, so we should find our way to get out of Nigerian context. It doesn't work that way. We have collective responsibility, and we have individualized one that you have to deal with an individual. When you are saying, oh, Osinbajo was part of this thing, the question is this: does he have that power? We know how Obasanjo finished Atiku when Atiku, because initially gave Atiku power to be organizing the executive council, this thing. And Atiku was clearly using that one against his boss. But when OBJ will come back, he made sure that he removed all those power and useless him. So the same way they were underrating Osinbajo under Buhari, the same way they were underrating Goodluck Jonathan under Yar'Adua. Do you know what it means? In a social way that you fire the DSS leadership, for example, and the next thing, they started removing your staff. As a VP, you can't even employ your own staff. So they have to give you your staff, they have to give you your security. What type of signal is that one sending to you? In a situation whereby you made the personal aid of Buhari even stronger than Osinbajo. What do you want that? So if it is what you want, and good people, okay, get a very good minister of finance today. Oh, because they don't like him, gang up against the guy, the next thing they resign. They now bring their cronies there. It doesn't work that way. See, if you find yourself in the political situation tomorrow and you know you are doing the right thing, just make sure you don't commit any crime that where they take you to court that you can be convicted for that individual. But as long as you do not commit crime and you can contribute your own little quota, even if it's for you to learn so that you can guide others in the future, please stay there. Don't let any evil people frustrate you out of that power. So now, in 2023, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, it's not as if I believe that Osinbajo will win. I don't know yet. But if he wins the primary, then it's another reasoning for me. I can start thinking that he's going to win. But like this now say, oh, because he's not performing under Buhari, this thing. No, you don't use that. You have to understand whether he has that power. Then, if you understand that he doesn't have that power and you are saying this thing against him, then, man, we are not being realistic, because under an organization, it is very easy to say, oh, when your boss is not doing the right thing, why did you leave it? Do you have where is it done? Almost every one of us, or many of us, will have gone down through that situation whereby we didn't agree with our boss. We will not leave the department just because of that. We will learn, so that when we get to that position of that our boss tomorrow, we will learn from what the boss has done and we will avoid that mistake. That is the way an institutions are run. Not just with barely flipping something, I just agree and then you leave. So to me, 2023 is becoming interesting. I will be here, but like I said, I prefer us to go to the round table and negotiate. So that's just my own point. Then I really thank those people that do click up, because I've shared to someone today, and it's not bad if you can do your own too, because why this forum is important is this: there are so many people that need to be encouraged, that need to be well informed, because when people are not informed, they will still join up with the crew politician to lead us into the same precarious situation. So we need to get out of this catastrophe and move forward. So that is why you need to share this type of forum, so people will come and learn. So it's not as if we are doing anybody favor. We are not doing one. We are doing ourselves favor, because whatever happens to Nigeria is affecting us. If you live under the Atlantic Ocean or Pacific, even barely sending money home alone. Maybe you used to send $100 before, you are sending 200. It's affecting you. You may not be facing realistic.
Let me push you for time a little bit, Amola.
Okay, so that's all I want to say. So thank you, everyone. We hope to come back together and share our experience later. Thank you.
All right. Thank
you. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So thank you, Ola. So if guys, if you can just condense the summary, just to help with the timing. So we go on to Mike. Mike, your words.
Okay, thank you, Omar. You see, my big problem with Nigerians is this, man. You see, they are people that are focused on what somebody has to say rather than what somebody is doing. And that's the number one reason why they keep voting for the wrong politicians. And that's another reason why they will come here every day and tell you, oh, see, he's not saying this, not saying that. Okay, therefore, let's go vote for the wrong guy. You know, that when people start arguing against me tonight, Osinbajo is not saying this, not saying that. Why are you focusing on what somebody has to say? Focus on what the person is doing or what the person can do. That's what you have to focus on. Osinbajo, when the guy was the acting president, when Buhari was sick, Buhari was in London, the guy make moves that people are not paying attention to show you that, listen, if he become president, he can actually perform. This guy made moves. This guy traveled to the Niger Delta. He met those young guys that people are police are arresting every day saying they are doing illegal refinery. The guy said, come, listen, it's time for you guys to make your business legal. Go and open business. Let's partner together. You do your refinery legally and you make money. The guy traveled to the east. He went to Aba and also even other part of Nigeria where people are manufacturing. He said, listen, okay, it's time for us to partner with government. We can help you expand this your industries, this your manufacturing and everything. The guy went to even someone in his cabinet. You guys are complaining about it's not challenging Buhari. Someone in his cabinet that committed illegal acts. He fired the guy. The guy met with Fashola. He said, come, how can we get electricity? Between two of them, they agreed. They say, we have to do nuclear plants. They say, okay, let's do it. They went around the world looking for nuclear scientists to come and build nuclear plants so we can have 24-hour electricity. The guy, when the northern youth gave the easterners 3-point notice, 3-month notice to get the hell out of the north, or else they go kill all of them or something in that line. All the northern leaders don't know what they go do. All the politicians in Nigeria, they look like mumu. Even the eastern leader with their red hats, then they look like they won't kill their people for nothing. They don't know what to do. It was Osinbajo that stepped in. The guy with his creative mind, he demonstrated leadership. Brought the elders of the north. Come and sit down. Let me talk to you. Met with the elders of the east. Discuss with them. Bring them together. They had conversation. The guy put that handle the situation properly. This guy demonstrated when Buhari come back that all those deals were he made with the Nigeria Delta youths, the one he went to the east, the Aba, all those area manufacturing, and the one with Fashola with the nuclear plant. That Buhari threw everything in the trash, and the guy that he fired, Buhari rehired the guy. And you guys here are telling me they need to hold Osinbajo accountable for everything Buhari did wrong. Come on, man, are you guys serious? I mean, my problem with Nigerians, man, I don't know. We don't pay attention to actions. All we do is sit around, wait for what somebody have to say, and we judge them based on that. We don't pay attention to who can perform. We don't pay attention to performance. I see people coming and telling me you have to challenge your boss. Where they work, they challenge your own boss. They tell me it's supposed to. What are you guys thinking? This guy's a vice president. Why would it be? What will you achieve by challenging Buhari so he can lose his job? Someone that has ambition to become president in the future, so he should be challenging his committing political suicide by challenging Buhari. What, are you guys serious? Come on now. Why are you guys talking like this, man? Nigerian people, man. My frustration always comes from. When I talk to Nigerians, man, I just get frustrated. Let's pay attention to critical things. It's the same issue we should already have. They go the complaints they should already campaign like this, doing flag like this, do this one like this. Is that what matters? Pay attention to what the guy can potentially do when he becomes president. That's what matters. I don't care how he didn't campaign well or how he didn't speak like this, he didn't do like this. The guy clearly made it clear. She already said, I listened to the guy. The guy was meeting with Nigerians all over the world, from tunnel engineer to airport manager to refinery engineers in top companies around the world. He was meeting with this guy, telling them when he becomes president, he'll bring all of them back to Nigeria to come and take. That's enough to say this is the guy we should all vote for. We don't pay attention to that. Well, you see all these people come here, they'll say, look at the way he's campaigning. He's an aluta. Well, man, that's why I'll never break a sweat or shed blood for Nigerians, man. Because these people, even if you die for them, they go forget you. To me, I don't think the problem of that country, like I've said before, is leadership. It's more of the people than the leadership. It's both. 80% of the problem is the people, 20% is the leadership. Because even the leadership is going to come from the people. The way the people reason, they have to change, man. If you want to change that country, you change the way we think. Because the way we like to think, it's not like we don't know how to think the right way. It's not like we don't have the capacity to think the right way, because we are very intelligent people. But we just have this desire and pleasure of thinking the wrong way. That's what I think the problem is. Because Nigerians are very intelligent people. They know how to do the right thing, but they just prefer to do things backward. I'm not insulting Nigerians, but I'm just saying the truth.
You're not insulting Nigerians, so you're just calling them idiots. But that's fine for you. Look at this guy. Yeah, you will never change this. Possible, I like. So yeah, just round it off, Mike. Then I'll go into Black League.
Yeah. So I mean, we need to pay attention to what someone can do, not what someone is saying or how he's working or we need to pay attention. That's how we can find solutions to our problem. We need to hire people based on merit. Let's investigate what they have done, what they have proven. So I've studied Osinbajo, I saw his actions, and I saw that this guy, what he can potentially, when he become president, he can actually perform. Maybe not as good as Shore, but among all of them that I see there, I think he's the only one I see. Him, Fashola, after Shore, is Osinbajo and Fashola. Then after that, I don't know anybody else I can think of. I mean, you guys consider Rochas a little bit, yeah. I'm not convinced yet, but I think Rochas might have something. But woman, that's what I have to say. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. A real delight. So one of the strong voices on the platform, of course, you know him, Mike. He doesn't hold back. It gives it to you as if it's it. So that was Mike. From Mike, of course, then we go to our, what did I call him the last time? The burger munching brother. But he no longer eats burger for reasons of wanting to lose weight. So Black League, your words.
Professor Osinbajo coming on board, I think is a welcome development. Sort of breaking the jinx of that godfatherism problem that has afflicted our politics. Now he's shown that he's a politician who is able to stand on his own. Whether or not he wins, I mean, that's aside, but just sheer audacity of coming out to say he wants to contest. I think he has finally shown bravery, and he has finally acted as a vice president. In other crimes, for a sitting party to consider anybody, the right of first refusal is given to the vice president. And the vice president in Nigeria is Osinbajo. He's the second highest political office holder. So it's not out of place for him to come out. It's actually, in other crimes, it is sort of his right to come out and actually get the ticket. So I just want to make that clarification. And for Tinubu saying none of his sons is grown enough to be to come out to contest, I think he's just I think he needs to be a little more humble, you know. Just first of all, Osinbajo is a vice president. He should even accept people calling him his son publicly in an interview. I think he should show more class if he truly wants to clinch the ticket, because Osinbajo is ahead of him politically as we speak when you talk about national politics. But enough with the political banter. Let's go to what really counts, the voting. I've said it on this platform, voting does not count. That's not what brings the candidates to become winners in the election. It's not by your vote or mine. That's not how it works in Nigeria. Politicians of repute who have gone through the process have come out to say it. These politicians have gone, they've won elections and they've lost elections. If you should listen to anybody, you should listen to them. When they tell you voting does not count, they tell you exactly how they got to win the elections, and they tell you exactly how they got to lose the elections. These people are selected, and I've heard several arguments against what I just said. People come to say, oh, so why do they share 5,000 naira if votes do not count? Why do they go to such lengths to persuade people if the votes do not count? Yes, they go through those lengths to make you have an illusion of a choice. So when they make you feel like you're actually making a choice, that's why they're giving you the 5,000. They know, in fact, that you're not making a choice. There will always be two candidates that would have a realistic chance to win. And those two candidates come from them. It's like giving you two people in the same family and say, choose. You're not really making a choice. Whoever you pick would still be, the person ultimately will still be in control of this group of people. So it's important that they give people an illusion of choice. That way the people stay calm and pacified and think they were actually part of the process. It's not just in Nigeria, it happens. But we don't have time. I'm willing to, talk more extensively on this maybe in our next session, because I know a lot of people might not agree with me on this. I'd like to round up here and keep the likes coming and the views coming, and subscribe to the channel. Thank you, One Man, for having us. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, thank you, Black League. So that's Black League. It needs no introduction to anybody that's even been a minute on this platform. But the master of the universe, of course, there's none mightier. Ajan Lekoko, the final word. So Ajan Lekoko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, woman. I want to thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. Your contribution are quite meaningful. I believe your contribution will go a long way in sensitizing our people, educating and informing our people about the political situation in Nigeria. At this point, I want to agree with Black League that Osinbajo deserve some kudos for being courageous to announce his to declare his intention for the position of president, not minding the attack that will come, particularly from the Yoruba people in Nigeria, the politicians that are aligned with Tinubu. So for his courage, he deserves to be commended. But where would his courage take him to is another thing entirely. If we look at him, he doesn't seems to have any structure within the party that can propel his ambition to securing that ticket in Yoruba land. Among the, in the southwest Nigeria, among the APC, I don't think that he have the structure that can work for him there when they get to primary. In the southeast, I don't think he have, because we have some other people that are going to come up from the southeast. That former that guy from I can't remember his name. They're all criminal. So it's there, and in the south, AMAECHI is there. So in the north, who are his backer in the north that are going to use their structure within the party, to help him out? I don't know, but one person I know that have that structure within APC, the strongest core structure within APC in the north, is Buhari. Is Buhari the one behind him? So if Buhari is the one behind him that, give him all the assurances and ready to work with him in the north, that tells me that there's going to be a very big fight, because Tinubu, I believe, have some people in the north that are ready to work for him as well. But I'm not going to say that Tinubu will have stronger support for himself than the president in the north. So if Osinbajo is going to bank only in the north, northern support within the party, that tells me that he's not going to win. That tells me that the votes, they're going to have a splitted vote among all of them, the Tinubu, the Osinbajo, the AMAECHI. And so if Tinubu clear all votes from the West, or majority of the votes from the West, and AMAECHI cleared majority of the votes from the South, and people from the South, from the Southeast, clear their majority. So the North are going to determine. So it's going to be tough for him. He can't get all the votes from the North. And that tells me that he's going to fail. He's not going to get the ticket. But what does the future hold for him? I don't believe that it's going to have anything to lose. He has assumed he came from nowhere to be the vice president, and that on his resume can boost his chance the next time. Though he's 65 years, Buhari is 78, he can still come back next time. But, trying once and we help his, we boost his resume, in the future. So, but we have to keep watching and see what is going to happen within them. But as far as I am concerned, I don't think APC or PDP is the solution to our problem this time. They cannot solve our problem. They created our problem. They put us through the pains and suffering we are going through, the economic hardship, the political problem, financial problem, the dollarization of our economy, the devaluation of our currency. They cause all this. So we have to sack them. AAC is my man, Showore is my man, and I think that vehicle, Showore vehicle, is the only vehicle that can take us to the promised land, not PDP, not APC. We should be thinking in that same direction. If you don't want to vote for Showore, look for a different party outside APC or PDP. Let us try something new. That is the only choice we have to save that country. That country is in serious crisis on all fronts. Crisis is not problem. It's a crisis. Insecurity, economic crisis, financial crisis, political, everything you want to talk about. We are in crisis. So, and we don't want the worst after crisis. So we have to start to solve the problem by voting them out of office, and that we will start and begin to solve our problem right from there. So other than that, let me thank everybody behind the scene that be chatting through the commentary section. You are the strength of the platform. I salute you all. Keep doing what you know to do best. Come back tomorrow. Let me say big thanks to our brother, Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to more, Alessandra Akashi, member, Alessandra Akashi, Jaja, Bonksman, Flash Mankind, Adewale, Ask Google, and Oladiti, all of you. I say big thanks to all of you. You are the strength of the platform. You are the one that is pushing the platform, to go higher and higher every day. I thank you all. And I will give a big thanks to one man, the driver of the platform, for a good job bringing us together every time. Created this platform to help us come together to discuss the political problem in our country and to provide solutions to the problem. One of the solutions is what I just profiled now, that let us vote outside the two-party, different party. So I thank one man. Tomorrow is going to be another day, and I hope one man, the eagle, will land again. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Always a delight. So, Ajan Lekoko, this has been one of the more pleasurable sessions that we have had. A real delight. The sessions. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Sorry. The sessions are getting tighter, and the language it's getting a lot smoother. Because I like it to be lively, and I think that is really what makes the platform, because the people come here for the excitement. But in between that excitement and just the rowdiness is where I'm trying to strike the balance. And I think,
that will come sometimes. You can't escape that.
No. I think we are getting just because people are still free flowing, but it's just not bush. Sometimes it can just be heavy going sometimes, but no, it is coming together and delightfully so. No less thanks to your contribution and the contribution of the staple voices. So thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow again. So that's Ajahn Lekoko. So thank you. So that's Ajahn Lekoko. I mean, no introductions needed. You all know who Ajahn Lekoko is. So as I often round off, I round off yet again in just the same wordings, which is really that call to thumb up the streams, because it does have the effect. I gave you the data just earlier on. The viewers are getting more and more, which is then in recognition of your thumbing up and all of that. And the other thing that people are doing as well, which I recommend that you all do as well, is that when we put out the streams, then just before the sessions, just copy the URL, just copy the link. I keep saying URL. Let's use language that people are more familiar with. Copy the link and just put it in your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook, whatever, and your wherever it is that you mooch around on social media. Just put it in there to say, come listen to some bald-headed or your guy that talks in a peculiar voice, So come let them see the peculiarity that you have somewhat bewildered, perhaps beguiled somewhat, or befuddled, whatever be you are being with this space. So spread the word and let us continue to announce our greater and greater achievements, because we want to really push hard so that we can, through a collective that we build on this space, have an impact on the political space in Nigeria. That is the objective, so that our voice is so loud that we can shake them and shape things. And that only happens really through your thumbs up, your subscription, and really importantly, you sharing the links, to the platform on your social media spaces. So do all of that and then reconvene tomorrow. We do this every day, by the way, 9:30 thereabout UK time. So avail yourself if you're available, and then come partake in what you've just consumed today. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.